Hello, 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 hello. Um, Welcome to season 1, episode 2 of uh, horror movie Fanatics. Sorry. Um, yeah, we're going to hang out, have some fun, talk horror movies. Um, I needed to get off the kick of politics this morning because otherwise I was just going to stay there. There's a lot of really funny, great, amazing content going on. The masked Nazis versus the freedom fighters. That battle is going on. Um, they're going to put if you don't wear a mask, you're like an anti-vaxxer. I swear to God. Um, Mind your own fucking business. That's my advice. Mind your own fuck. Yeah, but you not wearing. Hey, but you got a mask on and you're all suited up. By the way, no, is the whole thing is stupid. So you're going down the road of stupid and forcing people to go with you. It's kind of like all the genders, right? Remember all the genders? There's gender is whatever you want it to be. So then gender. So if so then the word gender means nothing if it's just whatever you feel like, whatever definition you decide to slide in there. So then the word gender, you just rendered the word gender meaningless because it means whatever you want it to mean. The word wall means whatever you want it to mean. So then you just undid the word wall. The word wall now means nothing because it means whatever you feel like. So if you can fill in in the dictionary, if you can fill in whatever definition you feel like for a particular word, then you just deleted the word. The left is amazing at adopting words and then destroying them. Now, let me get something straight inside of your head. I'm libertarian. Right-wing people are correct. Left-wing people are incorrect. Now, let's talk about the leadership of both. Politicians on both sides are equally retarded. Right-wing politicians, retarded. Left-wing politicians, retarded. So all politicians, right and left, are both retarded. Okay? Clear. Sometimes, you hold out some hope, but you're always, your hopes are always dashed. They always lie, they always accomplish nothing, and they always make things worse. Democrats or Republicans, doesn't fucking matter. It's funny. You know what the greatest example of that is, by the way? The greatest example of that is um, a hippie chick in, what was it, Seattle, Chop Chaz, letting the fucking Black Lives Matter and the Antifa take over part of the city. Remember that just a couple of weeks ago. If you don't know what happened there, then you need to open up your fucking brain and start getting some shit going on in there. Okay? So wow, what's this? Oh, that's the lawnmower? Is that the lawnmower? Anyway, the city lawnmower doing the medium. It's just a weird looking thing. Anyway, caught my eye at the window. Hippie chick, grandma hippie, right? The mayor, grandma hippie, was like, we're gonna have the summer of love. I'm gonna relive the '60s when the boys actually found me attractive and they were plowing me in the butt and the vag and the mouth all at the same time. Remember the good old days when we were smoking dope and rolling around and smashing our genitals together. Do you remember that? Remember that, the good old days of the '70s, the drug fueled orgies. Oh, and they actually found me attractive. We're gonna have the summer of love again. I'm gonna relive my youth. And then the commies came knocking at her door, and she was like, "Okay, that's enough." And then she turns into a commie. It's funny how the good old hippie can turn into a commie just like that. Just like that. Just switchy, instantaneously switchy. Oh, we're gonna have a summer of love. What? They're knocking at my door. They're pissed off at me. Okay, that's it. Party's over. You're affecting my life. I was hoping for some video footage of some drug fueled orgies, or maybe some some of those granny loving hippies would find their way into my bed or something like that. But this whole fucking screaming at me about communism and killing and raping and blah 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 blah, and the lawsuits. Oh my goodness, I don't know how. But see, the thing is she's never going to pay the price for her actions. She might not get reelected. She might not even run. She's old and she shouldn't be doing anything. She should be at home, goodbye forever. Same thing with everybody over 65. Like, if you want to stay active, then volunteer. I'm done with the old people. I'm done. We take their fucking driver's licenses away because they're too fucking retarded. Their bodies are caving in, but we still let them run the country. I would say absolutely fucking not. 65 is the max. Then you're out. Forced retirement. Goodbye. Because your body does degenerate, and your brain does, and you probably have no fucking... This is probably why you make a good politician, is you have no fucking idea what to think ever. Your brain is just scrambled eggs all over the place, and you're just like, tell me what to think, tell me what to say, please, I have no idea what I'm doing. It's kind of like somebody in a job that's way over their head. But for some reason, we love the old people fucking doing the fucking presidents and vice presidents and all the other shit, mayors and stuff. But anyway, so, wow, this is not very, it's not very horror movie yet. We'll get there. So, horror movie Fanatics, episode 2, right now. I was trying to do an Or Else episode, or I woke up, actually, at 9 a.m. I try to stay in bed late so I can stay up late, so I can stream later on in the day, like late in the day. However, and it's not going to be happening right now. Anyway, there's a jackhammer out the window. And so there's no way I'm going to be able to record. I thought, well, maybe I could start closing some windows and suffer through a recording. And so on. But here we go again. Another reason to not have an Or Else. Another. But anyway, so I'm streaming much earlier. So we're going to be streaming horror movie. Technically, my rough estimate, rough estimate is this goes from 3 to 11, 8 hours. The streaming, 8 hours streaming. 3 to 11, 3 p.m. New York time, Toronto time, whatever time you want, but Eastern time, New York, Toronto. So 3 p.m., which is, by the way, on the West Coast, that would be noon, Noon, 12 p.m., right? So 3 p.m. Eastern time with this, and it would go for 8 hours, or until my voice gives out. Okay? That's the idea. It's not set in stone. This is why I don't put times on anything yet. There's no times anywhere, because I'm still working it out. But so this is an 8 hour stream, and then this is when I wake up. I have my coffee, sit for an hour or so, half an hour to an hour, depending on how anxious I am to get started working. And then I start creating the episode, and I work on it. And then this just happens after that. But this should be a couple of hours, maybe 3 or 4 hours. So this is a 12-hour day. There's no doubt it's a 12-hour day. This is like about a 4 hours episode in the making. Some more, some less, whatever. And then an 8-hour stream. Or maybe less, because my voice is going to give out. But whatever. And this is 7 days a week. That's to get started. Maybe, you know, once I get a crowd and a people or something like that, things will change, and I'll dwindle it down to a more manageable amount. I'll pick out the things that people are most interested in, and we'll go with that. So there's no or else episode today because of jackhammering out my window. And I'm sure you're going to hear it. And I didn't want to be that guy that goes over, when are you guys going to be done? And they'll say, I don't know, whenever we're done. We'll be done when we're done. You know, and I didn't want to be that guy. So I'm not going to be that guy. I'm going to let them live their life and do their work in peace. And I'm going to work around it. So that means, and again, it started at 9 a.m. and it woke me up. It was about when I was going to wake up anyway, so it's not like a problem at all. But like I said, I'm trying to shift. I really like mornings, but I'm trying to shift my life later on, especially on the East Coast like I am, right? Eastern time, right? Because that means it's even earlier over there on the West Coast. So technically, you know, like when I start streaming, for example, at 3 p.m., it's only noon in Los Angeles on the West Coast, Vancouver, whatever. I'm Canadian, so I'm up north, but we have the same time zones. So it's even earlier over, and maybe it's even a little too early. So that's why I'm trying to push my life later and later. But I just really can't stay up much past midnight. And I want to wake up in the morning and stuff like that. It's just the world wants me to sleep at night and be up during the day. My body does too. So unfortunately, it's what it is. But maybe I'm just one of the earlier streamers for you. Maybe when, maybe 3 p.m. is when the kids get off school on the East Coast. And then noon, the kids are having lunch or whatever, or people are taking lunch breaks from their day job. And that'll be, it'll be good for them. They'll have something to watch if they're by themselves or whatever, have a little company or something, I don't know. And today I'm even earlier. I'm way early. I'm like, it's only like 11-ish. It's 11:30 really right now, but so that means it's 8 a.m. over on the East Coast, so it's super early, but I'm not doing an or else. So we're going to be into horror movies. And yeah, horror movie fanatics. I don't know, sometimes when I look outside, the horror movie is just happening right there, whether it be the insane political stuff that's happening around. It's kind of great. What have we got for trending as far as my own personal stuff? 100. Well, my episodes, Eat Me, is climbing up the trending list, but that's like the only one. But anyway, it's kind of, like I'm doing a lot of the live streams don't get their own article on my website to even trend, because, for example, DLive or something like that, I can't, that video disappears. So for chat on Mondays, right, which is miscellaneous conversations, chat on Mondays, I just have a link to my page, and obviously I'm not streaming there. Should I be multi-streaming to multi-platforms? Maybe. Maybe I'm doing this wrong. I'll think about it again one day, but right now my brain says, you know what I should do? I should just mix it up, have have one show over there on DLive, a couple shows on Twitch. I was gonna have 2 on D Live, 2 on Twitch, 2 on Mixer, and 2 on YouTube. Because there's 8 live streams per week. You got to remember, this is a live stream. The Internet Game Show is a live stream. Actually, come to think of it, if I was going to skip over audio, I could have done, because this actually needs some physical work. But whatever. Like I could have worked through the noise, but it's too late now. I'm already streaming, and I'm going to stay streaming. So, yeah, there. And so yeah, I you know, like the horror looking out the window with and I don't know about you, but I'm getting kind of pissed off just thinking about the election and what's going to happen. Like, I think the left is getting the right to the point where you're like, just give them the election, just give the left the election. It's not like it makes any difference between, but if it's all left wing, I don't know. I don't think you're going to change the political system at all, in any way. Nobody's going to do it. But what I'm saying is, just give the left what they want so they shut up. But I think that's the point. Either we win the presidency or we're going to burn the shit to the ground and riot. And I think that's what's going to happen. Trump is going to win, and they're going to fucking freak out even worse than they did last time. Maybe they'll have some type of a lying excuse to riot again. And by the way, that George, even though I'm still on board with the cop is a complete douchebag, I'm still there. Listen to me carefully. I'm still on board. I'm still with this cop is a douchebag, an a-hole douchebag. However, more information is starting to come to light. It looks like he was in the middle of overdosing. This George Floyd guy, he's foaming at the mouth. And he actually wanted to be put on the ground. He asked to be put on the ground, and he was resisting quite a bit. Maybe not during those 8 minutes or whatever, 8.5 minutes, 9 minutes, whatever, I don't know. But he was in the midst of overdosing, I think, and he couldn't breathe, and he said, "Please put me on the ground, put me on the ground, put me on the ground. Lay me out on the ground, I can't breathe, I can't breathe." So they did that for him. And then I don't know what the police officer manual, the words on paper, words, words, those things? Words on paper in the manual for Neon Neck shit in Minneapolis said, we need to read that. I think they're keeping that close to them, close to their chest. I think nobody is releasing the trainee thing. The training manual about Neon Neck. And if that training manual says Neon Neck is A-okay, and as long as you can hear them talk, you know that they're fine, and then maybe you get an autopsy or a thing from hospital-y people that says he died of an overdose. I mean, my goodness. I'm just saying, look out. So we got Donald Trump is going to win, and it's possible that Derek Chauvin gets off. He's declared innocent. It's possible. At this moment in time, I'm still on the pagey of he's a douchebag and he deserves to go to prison for murder. At this point in time. But it was 99% before this information. Now it's only like 80% certain. I'm only 80% certain that he's a murderer that deserves to go to prison. I know I don't like the letter of the law, the letter of the law. There's a lot of letters of the law that need to change. I'm libertarian. That means that means I am correct about everything. But there's a possibility, and you want to see real life horror out your window, you wait until Donald Trump wins and Derek Chauvin is declared innocent. What's going to happen to the left then? What is the left going to leave standing up? Is Trump just going to sit back and let America burn, playing politics? Well, see, I'm just going to sit here and do nothing and make the left look bad on its own. See, it's not me doing it. It's not my people. It's not my side. It's your side. That's not the fucking point. That's not the fucking point. You sitting back and doing nothing, and then you see you sitting back and playing politics when you're supposed to. You've already been prepaid to do a job. Protect person and property. You've been prepaid. You've already been paid to do the job. Now you must execute. You must now it's go time. And you're just going to sit back and do nothing? No, that just means you're an asshole. Imagine ahead of time paying somebody to fix your roof, and then they choose to not do it. Is there any reason that they could give you? You would say, give me my money back. I don't know. Can you hear the jackhammering from outside? I don't know if it's coming through, but my house is vibrating. Right? You got to be able to hear that, right? Yeah, my whole house is vibrating a bit. Got to call my female friends over and they can just sit on furniture and have a good time. So that's why I was like, well, I can't do the episode that I wanted to today. I hope you can hear that. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. I couldn't do or else. But we can do horror movie Fanatics because I don't really care about, I don't really care about that sort of stuff during a live stream. If there's some noise interruptions or something, I don't want it to be massive, but I don't want. And plus, I need to think. I don't really need to think to just blab on, right? Just put something in front of me a little bit, and then I've thought about just about, not everything, but politically speaking, I kind of have. I've been doing it for years. But yeah, if you're in a leftist area, good luck to you when Donald Trump wins. Good luck to you when Derek Chauvin is found not guilty. Good luck to you. Good luck. That's all I gotta say. Good luck. But this is the terrorism, right? Well, either we get our way or else we're gonna burn everything to the ground. Well, this is when the government is supposed to, or whoever is supposed to. And I hope all those people that got arrested for protecting person and property get found not guilty, right? This is when people are supposed to blow your head off. Protect, roof Koreans. Think roof Koreans. If you don't know what they are, look it up. Google is a fantastic-y thing. Roof Koreans. ROOF. Roof. Koreans. KOREANS. Roof Koreans. You know the country, Korea? Ruth Koreans. It's a meme, it's a joke, but it's serious. During the LA riots, the Koreans got on top of their store with like fucking all the guns. And you got even close to their fucking stores, they shot you in the head. Ruth Koreans. People protecting their own property very seriously. Get on the roof of their store and shoot you in the head if you even thought about looting it or doing any bad stuff to their stuff. Ruth Koreans. And that's what should happen all the time. Because what commies, the left doesn't understand, is your property is actually you. Your property is a part of your body. It should be, it is, really. There's no difference between your finger and your cell phone. Philosophically. It is you. Well, I shouldn't say that there is no difference, because technically there is. But property, your property is you. Now, I'm not going to get into all of the philosophical stuff of that, but your property is you. So when the commies say property is just blah, 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 okay, that's where they're wrong. That's where they're wrong. Your property is you. You spent the time making it, earning it, caring for it, tending to it, or not, stealing it, getting the taxpayer to pay for it, whatever, good, bad, whatever you are. I don't know. But anyway, so, hey, this is a good one. Why don't we start with here? So why don't I shut up about friggin' politics for a minute and go over the top 100 horror movies of all time. Why don't we go through that? Okay. Start talking about what I'm supposed to talk about. Okay. So, top 100 horror movies of all time. Are we live? We're good, right? Yeah, I think we're good. Excellent conditions and extreme health. So still microscopic, and I don't know this concurrent views. Is that me watching this? This shouldn't count as a view, and if it does, then that means I'm at 0 right now. I don't know if there's somebody out there in the chat they could type over there, but for some reason I think they also count this, which means I'm at 0 at the moment. But it doesn't matter. I'm moving forward. I do my streams as though I'm talking to a crowd of people. Or a group, anyway. Because how else do you do a live stream? How else do you get started in this thing if that's not what you do? You have to do that. I don't know. I don't know how else to do this. To build an audience other than to start at 0 and hopefully people start to come on board slowly over time. Okay. So, the top gross, now, this is the top grossing horror movies of all time. Okay, top grossing money. And we're only dealing with domestic because we got to be honest, the world has changed a lot since the 70s and stuff. Okay? The world has changed, and but it doesn't matter. This is domestic. adjusted for inflation. This means this is the real numbers. Now, some are going to say top grossing. What is the top grossing? What is the dumb world, stupid people say is the top grossing? You know, in the middle of them, see, they're going to talk about it and The Sixth Sense. But that's funny because then Jaws comes in number 3. And Exorcist comes in number 5. Ghostbusters. Blah, 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 blah. This is all garbage information. And this is from Forbes, right? Because you cannot compare a 75 and a 73 movie to a 2017 or even 99. These are comparing apples and oranges. The more space between your dollar, the more different they are. When I was a child, I could buy a bag of chips, a can of pop, or a bottle of pop, it was in bottles at the time, and a chocolate bar, a candy bar, for less than $1. I would give them $1 and I would get change. I did that when I delivered papers. So that's 35 years ago, close to 40 years ago. It was a different world. $1 back then was not the same as $1 today. If you don't use inflation, see, they say this shit just because, I bet you this was written, oh, no, this was written around the time of, anyway, a lot of these just, they lie, they exclude inflation just to sell the movie. Because when they say this is the biggest movie ever, you know, like, for example, Avengers Endgame. It's not. When you include inflation, Avatar still beats it. Because of inflation. And guess what? Avatar doesn't do it either, because Gone with the Wind still beats it. You have to use inflation. You have to. You have to. You must. You must. You must. Otherwise, you're like literally, what you're saying when you don't account for inflation, what you are saying is, I'm smarter than a 2-year-old. And the world is going to look at you and go, well, you're 30 years old. Of course you're smarter than a 2-year-old. Yeah, but I'm smarter than a 2-year-old. Yeah, you're supposed to. You got to account for age. Time does matter here, right? They're only 2. You're 30. Yeah, but I'm smarter. That's the same as saying Avengers Endgame is the highest grossing movie of all time. Okay, but the dollar that you're comparing it to is not the dollar from 1939, from when Gone with the Wind came out, or 2009 when Avatar came out. These are different things you're comparing. You can't do that. I have a brain and I'm going to use it, and you're just saying this to sell more tickets and to make headlines and to blow smoke up the ass of the world for people to just read the quick headline and then go off and tell friends, and you'll make money off of it. You just want people to take your stupid headline and repeat it to other people. This is your marketing. This is how you're going to try to make even more money off of this thing. You have to adjust for inflation. So this is bullshit. 327 million versus the 6 cents, 293 million. Like, you don't get to do that. Why? Because I said so. You're being wrong. Okay? So, let's take a look at the actual proper list of top 100 movies of all time. I was going to put grossing, but okay. Jaws and then Exorcist, but look at how big those numbers are. And then it drops down to Psycho. Look at how big these numbers are. Just focus on this for a minute. And by the way, I'm using the numbers. I hope their inflation calculations are accurate. Whatever, I'm using them. Okay. The source for this information is the numbers. But I've seen this number 1 and number 2 for a long time. That's an always thing. When you account for inflation, Jaws and The Exorcist always come up at the top. Now, but look at how big these numbers are compared to, and look at the drop. Boom, boom, right? These two are pretty much the same, but then there's a boom. Okay, so that's a big boom. Think of that boom, that massive drop. So these two are in a world of their own, okay? These two movies are in a world of their own. They're on a different planet as far as successful, okay? But is Jaws a horror movie? Is Jaws a horror movie? I do, like, I would love to have that conversation. Maybe we'll have that conversation today. Maybe we'll have it now. Is Jaws a horror movie? I say it is. And I've heard different people talk about different things. Jaws, ablated, the teeth are instead of the knife, right? The teeth, hunting people and killing them. There's a body count, it's one by one, they're stalking them. It's like a Michael Myers, a Halloween, right? Um, is it a horror movie? I I think it is, and a lot of it has to do with. Remember when they were swimming underneath the whatever and looking in the hole in the ship, and the head floated by. Believe it or not, believe it or not, that scene puts me over the edge. You know when the head floats by, the crack in the hull or whatever. I can't remember exactly. It's been a long time since I've seen this film. I don't. Once again, I don't really like rewatching movies over and over and over and over and over again. I really don't. Um, so, um, uh, I saw it maybe a couple times. I loved it, and that's where it stays. Maybe I will watch some of these things again, but there needs to be a ton of space in between. Believe it or not, with some of the other things, like even with Lord of the Rings, back when back in those days, I did watch them 3 or 4 times, maybe 3 times, and I tried to watch them again about a year ago, and I couldn't do it. I was like, yeah, I know everything that's going to happen, you know. So I just couldn't do it. There's something bad, wrong about seeing. Um, I just don't want to do it. Um, I don't want to watch these movies over and over again. It's like once I know everything, like if I really love it, I'll watch it a second time. If I still really love it, then I'll watch it a third time. But usually 3 is my maximum. Usually 3 times, and I'm like out forever. Even my best movies like Halloween and stuff, I just can't keep watching. I've only seen Black Christmas 1 time. I just can't. I'm just not that. I'm not made up that way, where I can watch the same thing over and over and over again. I don't know what it is. Once I've learned the art of that film, then I want to move on. Now, I do really like. See, this is why I'm kind of a horror movie fanatic. I love YouTube because what they do is they summarize. They'll talk about a movie, and I'm interested in hearing people talk about the films, and they'll talk about the film, and they'll talk about the film and summarize it and just pick clips so I can relive it without really watching it, and then I can just hear people talk about it from different perspectives, and that's interesting. somebody, for example, talked about um, Ghostbusters, the video game, and he was talking about how much he loved it. And my comment was, you're the only person on the planet that loved this video game. And he goes, I'm okay with that. He replied actually to me, I'm okay with that. And I was like, okay. So I love these different perspectives. Like there's a Halloween fanatic. What's his name? There's a Halloween fanatic, just the movie, the original 1978 Halloween fanatic, and every week he goes through another video, and it's just about the same movie. Every microscopic, everything has been examined. I forget his name, to be honest. I wonder if I could find his channel again. I'm gonna try, just for a couple of minutes. If I can't find it, I'll move on. But yeah, not in Halloween fanatic. Go with channel. See, unfortunately, they're just going to give me these things. But they're going to give me the text, the word. And because it's a holiday, this is going to go on forever and ever and ever. I wonder if yeah, I'm not gonna waste too much time here. I subbed to him, but then I unsubbed, and I should have stayed subbed. But anyway, he says that Halloween is the best movie of all time. Halloween is the best movie ever made. Better than Citizen Kane, better than The Godfather, better than Wizard of Oz. And I was like, woo. And he'd be prepared to defend that. And I'm like, okay, that's just incorrect, but it's still interesting. I still like the perspective, and I like him going through the motions of explaining himself, and he does. But, come on, the best movie of all time. Hey, hello, Gary. Was doing some yard work. Hey, you're over here. I think my jackhammer people, there were some jackhammer people out my window. Hold on a sec. I'm gonna make you bigger. Now that you're here, I'm gonna make you bigger. Now that I see, I guess I could write my own text. There. Now I can read you better. Oh, hey! Hey! You guys keep following me around. Welcome to the chat, boys. I'm assuming you're boys. And boys are defined as Homo sapiens with penises. How's it going? Good to have you. I hope your yard work is done. And you had a good time outside, braving all of the deadly viruses out there that don't exist. The biggest deadly virus is the stupidity of man. That's the virus that we need to fucking be afraid of. But anyway, so this is Horror Movie Fanatics, and I try my darndest to stay focused and talk about horror movies only. So I like different topics and different subjects. Unfortunately, I'm kind of a political junkie and I get driven over there. But anyway, so I just want to explain something to you guys especially. or else is supposed to happen this morning, but it didn't. And the reason it didn't was because there's jackhammering out my window, but and you'll hear it. I think they're on lunch break now, but I bet you it's going to come back again. But anyway, so jackhammering, house vibrating. I was like, I'm not going to be able to record an episode. So I'm not going to be that asshole that goes out there and asks, when are you going to be done? You know, like a real jerk. So I was just like, I'm going to let them do their day in peace and not have some jerk off come after them. And can you please be quiet? And I just said, well, I'll just start the horror movie Fanatics stream a little early. So my favorite horror movie reviewers are Spooky Rice and Found Flicks. Found Flicks is a bit of a commie. That's my problem with him. I like his take, but he's very lefty, and he always injects his left-wing politics into his talking. So I am going to be the explicit right-winger, libertarian, horror movie person on YouTube. That is going to be my claim to fame. If you get me talking about politics, then I'm going to not really talk about it, but every once in a while it sneaks out. It catches up on me because I'm a political junkie. But yeah, I'm gonna be the right winger one. And you want to know something? If there are other right winger horror reviewers, I don't know who they are. I've never met them. Because when they bring up politics, it's always from the left. And there's reasons for that. I think a lot of people that are doing YouTube in the movie world, in the Hollywood stuffy stuff, all the Hollywood movies, TV, blah, 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 music, they are literally just, for example, Chris Stuckman, Jeremy Johns, everybody at Screen Junkies, and so on, Collider, blah, 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 all of them. They're just Hollywood rejects. These are Z-listers of Hollywood. These are people that only get a commercial once every 2 years, or so on, right? So they are actually, whether or not, I don't know why, either they're trying to be I don't know how leftism in Hollywood works, but either the Hollywood attracts leftists, or it makes them. Yeah, Shield Campia, yeah. That's a good question. We'll get to your Black Lagoon soon. Now, so I am going to be explicitly right-wing on horror. I'm the only right-wing horror movie reviewer person. I don't really officially review movies, but this is going to be the right-wing / horror right-wing from the right place to go on YouTube. Until I get banned or whatever, right? But that's what, and I'm going to try to keep politics out of it, but if it comes up, I'm not going to, I'm not going to go hide myself or whatever. So, and that's my problem with Found Flicks. Now, this other guy, I don't know. And a lot of people are pretty darn good, okay? A lot of people are good at shutting up about politics. A lot of them are good. But every once in a while they screw up. And usually, and by the way, I am a huge fan. Disturbing breakdowns, okay. I'm a huge fan of horror. So I probably listened to them all. I've probably listened to this guy, and either maybe this is just the genre, Antichrist, that's not that bad. Cannibal, Ferox. Yeah, he's into extreme cinema, which I enjoy. I have respect for extreme cinema. Okay? I don't, but it's not for me. This is, this is where I do say that it just crosses my line. Everybody has their own line. I don't want to disparage anybody that doesn't have the same line as I do. I'm going to give you an example. My mother thinks that I'm insane, or she did when she was alive. She thought that I was insane because I liked horror movies. And it was blood, gut, gross, and I was just going to be a sicko, disgusting human being. And I wasn't. But, so, I don't feel comfortable saying to other people that are beyond me that they're sick and gross and disgusting or wrong or whatever. I just go, we have different tastes in horror movie. I am more mainstream, and if there is a genre, it would be slasher. I am kind of mainstream, middle of the road slasher. I have gone down this road. I have done it. But I don't, and a little bit, I guess, is okay. A very little bit. But I would never want to stay here. Like, I've seen inside. Let's just go through these, Reist. I've seen Antichrist. I thought it was really overrated and very strange. I didn't like it. Very overrated. Pulse. I don't know why that's here. I didn't find that disturbing at all. It's a good horror movie. It was fine. Some of these I've heard of. Like, I've heard of them all, but I haven't seen them. I've heard of all of these. Eden Lake. I don't find that over that doesn't cross the line. That's a good movie. I really enjoyed that one. It's disturbing, but it doesn't cross the line for me. Some people are just into like strap her to a bed and rape her and torture her for 2 hours, and that's the movie. Masters of Horror. I've heard of this one from. I haven't seen it yet, though. I want to. I should watch the whole series, because there's not many. It didn't last long. I've heard of this one. I've seen Cigarette Burns from Masters of Horror, but I haven't seen the this one yet. Oh, by the way, Creature from the Black Lagoon. I don't know. I haven't seen it. But it's interesting, because I was just sitting here talking about Jaws. Is that a horror movie? Is Jaws a horror movie? I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. I consider it a horror movie, but I also understand it's so close to the line. I understand why people would not consider it a horror movie. The one scene in Jaws that makes it a horror movie to me is when the divers are looking in the boat and the head floats by. The head jumps out, big scare sound, and then, it jumps by, it floats by the hole in the sunken boat, the head. That, believe it or not, that one scene pushes Jaws into horror movie territory for me. That is classic, a horror scene that you would only find in a horror movie. That's what makes Jaws a horror movie to me. Now, Creature from the Black Lagoon, I don't know. They say, I've heard a lot about it. I need to watch it. Maybe we'll watch it tonight. If that's the movie that you guys agree on. We might do a watch party later on tonight. Like, if whoever's in the chat, so 2 hours before you go to bed, or 3 hours or something, I don't know when you go to bed, just remind us remind me, because then that maybe we'll put on a movie. We'll actually watch a movie. And I'm pretty sure that Creature from the Black Lagoon is in the public domain, so we'll be able to watch that together. But yeah, I was just talking about what is a horror movie and what is not a horror movie. It's an interesting conversation. But for me, Jaws gets put into the horror category because of that one scene. And it's kind of a stalker movie. But when you go to this #2 movie right here, this is most successful box office, adjusted for inflation. You have to adjust for inflation, or else you're just being an idiot. Exorcist is guaranteed. It's a full-out guaranteed. There's no lines, right? So if you choose to not, N-O-T, not put Jaws in horror, which I think is a legitimate argument, there's an argument to be made there, then Exorcist is the most successful horror movie of all time. And when you take a look at the jump between Exorcist and the next one, which is Psycho, it's so incredibly, massively big, the jump, that nothing will ever touch it. Nothing will ever touch it. Now, people keep saying that it is the #1, but it's way down here at #8, because you have to account for inflation. What I prefer to forget about dollars, just talk about how many tickets were sold. The number of tickets sold. That should be the number. How many tickets did you sell? Not give away for free, sell. That should be the number here. That's what we should be counting. Good job. Yeah, midnight is about the time for me, but if Gloin wants to start a movie a little bit earlier, or maybe you want to start it a little bit earlier so you're more awake for it. And midnight, I might not stream to that late. It'll have to be probably earlier. Normally, I like to go to bed. I like to wind down for an hour or two before bed. But anyway, so I was just going through this list that I created last month. It's doing well on my trending. It's #2 on my website. Exorcist is guaranteed the #1 movie of all time, horror movie, except for Jaws, if you count that one. You're in bed at 8. Bloody hell, 8 p.m. So that means we'd have to start the, and by the way, what time is it? What time zone are you in? I'm in Eastern. Right now it's 20 past 12. It's 12:15. 12, noon plus 15 minutes. What time, are you in the same time zone? Anyway, so Exorcist is de facto the biggest horror movie of all time, and nothing will ever touch it. If you count Jaws, fine, New York City. Okay, so you're in the same time zone as me. So we'd have to start watching the movie at 6 p.m. That might be a bit early. We'll see. Maybe I'll get tired of streaming by then and want to, end at 8, end the stream at 8. So we'll start watching the movie at 6. But anyway, we'll decide this later on. But, Creature of the Black Lagoon is fine to watch. But anyway, so let's just go through the top grossing movies of all time. So we got Jaws, if, whatever. Well, it affected the entire world. They say that actually this movie devastated border towns. or beach towns, because nobody wanted to go swimming, and it killed the economies of beach towns. Um, yeah, it affected everybody. Even when we used to go to the lake up here in Canada, we'd go to the lake and we'd be like, oh, but there's going to be sharks in there. And they go, no, there's no sharks in the lake. But one of your older cousins would say, yeah, the shark is going to get you. The shark is going to eat your legs. It's going to eat you when you go in the water in the lake. And so it just added, the shark is everywhere in the water. And some, if you're really small, then you could even think, well, the shark is going to be in the pool. It made people afraid of the water, for sure. Absolutely. I'm over it now. Although, shark attacks still happen. Shark stuff still, they still exist. But I don't really go that. I don't go a lot of places. Oh Lord, Freddy in the lake. Oh yeah, you remember that? That one. What number was that? Was that number 4 or 5 or something? Where he used his glove as a friggin' shark fin as he was coming for that girl on the beach. Oh God, those movies really got stupid. I still watched them all, but they got stupid. So anyway, then next is The Exorcist, and I can't overestimate how much there's a drop between Exorcist and the next one, right? But it's Psycho, okay? Jaws 2 was just living off of Jaws 1 fame, and it was so incredibly bad that it killed the franchise. Like, you say, well, it's still number 4, and sure it is, but I mean, oh my God. Um, um, I don't know. I don't even remember it. It's just so forgettable and stupid. But then we got King Kong from 1933. That's pretty cool, huh? This is even before, this is when they were really working hard at making movies. This is before Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind. This is a beautiful thing. And then House of Wax, 1953. So Vincent Price, right? And then I Am Legend from with Will Smith. This is not a fucking horror movie. This doesn't belong on the list. There's no fucking way that I Am Legend is a horror movie. And if they've got horror ticked off, yeah, see, no, it doesn't belong on the list. It absolutely doesn't belong here. So it's easy to drop off. So I ignore it. They miscategorized this on the website that I used to get this information. And then It. Now, so I forget about this one because it's not horror. But then we're down to It from 2017. Here's the thing. This is the first 2000 horror movie, okay? I am not counting I Am Legend. It does not count. It does not belong here, so I've deleted it. And even, I just looked up IMDb and it doesn't belong there either. They say the same thing. It's a remake. So, as I've said numerous times, and I will say always, forever, and always forever, Hollywood is dead. The stuff that they create out of Hollywood is forgettable trash. The magic of Hollywood is over. The 1990s was the turnaround decade. There was still some greatness in the 90s, but it was the beginning of the shit. There was a lot of shit there too. The 90s was the turnaround. The 80s was the last great decade. 1989, it was over. Well, sometime in the 90s was the turnaround decade, but certainly everything from the 2000s on is trash, comparatively speaking. Like, you're still going to be able to have a top 10 list, but your top 10 list from anything in the 2000s compared to previous years is night and day. Night and day. Or previous, like from the 19 whatevers, night and day. We have good and bad. It's that simple. You will not talk me out of this. I can prove it in 1,000 different ways. Everybody should know this, or everybody does know this. Since the year 2000, movies have fallen off a cliff and they're in the toilet. Now, sometimes, every once in a while, Hollywood pushes out something that is okay or good. But the masterpiece stuff is over. It's all gone. And this proves it. This is adjusted for inflation. So this is counting the number of people that went to go see the movie in a theater. The number of people, the tickets sold. I Am Legend does not count. And then we've got It. It had been a long time since the world revisited Stephen King's It. But let's be honest, it's a remake. Now, I don't mind if it's going after a book. It's an adaptation of a book. I don't consider that a remake. Some people would, but I don't. But this is a remake of the original film, which it kind of needed it. But honestly, I didn't like it. It was okay. But it's not really, no thanks. Not for me. It was all right. I'm not going to call it bad. I'd give It Chapter 1 maybe 2.5 out of 5 stars. Just barely average pass. Like right in the middle. So, but it's a remake. So let's continue. Remember, the 19s. And then we have the Amityville Horror, but the original. The original 1979. And by the way, do you want to see the house? You want to see the house? I've visited it many times. Um, 112 Ocean Avenue. The Amityville house is for sale. When was that? In 2016. Oh, this is the old picture of it, though. And in the movie, you don't really think about the neighbors much. But there's the house. I don't care about cartoons. That's the side of the house. But we're gonna actually go there. The scene from the movie or something. Ads that I'm blocking, thank God. Okay, so let's go to the house. It's 112 Ocean Avenue. Where is it? Amityville. Google Earth. Technically, it's just images as well. But I've been there before. Takes a while to load. Well, there's a lot of shit going on in this website, right? I wonder if you download the app, you can still download the app and it's different there. I don't know if it's different. There you go. Amityville, New York. What the hell? Go. Go away. Oh, come on. Really? Okay, we'll zoom, I think. And then 12. There it is. Oh, there it is. Are you fucking kidding me? They blurred it out? They blurred out the whole fucking house. Because too many people were going on to fucking... Oh my god, they blurred it out. Last time I was here, it wasn't blurred. Anonymous. I don't know who that is.
Confirm. Anonymous.
Yeah, I have a magic jack. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Anyways, you just have to... You can... The house is just... Look at how wealthy these houses are, right? In Amity, New York, this is... and they blurred out the fucking house. What assholes. You know what else they did? They took out the biggest problem. Maybe I should zoom out. Because as you were zooming in, you can kind of see it. What an asshole thing to do. Just look real close at the windows, the eye windows, the eyeball windows in the top house, in the top level. Look close, look fast. I'm only going to do this one time. Look close and fast. Study, study, study with your eyeballs. The eyeballs that were supposed to be on the house. They changed the windows so that it didn't look like eyeballs anymore. Look, there's square windows. You had to do it fast, and I'm only doing it once. You had to pay attention. So they changed the windows. In the Amityville house, right? Well, these are the windows. They changed them to squares to get rid of the eyeballs on the house. Are you fucking kidding me? Maybe it was on the other side. But anyway, they changed them. They took the windows out and they replaced the windows. And they're assholes. They're complete and utter a-holes. Rich, dick assholes. I hate this type of person. Okay. In world of good, decent human beings, you bought a house that was in a movie that is famous. If you were a good, decent human being, first of all, you don't change the windows to make it look different. And do you know what you do? You put a plaque at the end of your driveway. And you have maybe once a month or once a year a walkthrough. And you pay some people to make sure that your shit doesn't get stolen, or things get put away, or you have a screening of the movie, or you add to people's lives. The people that loved the movie, it's what? What did we get to? It's the 8th, because again, I Am Legend doesn't count. We'll keep Jaws here because I'm okay with that. So it's the 8th biggest movie of all time. And what you want to do is delete it, and you're ashamed of it. You're an asshole. I have seen different people do different things because they own a famous house. And the best thing is add a little information, have a flyer there, something that people can take, a little setup. Yes, this is the Halloween house. This is where, yes, 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 and then give like passersby a thing, and understand that they're going to be taking pictures and add to life. Don't take away. This is just a bunch of assholes. That's what this is. I don't want to have anything to do with that stupid movie from 1979. Was it 79? What a jerk. These are assholes. What a terrible thing to do. By the way, the last time I went to this house, so look at this neighborhood, eh? I guess when they were making the movie, it was hard. They really tried to not show the neighbors of the house, or maybe they didn't exist, but they probably did exist. But look at how wealthy this neighborhood is. Just stuck up fucking Karen snob pieces of crap. What a jerk. What a terrible thing to do. And then there's the boathouse out back, right? Remember? From the movie? It's our house now. We just want to disassociate ourselves from, from all of the other stuff. No, these are just rich bitches, a-holes, jerks. You're gonna buy. It's just a house. We don't care that it was Amityville, and actually, we want to delete the Amityville stuff from it. Oh, shut up. Oh, and by the way, it is the house where the murders happened. So that part is true. Now, as far as all the ghost stuff and stuff, and something else you need to know about Amityville. This story, the story behind this is probably fake. Okay? The ghost stuff. The murders happened, but all the ghost stuff surrounding it. Now, the unexplained stuff is why everybody was in their bed, but I don't think that's hard to explain. Everybody was really scared. They woke up to the gunshots. But there's little things here and there about the story, right? But this story, the story behind this house and the ghost story, it has been told. Again, there's the boathouse. I can't believe that they fuzzed it out, blurred it out. Jerks. Wow, that was you're leaving a long message? But yeah, this, yeah, you can't see too much this way. Move over one more. I don't think we can see anything here. No. Even less. But they in the movie, I don't remember neighbors being this close. It seemed more isolated. But what a jerk thing to do. Blur out the house. You bought a house where a bunch of famous murders happened in it. You're gonna have to get over it. Why don't you feed into it instead of being a jerk? Are we still live here? Yeah. Well, that's such a terrible thing. And by the way, with this, okay, I'm obviously moving past this. Again, a lot of this isn't really all that disturbing. Some of this doesn't pass my line, but some stuff does. And the people who sort of, I don't know, there's a whole world of people that focus in on extreme horror. And again, fine. It's just not really for me. I'm a milquetoast, middle of the road type of person. And there's some, as well as I know, there's some really extreme stuff out there. And, just for me personally, it's not for me. But anyway, there's a better look at the house. before they frickin' blurred it out on Google. Why would you blur it out on Google Images? Can you please blur out my house? Because everybody, how would you know? And what does it matter if all we're doing is looking it up on Google Maps, Google Earth, or whatever? What a jerk! I hate this kind of stuff. Why don't you, like I said, have a plaque? Yes, this is the Amityville house that starred in the 1979 horror film. Here's a flyer. Here's some extra exclusive information. Maybe even take a few photos of some famous scenes inside the house. But as it is today, just here's some photos from inside the house. Just a little flyer, a piece of paper to acknowledge, and, say we have a website. We did a virtual tour. They've obviously got money. Do a virtual tour of what the house looks like today. Take away maybe some personal items. Lots of stuff they could add into it, but no, they just decided to take away. So anyway, now, number 10. So again, everything is old except for this one remake, right? And by the way, outside of Jaws, and, well, this is the 33 version of King Kong, so that's the original, I think. I don't know if there was anything before 33. Not in movie form, anyway. I think he was the first, anyway. Frankenstein, 1931. Alien, 79. Hannibal. Okay, finally. Finally, we have something from the 2000s. Right? Finally, we have a movie from the 2000s that hits the list. It's so fucking sad. And is this original? No. And I don't know why this movie is here and Silence of the Lambs isn't. Where is Silence? Oh, I think they screwed up. Silence of the Lambs didn't do that well at the box office? I don't understand that. Let me look it up. Silence of the Lambs. Where's my movies? It's possible that they just screwed up. This is just a little guy doing a little thing over here. So he may have just screwed up. It might not even be here. Did he mark it as horror? Nope. See, thriller suspense. Is it a horror movie? Yeah. So he didn't mark this movie down as horror. I don't know why. But anyway, it would be interesting to see where it fit on this list, had it been on here. But anyway, Hannibal is there. Maybe Silence of the Lambs would be even above it. But anyway, just 2001, and it's a sequel. But I'm going to give it credit. I'm going to say, okay, there's finally a movie from 2000 that's legit on this list. Again, I Am Legend doesn't count, and It is just a remake. Blair Witch Project. Okay, 99, set the world on fire. It was. I remember seeing it, and we were still questioning whether it was real or not, walking into the movie, and we were still debating, getting out of the movie, whether it was real or not. Interview with the Vampire. Okay, good film. Poltergeist, 1982, good film. Interview with the Vampire. A little bit too pompous and arrogant and kind of a little bit safe, middle of the road, kind of milquetoast. It's kind of not horror, you know what I mean? It's kind of like a Jaws, where are you going to count this as horror? Or is it just the lives of some vampires? Poltergeist, good film. Okay, It Chapter 2. No, I can't count this one either. So far, all we got is Hannibal, the follow-up to, which wasn't even that great of a follow-up, to Silence of the Lambs. This is sad. If you don't believe me, then there's something wrong with you. When I say movies have fallen off a cliff and they don't make good shit anymore, I'm telling you. Again, so all we've got is a 2001 sequel to Silence of the Lambs, which wasn't that great, and a remake, It and It Chapter 2. The Omen, the original, great film. Scream, okay, now Wes Craven is kind of doing a thing again. Well, he didn't write the movie, it's not his idea here. But at least he, he directed it, and it was a great movie. But still in the 90s. Again. Okay, 2002, The Ring. My God. Really? Early 2000s, and it's The Ring. A remake. Again. The remake. Again. They're pretty good. Are they amazing? Are they Exorcist? Are they Jaws? Are they Alien or Silence of the Lambs or King Kong? Godzilla? No, not even close. These movies are the best of the decade-ish. There's some, like I said, there is some that rise to the level of good, but none that rise to the level of masterpiece. None that are going to go down in history like a Blair Witch Project or The Exorcist or House of Wax. These are well-made ghost movies. They're okay. They're good, even. I would say the first one is quite good. I'd give it maybe a 4 out of 5. I don't think I remember two. I've seen them all, but they kind of all blend together. They're good. Oh, wait. Isn't Conjuring 2 when they ran out of expensive videotape and then the second half of the movie was all cheap, made for videotape? And you can clearly see halfway through the movie or near the end of the movie, they ran out of expensive video, like film, so they had to just start record digitally, and you can clearly see when they started doing that. And there was no good reason, there was no storytelling reason for it. It's just all of a sudden it looked like a home movie. I'm pretty sure that's The Conjuring 2. And by the way, it's still not on our list yet. But The Ring, remember The Ring? It's a fucking remake again. So this is the one that you're going to put on the list? It's a fucking remake. And it's not even a remake of anything originally American. Sad. Now, I get it. A lot of things are remakes of a lot of things. Even some of these earlier ones could be sort of the inspiration is grabbed and or even stolen from something else, from another country, oftentimes. But I guess there's a line again, and some of this is just crossing my line. But here again, The Ring. Sad. This is a 2000 movie. It's fucking sad that it's on this list. It's a fucking remake of a Japanese film from a couple years earlier. Ringu. Scream 2, okay. Came out the next year, but still in the 1900s. Right? A Quiet Place. Okay. Finally, we get to something that is genuinely 29, like in the 2000s. It's an original. So finally, we had to get out of the top 20 to find a movie from the 2000s. And by the way, you can do this with any genre. The whole movie industry is like this. A Quiet Place. Now, is The Quiet Place good? Does it, when I look at the quality of this, if you turn your brain off, right? Which, to be honest with you, us horror fans, we have to turn our brain off. We turn our brain off all the time. You have to, because it's horror, and it's usually really crazy, wacky, low budget, kind of stuff, right? We're okay with turning our brain off, but this one, it was really, it was good and it was very well done, okay? But there was an element of it that I couldn't turn my brain off enough. It was kind of like It Follows. These sound monsters, no eyes, just ears. Where did you get all the sand from? What happened? I get it. It was done pretty well, but there are people that have really picked this movie apart from a logical standpoint, and they made the movie really stupid. Once you hear them out, like, you wouldn't be making babies. You wouldn't have your, 4-year-old son walking at the back of the line over a bridge during, monster eating people times. And just a lot of things just didn't make any sense. The monsters, they broke their own rules all the time. Why didn't they just move toward to the waterfall? Aren't isn't Are all the animals dead? Because animals make noises. So if all the animals are dead, then that means everybody's a vegan. What about the insects? Is that loud enough for the monsters? What happened to the military? Where's the military? Did they just decide to give up instantly? Because, and there's just so much about this movie that is kind of stupid if you think about it. Like, you have to turn your brain off and then turn it off a little bit more in order to enjoy this film. But if you are able to turn your brain off and then turn it off a little bit more, then it's a good movie. It is. Genuinely, it's good. It's interesting. It's an interesting monster movie. Now, this whole Quiet Place, Hush, Don't Breathe, there's been a lot of movies like this recently. There is some type of audio or visual or something issue thing, like a blind person or a deaf person or whatever, right? And then A Quiet Place was just another one. It was kind of like a trend. In the last 5 years, there's been a trend and then this was just another one. So it's not really all that original. I like the movie. I give it maybe 3.5 stars out of 5. But I'm just trying to, I cannot, the fact that this is, okay, maybe it belongs with Scream 2 and The Ring, although I think The Ring was better, but it doesn't belong anywhere close to The Omen or Scream or Poltergeist or Alien. Like, it doesn't deserve to be anywhere close to it. So maybe we went to go see it well enough. Like, it's the 21st, well, 20th if you take out I Am Legend. Doesn't belong here. But then again, there's some that do belong on the list. I don't know where Silence of the Lambs is. It's missing. And it is a horror movie. But I guess it's up for debate. I think oftentimes movie-making people take the horror label off of movies when they're going for an Oscar. because the Oscars don't like horror movies for some reason. So they try to remove it if possible. But I don't know. This A Quiet Place is kind of cheap to me. It is. So let's continue. Halloween, 78. Bram Stoker's Dracula, 92. I do think this is overrated. I know James Rolfe from Cinemassacre just adores these classic old films, and I know this is a modern retelling of it, but I don't know. They're okay. Maybe I haven't, believe it or not, I don't watch much anymore. I'm kind of stuck in the, I guess, 70s and 80s horror. And after I've seen all the ones that I wanted to see, which is pretty much all of them, I just keep talking about them. 70s and 80s horror. I just think it's a really, but so I'm kind of stuck, if you will. Now, when I go back and watch old stuff, I really enjoy it. Okay? I do. I just got finished watching Island of Lost Souls. If you actually go onto my website, I'm creating the ultimate list of horror movies. Okay? It's going to be, my website. I don't want to switch off my page. I'm already on my website here, but we're going to go into it again. So, one of the projects that I have worked on is the top horror movies of all time. Okay? And this is going to be a master list of a one-stop shop of all the greatest horror movies of all time. So this is alphabetically, and this is by date. Now, it's still under construction, right? This list is currently under construction, so please be patient. This is a good list, but I've already made a bunch of changes to it. Okay, but anyway, you can see that I go back to the beginning of film, the entire beginning of film. Most people call The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari the first horror film, but it's actually not. Here are some others, right? At the beginning of the century. But then he died, and then film kind of just took a break. And then most people called this the first horror movie. So 1920. So it's been 100 years. In 100 years, they ruined the industry. And I'm not joking. The industry started 100 years ago, and now it's gone. It's not completely gone. But I mean, they've ruined it. The magic is gone. The magic is gone. The masterpiece, just the magic of Hollywood is gone. Tinseltown is now just commie propaganda, box ticking incompetence. My favorite horror movie is Wait Until Dark. Wow. 1967. 1967. Let's see if I got that one. The Sorcerer and the Vulture. No, I don't have it. Yeah, The Sorcerers and the Vulture. Let me take a look at that one. 1967. We'll look this one. But I've never heard of anybody talk about this film. Where's IMDb? Oh, Wait Until Dark. Oh, wait. Wait Until Dark, you said, right? Yeah, Wait Until Dark. Okay, so they call it a thriller. And I'm going to tell you something. I went through almost the entire internet to come up with this list. Gloin. I went through the entire internet, and nobody put this on their list of top horror movies of all time. And I looked at every top list of everything, every way, shape, or form to come up with this list. And nobody put this movie there. So, it's possible that it's just because they didn't consider it horror. But I'm going to watch this trailer, and let's see what happens. Maybe that's a wrong think.
Audrey Hepburn, the role you're going to remember whenever you're alone.
You behind it, though. She's a lost state that still don't know.
Gloria?
She is blind, and she is alone, with a terrible suspicion growing.
Gloria, I know you're there.
You went right down the list and told me that the doll linked Sam and Mrs. Road. And now Mrs. Road's dead. Murdered right next door.
But maybe I was wrong.
That doesn't matter. If you thought that way, the police will think that way.
Oh my God. I was going to say you can't keep going. Okay. Why don't they just kill her? Now, don't answer that. Don't answer. Don't tell me. But when I'm seeing this, I'm like, why are they playing games with her? If this is, I don't wait until dark. Okay, first of all, is it a horror movie? It kind of looks like it. It kind of looks like it. But, my question is why don't they just kill her? But is this like a real big stretch? She's a blind woman and they just keep missing with the knife and stuff? Like when he threw the knife and it landed next to her, why didn't he just go up to her and stab her? That looks a little bit crazy. Now, it's marked as a thriller on IMDb, and on It's based on a play. A young blind woman, Alan Arkin, as a violent criminal searching for some drugs. She was maybe, oh, it's ranked number 55 on AFI's 100 years. Oh wow, 2001, 100 years, 100 thrills. So it's a highly acclaimed movie, but people are not putting it in the category of horror. Is there a body count? Is there a body count? Does anybody die other than, I guess, it's just weird to me that, like, this guy is behind a door and she's standing right there and all they have to do is grab her. There has to be a really good reason, for me anyway, in the movie as to why they can't kill her. Like, they were told by their boss to not kill her. Never mind, it's none of your business. Even something as simple as that. Okay, so she... Okay, well... I don't know. Do you think that it's a horror? Like I said, some things are really on the line and debatable. No, but you're the only one who has ever said this movie. And I'm not joking. If you look on internet, you will not see anybody mention this movie in a horror list. You're the only one. Are you sure that it's horror? Are you sure? Are you positive that it's horror? And everybody else is wrong. This is a horror movie and it should be marked as horror. Horror. This film scared you to pieces. But see, you got a lot of convincing me. If you want me to put this on a list of the top horror movies of all time, on my list. By the way, every time somebody adds one, you have to take one away. You're the only one. The entire world has overlooked this film. Now, I will say something here. This is, remember, I just got finished talking about, A Quiet Place, the One Sense thing. There was like a Hush, and Don't Breathe. Like there was a trend, and it looks like it's just kind of bringing this thing back, which is interesting. I'm enjoying talking about it. This actually kind of looks like something I might be interested in watching, checking out. But the problem with my world is I add stuff to my watch list, but I never watch them. But I'll add it. I like people giving suggestions. And while we're here, we might as well take a look at my watch list. These are all the movies that I want to get to watching. It's a long one. People keep suggesting that I add them. And it's long. It's fucking long. Very, very few of these movies have I seen. Most of them I need to get to. Most of them I need to get to. Anyway, let's get back to work. So that's interesting. It's got a 7.8. In for this year, 1967, I have, like I said, in 1967, The Sorcerers and The Vulture. But maybe that one needs to be added. I'm not sure. But if you're not positive, I'm going to leave it alone. This is the definitive list of, like, when you say, hey, do you know any good horror movies to watch? This is going to be the list. Now, it's still being tweaked and touched, right? I've already been doing work on it. I was willing to, like, if you were to give me a really super convincing argument that that horror movie or that movie is horror, I could have put it on the list. But I would have also asked you, now you have to take one off the list. Which one of these do you think should be removed? Because I don't want it to go on forever and ever and ever. There's a particular thing that I want to do with this list. I don't want to tell anybody. It's another project, but it's a secret project. But I continue to work on this list. I think, by the way, I'm just going to delete all of the things from the, from the last 5 years or something, because I just don't want any. See, here's Don't Breathe. The Witch, Babadook, The Purge, The Conjuring. And by the way, I only add a movie here one time. One time. Now, Grave Encounters, I need to get off this list, but I love it. But Insidious will only be here one time. Because it's only one, it's the entire franchise. The entire franchise is here. When I add the movie, that includes the entire franchise. This is my list. And once it's done, and I have the correct number of them, like, I want fewer than this. I need to trim this list down. But, like I said, I've been working on it. When I have some free time, I work on it, and I try to trim it down. But this is going to, the purpose of this is to, a complete history of horror through all years, and a one-stop shop. This is, if you know somebody who wants to get into horror or just wants to make sure that they hit all of the horror throughout history really well, this is going to be the list. A one-stop shop. A complete listing of all of the great, the history of horror, minus the recent history. Because I don't like it when people get all hyped about a movie. Like Get Out. I want to remove it. I want it removed. Like, it's just, the only reason that this movie is here is because it was all hyped up. And honestly, some of this stuff is, I don't like The Witch. I know a lot of people did. A lot of other people did. Train to Busan I thought was good. But is it worthy of this list? I don't know. Don't Breathe is good, but is it worth this list? Babadook, I would say yes. The Purge, I thought it was a really interesting concept, and it did spawn a bunch of sequels, but, I mean, it's in the toilet. Conjuring is here, okay, but this is the entire Conjuring universe. VHS, Sinister, Cabin in the Woods. American Mary, I think, was a great film. Tucker and Dale versus Evil did something very different. The Skin I Live In. Grave Encounters, I need to get rid of that. So, yeah, I have to keep working on this. And like I said, at the end, what I want this to be is a one-stop shop. Hey, what horror movie should I watch? Have I seen it? Do I really understand horror? Have I seen all of these films? And by the way, like, Psycho. There's Psycho 2 and 3 and the remake that you should avoid, but this is the entire franchise. Friday the 13th, right? Black Christmas, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Multiple movies within this franchise. I'll love Relic. I never heard of that. Relic? Only got 6.1 on IMDb, but horror movies do normally get bad ratings.
When was the last time you spoke to her?
It's been a few weeks.
Gran? Mom? Mom! She called me a few weeks ago. I think she was scared. She thought someone was coming into the house.
Tea?
Do you know where you were, Mum?
I suppose I went out.
What's...
It looks interesting. I'll put it on the list, and I probably won't get to it. But on your recommendation, I'll put it on the list. I don't like, if I'm interested in something, I don't like watching the trailer. I'll watch enough of the trailer. Okay, by the way, that's not an insult. That's a compliment. When I stop the trailer, that's a compliment to your suggestion. Don't take it as an insult. I don't want to see more. Trailers oftentimes ruin movies. And if it's looking good, and I think I've seen enough to make a decision on whether or not I would like to see the movie, I quickly shut off the trailer because I don't want the trailer to ruin the film. So if you ever suggest a trailer for me and I shut it off, that's because I don't want it to be ruined and I don't want to see any more. So many trailers ruin movies, and I'm tired of it. I'm kind of, generally speaking, turned off of trailers altogether. But there's just so much to wade through, and it was your suggestion, and I thought I'd give it a go, and, you know, whatever. But is this horror? Yeah, drama and horror. It looks interesting. I would say that I've kind of seen it before. It looks familiar to a lot of things. The Guest... I don't know. It just, I guess I'd have to think about it, but it looks, what about Creep? I guess you said the Babadook. It looks similar to stuff, but it still can be done really well. I'm not, but again, I am kind of stuck in old stuff. So, again, this is one of my projects that is constantly under construction, and already I've changed it quite a bit. I just haven't updated the website. So whenever I have some spare time, I go through the list again. It's a long list. It's a long list, and I just update and change things. But I have to remember to take movies away as well. And I don't want anything recent, because The Visit by M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah, I liked it. I thought that was... I don't know who this is, but they need to stop calling me.
Conference and non-conventional.
Is it you? I know my my telephone number is on the website, but okay. So okay, get rid of that one. Let's get back to it. Not top horror movies of all time, just the top 100 we were going through. But like I said, just by money. Bram Stoker's Dracula, very, very much a remake, and I think it's kind of overrated. Sleepy Hollow, I also think it's kind of overrated. Just because it's got Johnny Depp in it, it's a big deal. I don't know, it was okay. But I like my movies a little bit more gritty and down to earth. I don't really want a big production. You know, great big sets and great big actors, and you know. Get Out. Now here's Get Out, 2017. It legitimately is on this spot where it needs to be, but is it a good movie? No. It's okay. It was, you know what it was? This was another case of, it's got black people in it. It's it fits our political narrative, so it's a masterpiece. And if you don't like it, if you don't call it a masterpiece, then you're a bigot. It was okay. You could kind of see the twist from a mile away. Right? You could see the twist from a mile away. By the way, where's Us? Is Us here? Yeah, I think Us got excluded by accident too. Yeah, the guy that does the database from this website is not perfect. Is definitely imperfect. But anyway, yeah, Get Out. Overrated. You could see the twist from a mile away, and once you think about the politics of it, it's like, oh my God, again, another one. Black man victim, white man bad, again. Like, we haven't seen this like 1,000 times. It's just like, whatever. No matter how much money you make, you can always spend more than you make. I remember somebody said something about Johnny Depp spends $10,000 a day on wine. On wine. W-I-N-E, wine. $10,000 a day. And Johnny Depp replied, I spend a lot more than that. So this is the brain of Johnny Depp. Okay? Somebody underestimated that he spent only $10,000 a day on wine, and he felt the need to correct him. I am way richer than that. I spend way more on wine than $10,000. But just think about the Johnny Depp. See, as soon as you start to go on about the rich, like if communists start to complain about rich people, just think about it. Do you know how easy it is for you to get the money out of Johnny Depp? Just to get, you know, poor people get ripped off, but rich people get ripped off too. There is a lot of people that dedicate their lives to ripping rich people off. Now, when you buy a perfume for $1 at the dollar store versus $100 in the department store versus $1,000 in the expensive department store versus $10,000 at that one shop in Milan, right? Every single person is getting cologne, stink spray. But one person is spending $1, that's me, and then there's another person spending $10,000. That's Johnny Depp. We both have stink spray. But you just got ripped off. Now, you can say that there's higher quality. Okay, I'll give you that. But at a certain point, there is no such thing as higher quality. There is a limit to how good you can make your stink spray. What is the bottle itself? Made out of gold? Okay. Then you sell the bottle. Are you selling the bottle or are you throw it in the garbage? I'm sure there's people that like literally collect the garbage from the rich and famous and literally just go through it with a fine-tooth comb and find whatever they can that's worth something, and then, you know, keep it for themselves or sell it or whatever. But yeah, people would fight over the garbage of the rich and famous, I'm sure. Even just in an empty bottle, right? Could be worth something. And just because it was Johnny Depp's, it would be worth something. They'd have to find some way to destroy their own they'd have to find a way to destroy their own garbage or whatever. But yeah, I don't, you know, there's people that dedicate their lives to getting the money out of these rich people. So the money doesn't really stay with the rich people. It really doesn't. You think it does, but it doesn't. There's rip-off after rip-off after rip-off after rip-off after way overpriced stupidity over way overpriced stupidity, stupidity upon stupidity upon stupid. I mean, there's lots of ways that these rich people blow their money. And it happens all the time. It's more common than not. There's more stupid people in Hollywood with their money than smart. So when you see the whoever making a lot of money, just remember, probably they ain't got none. They probably blew it all, or most of it. And could very well be in debt. And they get ripped off left, right, and center. So there's a lot of people that dedicate their lives to ripping off the rich and famous. A painting from a 2-year-old that costs $5 in just materials versus the same painting that looks like it came from a 2-year-old that costs $100,000. There's lots of ways to rip off the rich and famous. You just want to change your toilet to be a gold toilet? Okay, now you're an idiot. But they buy into it, and they distribute their money that way. So, whatever. These rich people don't even have their own money. You're complaining that they're rich, but chances are, these ones that we're talking about anyway, they just blow it. They just blow all their money. Okay, so The Haunting. I don't know about that movie. What is this movie? Is it a remake? It is a remake of the 19th. Is it the same? Do you know if this is the same? The Haunting in '99. And Eleanor. They fell asleep and they get more in their work. When Dr. Morrow. Let's just see if Dr. Morrow. Let's just see if the same character names. Oh, it is! Guess what? I fucked up. I'm going to fix that. It is a remake. I don't put in... And it's called horror. So this has to be a... Let me pull up the... If I don't do it now, I'll forget about it. I have to do things when I think about them. So that has to turn to a 1963. Ah, shit. This is not what I want to. Open. Okay. The Haunting. And that was from, so what are we? Okay, what years are we at? The Haunting. 63 and 99. 63 and 99. 63. 63. The Birds. Oh, The Haunting is here. Oh, shit. I'm looking at a different list. What am I doing? Oh, wait, no, but this is my... Oh, yeah, no, I'm looking... Oh, Jesus Christ, I fucked up. Anyway, sorry about that. Just wasted some time. The Haunting, 1999. Okay, it's a remake, 1990, but it's still in the 19. Okay, now we got The Grudge. Oh, my God. Another one. Halloween 2018, another one. The Others, another one. Well, no, it's not. I guess that's kind of original. The Others. And then The Conjuring. Okay, that's legit. It's a brand new ghost story. And then so on, right? My point is that in the top, it's all old movies, older movies. And even when you do find a newer movie, it's just a remake or a sequel or something. Or it's really not that good of a movie. It just got a bunch of hype, it hit the marketing train the right way, and people were just kind of desperate to see something that was okay. But the real quality, the stuff that is going to last forever, it's all old. New stuff just isn't doing its thing anymore. But I want to watch the this. Yeah, I was thinking my list was wrong, but it's not. My list is fine. I don't know why I have 18 there. I don't know what these numbers are for. Anyway, we'll leave them in because I don't know what they're for. This is by year. A Quiet Place. Maybe I need to, I don't know, get rid of some. Anyway, this is a different list than what you see on the website because I constantly go back to it and change things. I just haven't updated the website in a while. So, yeah, let's check it out. It's here.
God, it knows I'm here.
Look, I know the supernatural is something that isn't supposed to happen, but it does happen.
Now look, Doc, we're buddies, okay? But don't try to convert me.
I'm trying to prepare you. My name's Marquay, Dr. Marquay, a scientist interested in the supernatural. The unnatural, if you like. I came to Hill House to find the key to another world.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Is this The Haunting on Hill House? Is there an alternative title? They said Haunting on Hill House. Watch it again. Because that's a different movie. Or it's just maybe a different title for the same movie.
God, it knows I'm here.
Look, I know the supernatural is something that isn't supposed to happen, but it does happen.
Now look, Doc, we're buddies, okay? But don't try to convert me.
I'm trying to prepare you. My name's Marquay, Dr. Marquay, a scientist interested in the supernatural. The unnatural, if you like. I came to Hill House to find the key to another world.
You did say Hill House.
Stop it! God. God. Whose hand was I holding?
How many of us take seriously the things we cannot or do not want to understand, simply because we are afraid?
Elena, you're Paul!
Did you hear me calling?
Oh, this house. You have to watch it every minute.
Oh. I don't understand. What's the difference between this movie and The Haunting in Hill House? Now I'm puzzled. $59. Oh, on the house on Haunted Hill. Oh, that's different. I thought there was The Haunting on Hill House. See? Oh. TV series? Maybe I'm just getting confused with that. Maybe. Anyway. So that's my like that's just horror movies. I thought I'd go through that. No, but we can go through all the top, but we already know what all the top movies are. So yeah, there's very little that they're doing that's new and good and that's doing well. It just most of it is doing very poorly. It's kind of crap. Throwaway instant entertainment, like the genius of it is just kind of gone. Let's see if we can't get into some horror stuff on YouTube. See, once I start clicking on horror, oh, here we go. Well, this is unboxing. I don't really like these videos, but whatever.
Welcome to Blood Bath & Beyond. Today I'll be unboxing the horror pack for June, I think. Unless it's May. I'm pretty sure it's June. What's going on? Hope everybody is doing well.
The Hunt, a horror movie. I haven't seen it. Okay, so I haven't seen it. Now, I did a lot of stuff on The Hunt, okay? I wrote a lot about it. I did a lot of posts. Maybe they're private now, but before it came out, I was complaining, I was screaming from the rooftop. Hold on a second. Yeah, I was screaming from the rooftops, but then I was like, you know something? I want to show you something. Jason Blum from Blumhouse has fallen off a cliff with his mentally retarded politics. He is completely fallen off the cliff. And I have no time for him. Now, so he is on boycott. Okay? There's only two people in the world. Okay? One is Tom Cruise. I have never seen, as soon as I learned about Scientology, I have not seen any of his films. And now, Jason Blum from Blumhouse is on boycott. So when you take a look at his recent, he has fallen off a cliff massively. Okay. So Trump won in 16, right? Hush, that was one of the ones that we were talking about. So, Get Out. So, this is February 17, and this is very political, right? Remember I said? So you got Get Out. Happy Death Day. Okay, just take my word for it. I'm not going to prove it to you. You have to trust me. If you want to go, well, I'll show you. Here is your beautiful horror guy, the center of horror in Hollywood, one of the biggest horror people in Hollywood. And here is his thing. Pay attention. Pay close attention. Okay? Close attention.
Tell us what the concept of this movie is, and what is the take on it that makes it so much fun.
Happy Death Day is about a girl who has to solve her own murder after being trapped in a time loop.
But there's a lot of humor behind that.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just straight up scare.
Yeah, no, I mean, we wanted the movie to be scary, but we also felt that because of her situation and because she's trapped in the same day and it therefore becomes predictable, that in the effort to solve her own murder, she also can start manipulating things, and that really lent itself to the humor, I think, angle of it all, because she doesn't care anymore. She can do whatever she wants.
Yeah, that empowerment montage is like my favorite part.
Yeah.
So talk about the things that she does once there's no consequences.
I mean, she's eating, whatever she wants. I mean, she's doing all the wish fulfillment things I think that we all have. Like she's, no concerns about calories or your body, and she's walking around naked. She's telling people off. She's making amends. She kind of gets to sort of run the gamut and really gets to do everything that we all, I think, fantasize about doing.
What would you do if you had a day with no consequences?
I would do what she does. I mean, I would start by eating. I think I would just eat and eat and eat everything I want.
Take out the current administration.
That's a great answer.
Oh.
This movie.
It's really
I
serious.
went dark.
Focus. I hope you're focused. Did you hear that? Let's rewind. Focus. I need all of your brain cells on this video. All of them.
She's telling people off. She's making amends. She kind of gets to sort of run the gamut and really gets to do everything that we all, I think, fantasize about doing.
What would you do if you had a day with no consequences?
I would do what she does. I mean, I would start by eating. I think I would just eat and eat and eat everything I want.
Take out the current administration.
That's That's a great answer.
Oh.
This movie.
It's really
I
serious.
went dark.
You went dark, but you
really
went
dark,
honest.
But I went honest.
Of course, I just went selfish. And
I would take out the current administration. Focus. Use your brain. Get all of that going on inside of your head, folks. This is what? The #1 guy in horror? I would take out the current administration. I would kill Trump. A day without, if you had a day without, but what's worse? What is worse? You need to get all of this interview memorized in your brain. And you need to psychologically understand every millisecond of it. The entire video. And I'm telling you, you will understand planet Earth if you understand this video in its entirety. Film is now movie bloopers and extras, whatever. Happy Death Day, 2017, loser gay director, and Jason Blum talk about their experience making the movie. I would take out the current administration. The interviewer, who is really just a Z-lister in Hollywood, she is a Z-lister in Hollywood. She is a Z-lister in Hollywood. Get that in your head. Focus, people. Life is explained right here. She's a Z-lister, and she is blowing smoke up of everybody's ass. That's her job as this journalist that would rather be in front of the camera instead of behind the camera. She is blowing smoke up of it. This is the fakeness, the bullshit of Hollywood and the media. They all have the same politics. Everybody lies to each other. Everybody is fake. Everybody is a lying piece of shit. This movie was mediocre at best. But this interviewer loves everything. Because she has to. It's her job. She loves everything. Rewind. Focus.
she kind of gets to sort of run the gamut and really she gets to do everything that we all, I think, fantasize about doing.
What would you do if you had a day with no consequences?
I would do what she does. I mean, I would start by eating. I think I would just eat and eat and eat everything I
would take out the current administration.
That's a great answer.
Oh.
That's a great answer. Truthfully, he is thinking that his boss just went too far, so he's not going to react until he reads the room and he is given permission to laugh. This gay flake of a nothing burger, pretending that he doesn't have his ass up in the air getting plowed by every black man that he can find, getting his brand new edgy tattoos to pretend that he's tough. Did you see how he is completely obsessed with his own appearance? And now he's getting tattoos. They're just outlined right now. They'll get filled in at a later date. So that he can pretend that he's a man, that he's not just a girly thing that likes to get plowed in the ass every night. Yeah, he's completely obsessed with his appearance. So appearance, this is the shallowest, most disgustingest, the worst zero on planet Earth. This is what you call a negative person. This person is so worthless, they are below zero. Completely obsessed with his appearance, pretending to be tough with getting tattoos that he doesn't deserve. Only men deserve tattoos. This is a sign of toughness, but it should be real, not fucking fake like this loser. Completely obsessed. What would I do? I would eat. I would gain weight. I would make my butt look a little bit bigger in these pants for a day, as long as it could get undone, because I really want a really sexy ass for when the black guys stick their pee-pees up it. And this smug asshole, Jewish fucking Hollywood king, smug piece of shit, interrupts this kind of lame gay story about eating too many cookies with, I would kill Donald Trump because I am a far leftist, mentally deranged, idiot, fucking zero person myself. And I'm smug. And then, interviewer does this.
I would take out the current administration.
That's a great answer.
That's a great answer. That's a great answer. I would take out the current administration. I work for nothing, nobody, zero, Hollywood shillville. I'm a wannabe in front of the camera, but I'm probably too ugly and too untalented to actually get in front of the camera. So for now, I'm behind the camera, and I'm just going to blow smoke up everybody's ass. I'm going to suck everybody's genitals until they're dry, until I get in front of the camera. That's a great answer. All three of these idiot, loser, zero-brained, commie, leftist retards they all think the same. There's the media. You just called for assassinating the president. On film. Imagine what he does not on film. Your stupid gay boy director thingy here is like, whoa, that's a big thing you just said. You're selling my movie. I don't know if I can really say anything yet. I'm gonna have to sit and think about whether or not I should be okay with assassinating the president. So you just alienate everybody on the right with your smug little, yeah, I'd kill the president. This is insanity to the level of, this is why you need to boycott Hollywood. You can boycott just Jason Blum if you want, but now you have to think about this guy and the person behind the camera. I don't give a fuck. They're all the same. They are all scumbag, loser, idiot, fucking commie shit turds. If you ever wonder why I hate and despise Hollywood, here is a great example. And everybody else that is seeing what I see and has a fucking goddamn brain is going down the same road as I am. Fuck these people. Fuck them. Fuck them. I'm not going to help them out. Fuck them. Let them go fucking flip burgers at McDonald's. Fuck the movie theater. Fuck Hollywood. Fuck it all. What a shitty... I would take out the current administration. And then you see the type of stuff that he's making. Get Out. Oh, well, there's far left politics. Happy Death Day. It's left politics, but not far. Upgrade. Good movie, but you had to twist your fucking commie bullshit in there. The First Purge. Complete and utter, far left, disgusting, trash, insanity. Black Klansman. Oh my God, Jason Blum. Are you fucking kidding me? Halloween, okay, you backed off a little bit here, but your fucking girl power little trio was kind of over the top and pretty kind of stupid, and we could see it. We can see what you're doing there. Ma, disgusting. Fuck you, and fuck you again, Jason Blum. Fuck you. Let's just keep going. Black Christmas. This was so bad that even the people on the far left on your side, even the commies said, oh, I think you went a little bit too far. Invisible Man. Not far left. It's a good movie, but certainly, it's a problem. It's a big problem. You turned in a quirky little interesting movie into fucking feminist bullshit. The Hunt. Now what? Now what do we got here? What do we got here? What do we have here? Mental insanity to the extreme degree. Everybody, it's just a, hey guys, it's just this. All of the lefties are making excuses. Every single one of them are blah 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 blah. It's a joke. It's just a joke. It's neutral. It shows both sides as bad. It's just a joke. Watch our fucking money. Give us your fucking money. Give us your fucking money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Give us your money. Oh, by the way, yeah, it was all communist propaganda. But give us your money. Give us your money. Yeah, but we're just gonna say whatever. We're gonna lie and say and say and lie and lie and lie and lie and say until you finally, and then, we got your money again. We're Hollywood. We always get your money. We always get your money. We got your money again. We got your money again. That's Hollywood. Like, I don't know how more clear. This video needs to be 100% in 100% of everybody's brain. This is Hollywood. Loser, idiot, gay boy, fucking trying to be a something. Fucking Jewish smug director. Fucking a wannabe shill journalist. This could be studied until the end of days. Once you understand this, you understand shit that is leftist everything. Lying to each other, blowing smoke, liking movies that shouldn't be liked. A fucking Jew just sitting there all smug and sitting on his millions. Fucking just soaking up all the fucking money. Tricking, oh yeah, I'm a fucking, everything. I'm just fucking, I'm blah, 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 blah. Verbal diarrhea, fucking shitting out all over the place. But people are like, oh, well, you just got it, well, I just treat it as a movie. I'm just going to go see the movie. I wanted to see the movie. I just, it's just, can you leave, No, look at that. You don't want to go see, you don't want to listen to Michael Jackson music anymore. And he wasn't even convicted. He just fucking said it right there. One of the biggest persons in horror, my genre. This is something that I gotta point out. This is my world. And this scumbag is so brazen to come out and say shit like this. It's insanity, folks. This guy is on boycott. I do not watch The Hunt. I'm not gonna fucking give this man a penny. I'm not even gonna give him a view. I'm not even gonna give him a click. As soon as I hear Blumhouse, boycott. Blumhouse equals boycott. Period. End of story. Now, to be frank, if Halloween Kills, and so like this, all you gotta do is do exactly what I say. That's what you gotta do. Just watch his latest, watch those movies that I just pointed out, and how badly politically insane they are to the left. And then you fucking tell me that he's not a commie, just part of the problem. Another smug millionaire Jew that is just an asshole to the bone. All the way to the core. You wonder where the Nazis come from? It's that. Look at that face. That's where the Nazis come from. He's making them. He's building them right here, right now, with this bullshit. And this gay loser beside him, talentless gay loser, with his tight little ass, fucking hung up in the air for everybody to plow. He's right on board. There's nothing in this. This is not a man here in any way, shape, or form. This is just somebody who's gonna bet. Yes, sir. No, sir. 3 bags full, sir. I'm just going to go along with everybody, and I'm just going to be a commie like everybody else and have the exact same ball, and I'm going to have no thoughts of my own, and I'm just going to go straight down the middle and blah, blah, blah. Thank God. I'm glad that these people are called white men now, and I hope they get kicked right out of. I hope the left, the way the left is going, they're kicking all the white people out of Hollywood. Good. Kick them both out. Kick them all the way out. Kick them all the fucking way out. All the way out. And this bitch wannabe behind the camera, working for her stupid little journalist entertainment nothing. She's just another shill. She's a walking billboard. She's a walking fucking ugly, talentless billboard for Hollywood. Fuck her. That's a great answer. Take out the current administration? Oh wait, who's Trump? Oh right, it's Trump. More bullshit. Did any conservative talk like this when like, he literally just said, assassinate the president. On camera. And he didn't even make anybody take it down. So, oh, well, I said that in front of the camera. You better delete that. This is the insanity that is the left. This is the mentality that is burning down cities. This is the mentality that is wearing masks when none is necessary. But this is also the mentality that is kicking straight white men out of fucking Hollywood. And let's speed that up. Let's speed that up. Let's say for the next decade, from now on, everybody's got to be black. Everybody. Everybody. You're white, go fucking work at McDonald's in Hollywood. I'm totally happy to see these people canceled. All of these white assholes. This is why I don't know if he's Jewish or not, I don't care. Or the girl behind the counter, or behind the camera, she sounds white. But yeah, cancel them all. I'm happy that Hollywood is canceling itself. It is going through insanity right now, trying to keep itself fucking and the politics going. I'm totally ecstatic that Hollywood is shut down and they're not making any money. And I hope it stays that way. These fucking assholes. So there you go. You mentioned The Hunt, and I went on for like a fucking hour. Fuck him. Fuck this smug fucking Jewish piece of shit face. Boycott. Absolute boycott. This is even coming from a shill website. So yeah, this is Blumhouse. Fuck him. Mostly. He owns Halloween now. If this gets a 10 out of 10 from everybody that I trust, I might check it out. I might. But right now, it's probably not. Everybody thought that Halloween 2018 was a ton better than it really was. It was mediocre. It was a middle-of-the-road movie, Halloween 2018. But everybody thought it was the best thing since sliced bread getting out of the movie theater. Because they were all stupid. They were all mentally deranged Halloween fans. They were so desperate for a Halloween movie that they're like, oh, it's 10 out of 10. It's even better than the original. And they all did it. All of them. Because they don't know how to fucking use their brain. Well, here I am. I'm going to be the horror voice of the non-stupid. Now, a couple of people came out, just about everybody's on the left. I've already explained that. Just about everybody that does movie stuff on YouTube is a leftist. Just about everyone. They all are Hollywood wannabes. They are Hollywood rejects. They'd rather be doing the movies, but they weren't good enough or talented enough or whatever. They didn't suck the right genitals. They didn't lay down on the right casting couch. So they're stuck with a YouTube channel, which for some of them is a very good thing, but for a lot of them it's kind of like, I still need a job, and then I'm trying to get a YouTube career going. But they're all the same. They're all the same people. They have the same politics. Just look at that room. The journalist, oh, what a great answer. I'm a Democrat too. I hate the fact that a Republican won. He's a Nazi. Oh, shut up. That is the problem with Hollywood right there. So I'm glad this movie lost a bunch of money. I hope he didn't have some fucking insurance. And I don't care how much of a... by the way, this is a very strange number. That's a very strange number. Listen to me carefully. This is a very strange production budget. My opinion is this had to go, after it got canceled, it went back for reshoots and re-edits. So they toned it down. They toned it down. Period. And you're not going to talk me out of it. I have no evidence of that. No evidence whatsoever. But 18.2 is a completely absurd number for him. Where did this number come from? Honestly, reshoots and re-edits. They went back to the drawing board after it got canceled, and they toned it down, and then re-released it. And then people say, well, it's not that bad. It's actually a good commentary on the extreme sides of both sides of the politics and this and that and blah, 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 blah. The problem is you painted one side completely incorrectly and the other side completely correctly. Because you're an asshole. You're just another one of those fucking losers out killing black people because a white person killed a black guy. Yes, you heard me right. You're out there killing black people, because a white guy killed a black guy. That's what you're doing. Burning the fucking city to the ground. Pretty soon you're going to have firing squads. And I hope you all get canceled. I hope this revolution cleanses Hollywood of all the white people. They all are out of work, and they all need new... By the way, from the very top, executive, all the Jews that are running Hollywood all the way, let's make it so that the Jews are not exempt from this white cancellation of Hollywood. But it's going to be interesting either way. Either they're going to get canceled because they have white skin, or they're going to have to wear a Jewish star. They're going to have to wear they're going to have to constantly say that I'm Jewish, I'm Jewish, I'm not white, I'm Jewish, I'm not white, I'm Jewish, I'm not white, I'm Jewish. They're going to have to constantly, and they created this monster themselves. They created their own monster. And I don't care if they get chewed up. If you do drugs all day, every day, I don't care when you overdose. I don't care when you lose your house. I don't care. If you are out there robbing stores with a gun, I don't care that you caught a bullet in your face and you're dead now. I don't care. When you sow the seeds, life will come back to roost. And when you're that much of an asshole, Blum, when you're that much of an idiot retard, then eventually things will come back. Oh, you left. I'm talking to myself. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Things will come back and you will be canceled yourself. And I say good. Good. I'm glad you were canceled. But anyway. See, we're talking about politics again. And, like, one thing I can't stand about frickin' one thing I cannot stand about the leftists that defend these films is they're like, what? It's just like another chip. It's just like a gay person. It's just a lesbian. It's just a tranny. It's just one movie where all the white people are good and all the black people are bad. Sometimes that could happen, and just on and on. It's just always excuse after excuse. I'm hoping that their city's burning to the ground and they're seeing what their politics actually look like, IRL, instead of just on Twitter. I'm hoping that some of them are going to wake up, but probably not. They're probably going to stay the stupid, idiot, empty-headed leftists that they've always been.
I've kind of changed things up today. We're doing red instead of purple. I usually have purple. And I've changed my mic because the other solo mic sounds kind of off. I don't know what this sounds like. I hope it sounds better. This is the one I use for streaming, so I hope it's good. I'm sitting here drinking some hard tropical punch because it's the summer and I'm in a summer mood, even though I haven't left this chair in months. This brings me to the beach momentarily. So we're doing another unboxing. Hopefully the last...
See, this is one of those guys. This is one of those channels that they're probably woke, but they're so not woke by nature that the woke people kick them out. So they kind of want to be woke, and they kind of think they're woke. They think woke-ish, but they don't ever talk about it. So they're... yeah, I think they're really good at, I think they want to play with the woke people, but they're really, like, the way that they talk about women and their tits and their ass and their fucking whatever, it's kind of hard to pretend you're woke when you're, I don't know, objectifying women as much as they do, which, by the way, I like what they do. I think it's hilarious. I think they're being honest. They like the tits and the ass in on women. Hey, that's honest. It's honest. It's all good. I like it. But it's hard to play the woke game when you're also doing that, objectifying women, which, by the way, objectify away. If that's what you love, if it was a painting, wouldn't it be the same? If it was a dog, wouldn't it be this? Why is it wrong? It's not wrong. That's the answer. But the woke people would say that it's wrong, but they still want to play with the woke people. So, but at the end of it, they talk about the female form all the every time, and they keep the politics to themselves. They shut up about politics, which is good.
Horror pack unboxing by myself because I believe that John is going to start filming shortly. We still have reviews in the bank, so I'm still editing. I got I think Cabin in the Woods coming out soon. Anyway, let's jump into the unboxing.
That was a great film, by the way.
Now, if you're unfamiliar with Horror Pack, it's a monthly subscription service that sends movies to your house every single month. Especially with Corona here, you're gonna want some extra movies. I mean, I've signed up for 3 extra streaming services while I've been home. Not all horror, of course, but I signed back up to Netflix, independent wrestling TV, because I've been watching a lot more indie wrestling, obviously. And I signed back up for Shudder so that I could watch Joe Bob. Alright, first up, we have...
Wow. Okay, so wrestling and Shudder, but you signed back up for Netflix? What, you canceled your Netflix? I wouldn't have expected that. I would have expected you to have Netflix. You seem like a guy that would want access to a lot of fucking shit on a regular basis. But I don't know. I don't know where you watch your stuff from. I don't know. See, there's these weird independent movies that these guys watch. I wonder where they get them. How they watch them. Maybe, I guess there's probably a VOD, video on demand. You just click a button and you pay $5. That's probably where they get one. But then again, how do they get the clips into their YouTube show? Right? I always wondered about that.
Insidious. I probably watched this when it first came out, and then I edited John's review of it. Darth Maul guy is probably one of the more effective.
Yeah, Darth Maul guy. That it is. It's exactly what I thought. Darth Maul. Everybody did when they saw that, and then this kind of stupid hair or something. I don't know about this. The movie was good, but then it kind of got kooky, looky, dooky, wookie. I don't know.
Jump scares that I've seen in recent cinema, because it's just like it catches you so off guard. So that's pretty cool. But I'm not a huge fan. I know that people do love this and love the series. I will say that getting this in a horror pack is probably kind of a flop, simply because if you like this movie, you already have it. Like, there's been, what, 4? Like, there's no way you don't have this already. Like, I'm pretty sure I even have this already. But if you don't have it, now you have it. If you have horror pack, of course.
But, you know, like, physical sales of Blu-rays and stuff is in the toilet. So.
This is kind of one of those things where it's so much better to do it with John. It's like, okay, we get the paranormal junk. We can just pass it to him, and then he can say, like, yes or no, yay or nay. I don't care about this, but maybe John would. I feel like I'm just like a cynic now. Every time there's any paranormal movie, I'm like, fuck this. This one sucks. Even though it's like praised by everybody. Next up we have Cruel Will, a horror pack limited edition. I am not familiar with this. Tragedy strikes a married couple, Lily and Paul, when her father dies. Lily brings home the urn, housing her father's cremated remains, forcing Paul to, on a daily basis, face his despised father-in-law. Soon after, the lid of the urn mysteriously disappears and Paul begins to experience unearthly events, which, like a twisted joke, only he can see. So it sounds like it's more paranormal stuff. I'm sure there's like a deep meaning, like maybe he had a fall.
Wait a second. What was the name of this?
Horror pack limited.
Cruel Will. That sounds like fucking a lot like Invisible Man, the kind of good / bad remake of Invisible Man. Cruel Will. When was this movie made? Oh, a long time ago, 2014. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did they steal the idea? Ish.
Edition. I am not familiar with this. Tragedy strikes a married couple, Lily and Paul, when her father dies. Lily brings home the urn.
See the problem, see the thing about. Okay, so there's collectors, and I remember being in somebody's house one time, and they had hundreds, if not thousands of movies. Certainly hundreds. Maybe 1,000 or 2. In every single hideaway, every shelves upon cupboards upon shelves, more movies. In everything there was another movie. And it was pretty awesome. It was the first time I ever experienced that, but I guess you'd get over it after a while. But now your freaking video, your shelf, like, it's just infinity. Movies. Like, I mean, you just click on Netflix. Do you really need to be surrounded by it? Like, I understand the surround part. I do. You want to see it with your physical eyeballs. You want your eyeballs to constantly see this collection, because that constant reminder, that constant, oh God, I remember that, or it just makes me feel good. Oh, I had such a good time with all these things. It's like seeing photos of your family on the wall, right? Your kid's picture on the fridge, your kid's homework on the fridge, it's like we like to see these things because it makes us feel good. It triggers a memory, and these memories are good. I understand. But there's also a logic to it, right? And the logic is you've already got, like literally, when I go to Tubi, for example, Tubi, like, how many movies are here? It doesn't count them. Let me just, and they even got the full moon, right? Shout Factory. The full moon features. Like, why would you need physical copies of these? Like, how many times are you going to see these movies? I still need to see that movie. Right? Look at all of these movies. Like, do I really need to spend $20 a piece when I can just go onto a free service? Look at them all. And that's just one. There, finally the end. Like, it would take me a year to watch all these movies. And if I wanted to see images and like, see, I'd rather talk to you guys and reminisce than, I don't need to, maybe if my life was full of horror movies, I wouldn't feel the need to talk about them. But then again, I bet you I would. I bet you if my house was one big horror movie, like what is it, a shrine to horror movies, I would still want to talk to people about them. Now, maybe that could be it could be interesting, making a collection. It's something to do with your spare time and so on or whatever. But I don't know. There's just you see what I mean? What is it? Share. Oh, Facebook and Twitter. It's too bad. And that's just one of them. And then you got all of them over here in the horror section, right? Look at them all. Just, endless. Let me... No, I want to go the other way. That's as small as they get. Okay. But it's just endless upon endless upon endless. It's forever movies. What's that, Chud? Is that Chud? Right? And by the way, what is there, 6 across? By the way, I just want you to know that there is an excellent collection of really good horror films here. It's not all just crap. Although there's some of that too. There's quite a bit of it. But there's also genius, amazingness. I really wish you could sort it by different things. I really wish that this should have a rating system. After you watch a movie, it pops up with a, star rating. Look at them all. I'm still going. These are just horror movies. This is, and it's a free streaming service. And I don't know if I'm going to get to the end. I don't know if there is an end. Let me just zoom in on what we're here. And see, I just saw Cabin Fever. Oh. Was that finally the end? Okay, there's all of the Phenomenon, by the way, is a good film. Cooties was fun. There's one really good one on each row. I don't know about this. I don't know about any of them. Cabin Fever. Oh, Patient Zero. Leprechaun Origins. Not very good, though. But they're all here. And it's all for free. Why would I go out and buy them? You know what I mean? Let's just talk about them and hang out. Krampus. Excellent film. Oh, wait, no, Krampus. I have to zoom back in. I have to get back to normal because I can't read these. The Lazarus Effect. That was good back in the day. I don't know. Might still be great. Gacy House. Like, there's just so many here, right? American Fright Fest. Like, a lot of them could be crap. But, let me just... You might have to go through them. It Follows. People really enjoyed that film. I thought it was good. Not great, but good. I'd give it a 3.5 out of 5 stars. Something like that. Hitchhiker Massacre. House on Elm Lake. Sounds like, I don't know. But it could be a good, bad movie. You know what I mean? The Cloth. Whatever the hell that is. Just over and over and over. Again, some of these, probably a lot of these are crap. But there's a lot of good ones here, too. Dawning of the Dead. Is that a zombie film? In an elevator? Can you imagine Gremlin? Could you imagine? I wonder if Spielberg and company knows about this. Right? Like, a lot of these, like I said, are just pure and simple rip-offs. That's not until 2017. Gremlin. Really? It's probably crap, but it might be good. You never know. If you really loved Gremlins, then give it a watch. Could have a stupid, fun, good time. Now, when I say this kind of stuff, you do have to be careful, and I am. Trust me. I am careful. You know, I get it. I'm an imperfect person, and this is still Hollywood. A lot of this is still Hollywood, even though it's... And so, I don't know what to say completely. You have to pick and choose your battles, somewhat. And really, I'm kind of talking about them and not watching them so much. Killer Sofa was fun. Is that here? Oh my god. You fucking kidding me? There's a movie called Killer Sofa? That's goddamn hilarious. So, with the politics and the enjoyment of the film, I am working on solutions, okay? I'm just one guy. I do talk about and like old horror stuff. So I guess you could say I'm a bit of a hypocrite. I do boycott some things and not others. I don't think that there is a right or wrong answer. I think we have to talk. We have to talk about our politics. And we have to try to push this industry in the right direction. Or maybe just boycott it and watch live streamers and stuff. There is no right or wrong. But one thing I will say about genre, like about horror, is I'm kind of stuck in the past. So, and there isn't much money to be made about me watching Amityville Horror or something. Most of those people are dead. Now, I know the money is still going to the studio and stuff like that, but I try to make it pennies. I certainly tried to not put a lot of money into Hollywood, although I don't really want to do the illegal stuff either. So I don't know, it's a balance, and I keep my voice going. I keep talking extremely hard about the far left and the stupidity and the politics and stuff. I mean, literally cities are burning. Do not tell me it's all just in my head. I just need to relax. Stop talking about politics, Gary. Stop worrying so much about politics, Gary. Are you kidding me? Have you seen the world outside? And by the way, Trump shutting down the country is a disgustingly terrible idea. That's communism. He completely ripped up the Constitution, threw it in the trash, and led the country into financial disaster. That's your precious Donald Trump, right-winger Republican guy. He led the country and the West, maybe the world, into financial, mental retardation over nothing. And now he's resuming it. Now that the left has got their riots out of the way because of this thing, resume flushing the country down the toilet with mandatory masks and forcing people to close their businesses and all the rest of it. This is Trump. So don't at me with your, oh, you're just a Republican and you're a shill from one side. I am not. I have no problem calling out the pathetic uselessness of Trump. But this killer sofa thing, oh my God, I can't believe you. So I don't think that there's a right or wrong answer. I think talking about film is kind of a decent replacement for watching it and consuming it. And it is kind of fun to watch. Where are we? IMDb. Killer sofa. We'll just do this. That's hilarious.
I have a delivery for Francesca Morton.
Hey, there's blood here.
That recliner almost chopped my mate's finger off.
He keeps saying the recliner's possessed. I really don't know what's gotten into him.
Oh my God, it looks like a face too.
We need to find out where that recliner is. Tomorrow morning, we'll call every delivery company in the city if we have to. Whoever has that recliner is in great danger.
There's a killer out there.
You know, I swear to God, I want, you know, like, I don't know. I want to be in the room. I just want to see this happen. Hey, I'm making a movie. Would you like to be in it? I've really liked your work from the past. I really think that you're a good match for this movie that I'm about to make, and I'd really like you to be in my movie. Oh yeah, okay. So what's your movie called, and what's it about? It's called Killer Sofa, and it's about a killer sofa. I just want to see that conversation. You know what I mean? But for real, in real life. The working title is Killer Sofa, and it's about a killer sofa, a killer recliner, a killer chair. Did you just say a killer sofa? Yeah, it's going to be great. So the sofa is going to kill people. Yeah, it's going to be possessed. Oh, okay, so I just want to see that. Your movie's about a killer chair? Yep. So again, you know, we can pick out a movie. Probably, I don't know if I can watch this stuff. I know it's free out in the world, but I can't rebroadcast this on a YouTube. I could watch it and mute it for you guys and not show the video, or like make it microscopically small and make it so that you guys can't hear it. But I think that we won't, like, we could do commentary for this kind of stuff, but I can't show the video or audio in any way. But what we can do is maybe watch Gloin's Creature from the Black Lagoon. Let's see if they got it going. How about Lagoon? What? Roku, Fire, YouTube. I've never seen it. I think I should maybe see it, if that's what we decide on. It might be fun to watch that. It'll shut me up. Well, they don't have it here. Maybe they don't have this one yet? Yeah, I don't think they have it yet. Maybe they don't have the rights to it, to put it on YouTube yet. This is a good one. Let's see if it's on YouTube, period. For some reason, I don't know all the ins and outs of the law stuff, but so I'm guessing. Oh, they got around the copyright stuff by putting it in a corner so that it can't. So unfortunately, this one looks like oh. I want to see him. I like him. Mr. H Reviews is he's kind of a centrist, a little bit more right wing, but he's good. You'll see. I'm subscribed to him. See, I'm subbed.
Gilman.
This guy's one of the good ones. If you want somebody to sub to that is pretty good. Mr. H is pretty good. Wow, he's got 250,000 subs. I got a lot of work to do.
Well, the creature from the Black Lagoon is essentially a living fossil, a creature from a bygone era, the last of his species from a time where giant amphibians ruled the earth, the Devonian Age. Gilman is a humanoid, semi-aquatic with the ability to breathe underwater and on land. Though he is predominantly built for water as he has webbed hands and feet, and only came to land through human interaction. On his hands he also has claws tipping the ends of his webbed fingers, and much like the name implies, he has gills, though he also seemingly has lungs, hence his ability to breathe on land as well as water. He has a thick, resilient hide-like structure, with what seems to be plates or scales running along his body. The hide of Gilman is incredibly tough, even able to withstand a gunshot without much hassle. And even when he is injured, thanks to his biology, he is able to heal at a rapid rate. The creature's natural habitat is presented as a dark and murky lagoon deep in the Amazon rainforest, which is highly likely to be the environment not too dissimilar to what his species initially developed in. Though due to this, Gilman has a natural aversion to strong sources of light, opting to stay away from them where possible. Due to his natural habitat and strong aquatic abilities, the creature is an adept dam builder, able to create structures extremely fast, locking boats in certain areas and essentially trapping them so he may ambush those aboard. The end goal of the creature isn't entirely clear. Every time he has been depicted on screen, he has persistently kidnapped women, The reason for this isn't explicitly stated, though it's highly likely he is looking to mate, to further his species'
Gloin,
existence.
do you watch a lot
But
of TV?
again, this isn't entirely clear.
Do you watch
and it's
a lot of
almost
movies?
certain crossbreeding would be ineffective anyway.
'Cause I really
So there
don't.
is the potential that the creature simply wants company, being the fact he was stumbled across deep in the Amazon and didn't intentionally seek out humans. This may have been the first interaction he ever received. The Gillman is an interesting creature, with his superhuman strength and durability, along with his bizarre end goal of capturing women. He truly is a creature from a bygone age. He's a fan favourite and has appeared in numerous films, imagery and series across the years, and was set to appear in the Dark Universe, though that's currently unclear if it's going ahead. Of course, more recently, there has been speculation over the upcoming movie The Shape of Water, and if this is a retelling of the creature of the Black Lagoon, or if it is an Abe Sapien origin movie. Time will only tell, as they have been keeping a lot under wraps, but it's more likely that it is Del Toro telling his version of the Gillman's origin. Hopefully, anyway. So, what do you think of Gillman? This is perhaps one of the few monsters that could get a modern retelling due to not having an oversaturation of depictions across the years. But of course, let me know your thoughts down below in the comment section, and if you did enjoy this video then please consider leaving it a like and subscribing to the channel for more in the future. If you want to interact with me and see what I'm up to in my daily life, then check out my Twitter at Mr. H Reviews. As always though, I've been Mr. H, and until next time, I'll catch you in the comments section.
Wow. You love your movies, eh? Okay. What's your favorite type of movie? For me, it's horror. Middle of the road, standard. I have the same opinion as 99% of other horror lovers. I do like to, the edges of horror, the different types of horror. I like to dabble in them a little bit, but I'm 70s, 80s, mainstream horror. That's me. Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Slasher, I guess, is probably the favorite. Here we got movie monsters. Wait, Savior? Like a white person moves in. Oh. Really? You're just joking, right?
Dracula, or more specifically, Bram Stoker's Dracula. The Count has never had his first name revealed. He is simply known as the Count Dracula, a centuries-old vampire, sorcerer, and Transylvanian nobleman. He rules over his namesake palace, Castle Dracula, and his ultimate aim was to expand his dominion through to England. It is well known that the Count Dracula character was based on a real-life figure. Bram Stoker based this character upon the historical Prince Vlad III, famously known as Vlad the Impaler. And in the story itself, the characters ponder that they might somehow be linked, or are likely to be one and the same. Contrary to the vampires of Eastern European folklore, which are portrayed as repulsive, corpse-like creatures, Dracula exudes a veneer of aristocratic charm.
I can't believe you said the upside. Shame on you. Shame, 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 shame on you for saying the upside. You know it's a remake, right? It's a remake of a British film. A British film. That's the dumbest thing ever. It's a remake of a British film from 6 years earlier. Let me say this again. This is the world's dumbest thing ever. America remade a British, an English-speaking British film from 6 years earlier. The movie is only 6 years old. 6 years old. And they remade it into an American film. And by the way, the original is far superior. It is much better than the American remake. So you got another movie to watch. Well, it's the exact same movie. And yeah. And it's better. It's fucking better. I couldn't believe it. For some reason, I saw this movie. I don't know how or why. But when I saw that the upside was, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I was like, did they just make this movie? I couldn't believe the insanity. This is how pathetic. And the upside did well financially, which is fucking sad. The Green Book, it looked too racist for me. Oh, wait, yeah. Yeah, it looked too racist. It looked like another white man, bad, black man, victim kind of bullshit. I just don't want to see, I do not want to see Hollywood's take on race. I don't want to see it. This is like, stop moving. Oh, Jesus. Anyway, it's, I don't like this new feature where they start automatically playing the video. Stop doing that, IMDb. This is a reverse of Driving Miss Daisy. And to me, it's stupid. I don't want to see the roles reversed for Driving Miss Daisy. I don't want to see it. And I don't want to see Hollywood's opinion or take on race. I don't want to see it. That's what I think of this movie. Now, it won all the awards, which is probably why I would hate it. But anyway. Oh, really? There's another one? Oh my God! Oh, so they stole it from British too. Oh my God, that's crazy. Really? And by the way, who is it? Tell me. Answer this question. What is the guy who is the able-bodied person? What's his deal? Very short. Summarized really good. In the Indian version of this, was he just poor? Was he an underclass? Like they still have the caste system in India. They still have it. It still is there. Overclass, underclass. Is that all that's happening here? It's not a different race or a different religion or something? What is the thing about the Indian version? The Spanish version. Oh my god! So what's this? It just... Okay. This looks like something else. Yeah, he was part of the underclass. So this is what I'm thinking. My brain has just had a think. My brain says, this was a book from a long time ago that just snuck into the public domain. It moved from A to public domain. So then everybody starts making movies about it. Everybody. Because it was, I don't know. That's my guess. That's my think. It's kind of like when Hansel and Gretel moved into the public domain. Every single movie for like 5 years was Hansel and Gretel related. Even there was one, this year? Called Gretel and Hansel. The Chinese version. Okay, I'm done with this movie. Holy crap. So you really do like this kind of fucking stuff, eh? Do you think that white people... Okay, well, whatever. I'm done. I believe you. I believe it exists. But... White Savior, huh? But the other versions weren't White Savior movies. Do you, like... What is it about White Savior movies that you like? Like, do you put yourself there? Do you want to be a white savior? Do you think only white people can save people? Like, what is it about a white savior movie that you like? I don't understand. Like, that's very specific and weird. That's a very specific, weird thing to like. Oh. So you don't like those movies? It's... Oh. Okay, it's just a joke.
Dracula.
So, by the way, did you hear my entire rant about The Hunt? Did you hear the whole thing? Were you here for the entire thing? What do you think about... You think I'm going too hard or what?
Or more specifically, Bram Stoker's Dracula. The Count has never had his first name revealed. He is simply known as the Count Dracula, a centuries-old vampire, sorcerer, and Transylvanian nobleman. He rules over...
Do you think I'm going too hard, too crazy? Think I'm taking things too seriously? I need to lighten up or what? What's your opinion of... Your quick opinion of my rant? Because when I hear shit about Jason Blum, I go fucking crazy.
over his namesake palace, Castle Dracula, and his ultimate aim was to expand his dominion through to England. It is well known that the Count Dracula character was based on a real-life figure. Bram Stoker based this character upon the historical Prince Vlad III, famously known as Vlad the Impaler. And in the story itself, the characters ponder that they might somehow be linked, or are likely to be one and the same. Contrary to the vampires of Eastern European folklore, which are portrayed as repulsive, corpse-like creatures, Dracula exudes a veneer of aristocratic charm, which masks his unfathomable evil. Being depicted as hideous and corrupting, yet irresistibly seductive, he is widely regarded as a metaphor of vice, deprivation, and illicit sex. In the book, the Count is described in some detail. Dracula's face was a strong, very strong, aquiline, with high bridge of the thin nose and peculiarly arched nostrils, with lofty domed forehead, and hair growing scantily around the temples, but profusely elsewhere. His eyebrows were very...
I hate having food in my mouth and wanting to talk. It drives me fucking batty. Okay. The Hunt was terrible. People are saying that The Hunt was good because it was demonstrating the, it was, what is it called? Not sarcasm, but parody. What word did they use to describe The Hunt? One word. Parody, it's a joke, funny, parody thing. I can't remember the word. Anyway, they all said that they really liked it because it poked fun at both sides, the extreme left and the extreme right. A parody, it's a... It starts with the letter C, I believe. Cliche, no. I can't remember the word. Anyway. Here. I can't stand these guys. I watched them for a while, but they're dead to me now. Watch.
Hello, I'm Mike.
Shut up. I think it was a catch-up movie. Maybe. Quarantine Ketchup. Invisible Man. Oh wait, no, that's Invisible Man is the one that I turned them off. I think I'm getting my reviews mixed up a bit. But anyway, I'm sure I said goodbye to a bunch of YouTubers. I unsubbed from a bunch of YouTubers during the Hunt stuff because they would, you know, say something stupid about it, and then I would say, okay, you're dead to me now, goodbye. But anyway, so The Hunt was terrible. That's an interesting take because I don't think I've heard... I think most people said that it was a good movie. It was a very funny, tongue-in-cheek look at politics and whatever. But I have a funny feeling that the only way that you could say that is if you're a far lefty, idiot, empty-headed, zero person yourself. To say that it was a centrist movie poking fun at both sides. I think you have to be brain dead to probably... Now, I don't know for a fact. That's just my guess. And the film needs to be watched. No. Again, Jason Blum equals boycott by me. Jason Blum equals boycott. unless there's some masterpiece, crazy turnaround, switchy switch or something. Jason Blum equals boycott. You gotta have some principles, folks. You gotta have some principles. And I get it. Maybe he's just as bad, but in the horror genre, when you look at the list of movies he has produced, Black Christmas, First Purge, Ma, I mean, it's endless. The politics, and it's getting worse. Somebody has to stand up, grab their balls, and say, you've made enough money, Jason. It's time for you to go get a job at McDonald's, flipping burgers. And I'm that person. Boycott. No, I'm not telling you. See, I'm not a cancel culture person, believe it or not. I don't care if you do or not. I would talk you into it and suggest it, but if you don't, I'm not going to think any lesser of you. That's cancel culture. I am voluntarily not watching his stuff. But once you start to force people into thinking the way you think, for example, if I were to ban you from the channel because you did not boycott, you did not think the way I thought, that's cancel culture. I am boycott can turn into cancel culture, but not by me. I'm going to try to convince you to not watch his stuff, but if you do, well, whatever. Okay? So that's not NOT, not cancel culture. I'm the good guy. I understand the line between a personal boycott and personal decisions and choices and trying to cancel somebody. You know, and well, I guess I am trying to cancel them, but I'm not going to go overboard with it. So, see, me cancel... Anyway, I went through it another time. I'm not doing a good job talking about the difference between a personal boycott and cancel culture. I'm not doing a good job right now talking about it, but I've done it on my website. I did it recently, too. I did it recently, right here. Cancel culture sucks. July 11, which is 3 days ago. Cancel culture sucks. Listen up. If you want to hear the proper whole thing, I went through it all there. So Jason Blum is trying to sell movies, and he knows his audience. Okay. He's trying to sell a movie by alienating half of the audience? Really? He's trying to... I don't believe this part. This is the part where I disagree with you. I'm getting off the ship. I'm getting off that statement. He's trying to sell a movie, what, by being controversial, saying something controversial, and then the different people will pick up on it because he has... Well, I get it. Hollywood feeds itself. They all keep reminding each other of how great commies they are. And every time they give each other a commie high five, you know, they pat each other on the back and then they just suck each other's genitals and blow smoke up each other's asses. That's what happens. I get it. It's a very incestuous. Well, okay, maybe that's it. Maybe, okay, he does horror, and maybe conservatives don't really like horror movies. Maybe that's it. Maybe you're right. But I'm here to, well, I do. Maybe I'm a weirdo. Maybe I'm a super mega weirdo. I'm not ruling that out. It's a possibility. And I'm a right-winger, explicitly right-wing libertarian that also likes horror movies. Except for recent ones. And I'm seeing a massive influx of communist politics inside the Jason Blum ones. He's catering to younger. Are younger people more left-wing? I don't know. Maybe. I have to be honest with you, most of the YouTuber horror fans that I see are kind of older. There's young horror fans too, I guess, but I don't know. The ones that are really into Halloween, or the ones that are, really into, I don't know. I don't know about that. I want to show you something. By the way, pay attention here, because you can learn something on how to, like, if you like this sort of thing, which you might. Okay, I'm at the numbers, the-numbers.com. The dash is kind of stupid, but anyway, the-numbers.com. And then I go to Research Tools, and then Report Builder. And this is awesome, okay? So what I'm going to do, you can just do all this, fill in the blanks. So what I want is horror, okay? And of all time? I guess so. And then I can show and customize. So this is the list, by the way, that I use to just make my list on my website, the top 100. But let's go down the list. Okay, Get Out. By the way, this is sorted by worldwide box office. So he is Get Out. This is Halloween 2018. But again, these aren't real numbers. These are bad numbers. I'm doing bad numbers right now because these are comparing Jaws to An Exorcist to Get Out and Halloween 2018 is a wrong thing to do. I'm comparing apples and oranges. Okay, this is bad numbers. There's no inflation here, which equals bad. But so, okay, Paranormal Activity is him and 3. Paranormal Activity. That's him. Well, actually, let's just do it. I'm gonna go to his, and you're gonna be able to see. Let's go to Blumhouse, and then sort by his money-making movies. Blumhouse. So I like Adjusted for Inflation, but he hasn't been around all that long. A lot of the movies that he makes don't really do all that well. Come on. Okay, so you got Get Out, Halloween. By the way, Us was not him. It was Jordan Peele. But he gave Jordan Peele a chance, and then Jordan Peele says, okay, my next movie, I'm going to need myself $5 million by myself. And Jason Blum, the cheap Jew, imagine that, says, you're too expensive for me now, you've got to go away. I don't pay big money. I am Jason Blum. I am the king of low budget. You are too expensive for me now, Jordan Peele. I don't do that. You have to go away now. That's Jason Blum. That's his business. And by the way, it's working for him. But you got Get Out, Halloween, and then Split. Split isn't even really horror. And it was sort of, somebody needed to house this Unbreakable franchise, and Jason Blum was the only one that would take it on. Paranormal Activity. Glass, again, housing the conclusion of this franchise. And then the Purge movies. So these Purge movies, The Visit, believe it or not, Tooth Fairy did pretty well. Oh, wait. Oh, my God, a $48 million movie? Actually, it didn't do that well. It flopped. But look at these small production budgets versus the worldwide grosses. Let's go to worldwide grosses. So he spends so little, like on this movie, Insidious. Oh, I didn't know Insidious. I forgot. And Insidious spent $1.5 million, and he brought in 100. By the way, when you can make the movie Insidious for $1.5 million, I don't understand Planet Earth anymore. Planet Earth equals 0 cents to me. So this looked like a high-budget film, but it's a microscopically tiny budget film. But it still made $100 million bucks. Like, that type of turnaround is great. Now, when you spend 50 and you only make 100, that's a problem. But he spends microscopically small amounts of money on all of his movies. Sinister, $3 million, up to 87, right? But he's also got a bunch down here at the bottom that really flopped. Okay? Amityville: The Awakening with the Weinsteins. The Hunt, Lowriders, Don't Let Go, Slate. So he flops too. But when you flop so small, minorly, it becomes not that big of a deal. And plus, this is just phase 1 of making money. This is just phase 1. This is just the movie theater. There's video on demand, there's TV rights, there's blah, 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 blah. There's DVDs and Blu-rays and all the rest, right? This is just phase 1 of making money on a movie. It's the biggest phase, but it's still just phase 1. There's many phases after this. Whiplash he did. And this is 10 times your budget, right? But he'll only put tiny amounts of money into the film. This is some exception or something. I don't know what happened there. I don't know why this exists. But that's his business model. So I don't know if I agree with you that his audience is young. I know the audience for movies, getting out of the house and going to a movie theater, tends to be younger. But you got to remember, most of these movies are restricted. Right? Restricted. That's 18 plus. There's a couple PGs, but horror isn't it generally older than most? Debbie Sana. Let me check her out. Nice tits, eh?
Hi guys, it's Debbie, and today I'm back as it is finally time to look at everything I watched this month, from films to series to documentaries. This way I'll be able to give you some recommendations about good titles I watched, as well as some films or series I didn't really like, and also I can give my brief little review about everything I watched. Although there was no particular...
Oh my god. So she's just a set of tits. Thirsty guys. Okay, so cleavages. She doesn't cover them up all that often. She certainly likes the shirts that you can see. Let's just check. So we got everything I watched in January. Oh my God. I can't believe people track all that stuff. And by the way, my list would be so small, it'd be like 3 movies or something. I'm wondering if there is a correlation between cleavage and views for her. Twilight was perfect, huh? I just say turn on fucking Pornhub, get it out of you, and then just actually start using your brain again. Because I'm sure that she's got nothing interesting that comes out of her mouth. Let me just try to find something. I don't want to watch a fucking Twilight video, I swear to fucking God. Crazy Nigerian movies. That's just one movie that I'm familiar with that she watched, Lord of the Rings. New series will save the saga. It doesn't need saving, it's already perfect. That's a stupid sentence. Does she have anything interesting to say, or is she just a set of tits? Okay, here's The Rise of Skywalker.
Hi guys,
I haven't seen the movie, nor will I watch it. I'm not interested in watching shit.
Debbie, and this morning I finally saw Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. As soon as I got out of the cinema, I was actually looking online for an image of Kylo Ren to put on my social media to share that I'd been to the cinema, that I'd seen the film, and all these search results were popping up saying how bad the film was, how critics absolutely hated it, how it had basically ruined the Star Wars saga, and I couldn't believe what I was reading because I had just enjoyed the film so much. But apparently you can't say that, because if you do, you're...
Yeah, see, there's an empty-headed bimbo bitch. Just hurry up, find a rich man, suck his dick dry every day for a couple of years, and then tell him you're going to stop sucking his dick dry until he puts a ring on it. And then he'll put a ring on it, and then you'll be fine.
You're immediately labelled as a millennial crybaby social justice warrior who just wants everything to be politically correct, somebody who doesn't understand the meaning of the saga, somebody who doesn't care about the developments of the saga, somebody who basically was just interested in seeing whether #Rayla was confirmed. You just have bad taste. I've literally heard people say...
And listen to me. If you're still hanging in after the shit that was The Force Awakens, let me make this clear. The Force Awakens was a terrible movie. Absolutely dreadful. And it tricked everyone. Everybody was so hyped about a Star Wars movie, and everybody was tricked, T-R-I-C-K-E-D, fooled, manipulated into thinking that it was a good movie. When it wasn't. It was shit. Now, I understand that the trickery, the manipulation, was so incredible, and the hypnosis, get that word in your head, hypnosis. The hype and the hypnosis, which is the manipulation. Hype plus hypnosis equals hypnosis. Hollywood is great at it. They're starting to lose their touch. But if you still were watching these movies after the shit that was Force Awakens, your opinion is meaningless. Your opinion is meaningless. But here's some bimbo that is trying to navigate planet Earth and actually think that she has something to offer with her probably, 75 IQ?
That if you enjoyed this film,
which really, she's only here to show off her tits and maybe get a husband, maybe get some tips or something.
it's just because you have bad taste. You absolutely...
Well, you do have bad taste. I'm sure that anything coming from your brain, if it's intelligent in any way, shape, or form, it's by accident. You just tripped over the right answer.
Can't go to the cinema and enjoy a film because you're a fan and you were looking forward to this moment and you saved up your money to go to the cinema, maybe get a good seat at the cinema with some popcorn, eager to watch your favourite characters. You just have bad taste and apparently you shouldn't speak about it.
Your favorite characters? No, you can just keep confirming. I'm with stupid. You just wear a t-shirt, I'm with stupid, and then have an arrow pointing up at your face. That's it.
That's it. And I'm not speaking...
Your favorite characters? I mean, every element of Star Wars, Disney Star Wars, is shit. Every single... Except for the little people in the corner office doing the computer work. Those guys did a great job. The CGI, stuffy. The little guys in the cubicle doing the computery stuff, they did a good job. Like the backgrounds and the spaceship computer stuff and the explosions and all that kind of stuff looked really good. And it looked and sounded like Star Wars. And it looked and sounded really good. They were really good computery people, and they were given enough money to be able to pull out all the stops, do their job really well. Enough time and money that the computery kids in the corner offices all around the world or whatever, they were doing a really good job. The problem is everything else. The story, the characters, the management, the direction. Everybody was terrible. Every single writing, everything was terrible. And if you don't think so, you have no brain and your opinion is meaningless. Your opinion is meaningless. The Force Awakens was shit. Now, you can be wrong and still exist on Earth. Like a lot of people don't know how to add 1 + 1. It doesn't mean that they're a bad person. It just means you don't go to them for the answer to 1 + 1. You don't go to them for opinions about Star Wars when they're this stupid and they think that these movies are good when they're not. And it's interesting because Star Wars is the world's best example of what I talk about all the time. Star Wars, beginning, biggest thing ever, best thing ever. Star Wars, 1, 2, 3, boom, boom, boom. Excellent. 90s. Late 90s, early 2000s. Prequels, right? And it's like, so those are the new Star Wars movies, right? Okay. Episode 1, Episode 2, Episode 3. Well, I don't know about that, but okay, let's just put that behind us and move on. And then Disney comes along with Episode 7, 8, and 9, and it's like, oh my God. Oh my God, this is the best example of what I say, my brain, Hollywood equals me. It was really good in the 70s and 80s. That was the last great decade for Hollywood. And then the 90s, 2000s, But then the 2000s, it's all over. It's all over. Star Wars is the best example of excellent, uh-oh, something's going on, or something's going wrong, 90s, 2000s, and then uh-oh, let's just say that Hollywood is circling the drain. The machine called Hollywood is broken. They are incapable of making good film. It doesn't matter how much money they have. It does not matter. It does not matter. No matter how much money you give them, they are still going to create shit. Their brains don't work. The Hollywood machine is broken. It's over. Say goodbye to the Hollywood film. It's over. It's all crap. Now, each year there's a best of, there's a top 10. But I mean, the top 10 from this year is completely in the toilet. Like, it wouldn't even meet the top 100 of, 40 years ago. And so on and so on. Do not talk to me. Star Wars is probably the best example of the fall of Hollywood. 70s, 80s. Excellent. 77, 80, 83. Wow, wow, wow. What was it? 99, 2002, and 2005 for the prequels? Uh-oh, what's going on here? Problem, problem, tune in, problem. And then we have bimbos like this. Trying to tell me that Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker was a good film. I mean, oh my goodness. People that are this stupid should not try to make a living with their mouth and their brain and their mouth. It's kind of, it's just be a stripper, be a porn star, or just find a rich husband or something. Because the brain and the mouth thing just isn't working for you, girl. It's just not working for you.
Massive, almost meeting over the nose, and with bushy hair that seemed to curl in its own profusion. The mouth, so far as I could see it under the heavy mustache, was fixed and rather cruel looking, with peculiarly sharp white teeth. These protruded over the lips, whose remarkable ruddiness showed astonishing vitality in a man of his years. For the rest, his ears were pale, and at the top...
Wait, am I seeing only 3 fingers?
Tops extremely pointed. The chin was broad and strong, and the cheeks...
Maybe that small finger is just folded in there?
Firm, though thin. The general effect was one of...
Rogue One. I don't know. I'm telling you, halfway through, not even half, 1/quarter of the way through The Force Awakens, I was like, are you fucking kidding me with this movie? Are you fucking kidding me? This is the movie that everybody was saying was the best thing since sliced bread? This is a $2 billion movie? Are you fucking kidding me? Why is the world so goddamn motherfucking dumb? Where did all the brains go? This is the movie that you're giving $2 billion to? You fucking world of idiots. What the fuck is wrong with you? My God. But I forced myself. I was like, I was literally going to turn it off. It was so bad. And I forced myself to watch it to the end just to see if maybe this thing turns around or something. Maybe this isn't just a remake of A New Hope. An inferior remake of A New Hope. Maybe there's something of value here. Oh, well, it looks and sounds kind of nice. But that's it. That's all there was. Are you fucking kidding me? This is the $2 billion movie of, what was it, 2015? This is the movie that the fucking nerd went to go see like 30 times at the theater. Oh my god. You wonder why humanity is in the state it's in? There's the reason. Not being able to even identify shit when it's being shoved down your throat. That's a problem.
Of extraordinary pallor. As Dracula is said to be hundreds of years old, he has acquired a wealth of knowledge through these years, and he is described as an expert scholar with immense knowledge.
I swear to God, I think Hollywood is just like, you know, we're just going to keep serving them shit on a plate, shit on a plate, shit in the plate, and they're going to keep giving us their money. They're going to do it. It doesn't matter if we could make a good movie or a bad movie, it doesn't matter. They're still going to keep giving us their money, giving us their money, giving us their money, giving us their money. We just slap the fucking a recognizable logo in the top left-hand corner of the fucking movie box or the movie poster, and they're going to just give us their money and give us their money and give us their money. Because they're all empty-headed dummies. Rogue One. There was something interesting about it. I would agree with you. I think it's the best of the Disney Star Wars movies. But that's a really low bar. I give it maybe a 3 out of 5. And that's what you said. It's okay. Like right down the middle. Okay would be somewhere between 2 and 3. Right? But yeah, I agree. Rogue One was okay. But oh my god, I swear to God, I was going to turn the fucking movie off and I was like, no, I got to see it to the end because everybody thinks this movie is great. And maybe I'm just an idiot. This is why I'm glad my opinion is starting to get out there. Maybe I'll help people fucking be able to formulate the difference between good and bad or something. It's just crazy.
Knowledge in many scientific fields, including alchemy. After becoming a vampire, he became a master of sorcery and necromancy. While his powers were later regarded as standard abilities for a vampire, the novel notes that he is exceptionally powerful and gifted, even for a vampire. As such, what abilities are his and his alone, and what are common abilities for a vampire, do remain unclear. Some of his powers, like the ability to turn into elemental dust in the moonlight, would not appear to be a common attribute for vampires. Interestingly, despite his immense power, he needs to be invited to enter in an inhabited area. But as long as he has this invitation, he can appear there out of nowhere. He can also enter through cracks as small as a hair. However, he would be trapped in his
I wonder
vault
if there's a scientific
wildflower
correlation
be placed
between
upon
boob
it.
size
He is repelled
and
by holy
brain
symbols.
size.
He cannot cross a barrier made of
Inversely
holy
related.
wafers, and he cannot
bigger the
cross
brains,
running waters
the
like
smaller the
rivers,
tits.
unless of course the tide is at its highest or at slack levels. Finally, he must rest on the soil of his place of rebirth on a regular basis to sustain his powers. Such characteristics are
those
common
are some
with
reasons.
vampires. Dracula, like all vampires
Like I
in the
said,
novel,
there's many
can be
reasons for it.
repelled by a religious symbol
that's
like a
definitely
cross
some of them.
or by garlic. Sunlight does not harm him, but he is notably weaker and unable to use his powers during the day. Should the sun rise after he has shapeshifted, he would not be able to change for the whole day. As such, the protagonists are able to hold their own in battle against him during daytime, while they admit though they would not stand a chance by night. Vampires can be destroyed by being incinerated, immersed in running water, shot with a sanctified bullet, by being beheaded, or by having their heart pierced. While the most common method to pierce their heart is by using a wooden stake, iron blades can also be used. In reference to the myths where iron harms supernatural beings, of course. However, the adaptations do tend to neglect this notion, and more often than not, all we see is the wooden stake. Dracula is as strong, fast, and spry as 20 men. He can see in complete darkness and crawl across walls like a lizard. He can alter his aspects and features at will, though he needs to drink blood to rejuvenate and regain his youthful appearance. He is also able to change his size to an unknown extent. Dracula can shapeshift into almost any kind of feral beast and lower critter, like wolves, dogs, bats, rats, and others. He is also able to turn into mist and elemental dust in the moonlight. On top of that, he is said to be able to control the weather to conjure storms, mist, wind, and rain at will, and to mesmerize people through eye contact, or his mere presence. All feral beasts and critters around will obey his every command. And finally, he can control corpses.
You want to know something? I didn't, like, the rules of Dracula or vampires always change. I've heard of a vampire being able to turn into, like, a bat or something. But I didn't know about controlling animals, feral, animals. Believe it or not, I've always been fascinated with that power. Like literally being able to control birds or, all of the animals. Honestly, I have to be honest, that's kind of one of my favorite superpowers. As stupid as that sounds. I've never heard of it before with the vampire. This is the first I've ever heard of it with this thing. And I don't know, really. I know that Aquaman can control the fish. But I mean all animals. I think that would be just so fucking cool. I'm sure there's some comic book person that can do it. But I think it's fucking... That's like... I always thought it was original out of my brain because I've never seen it before. This is the first I've ever heard of it in any type of media. I haven't done my research, but that's always been my unique kind of... I was like, that would be really cool. And by the way, just as a little spoiler alert, it's going to be part of this, 101. Animal control is a part of 101. But I thought it was original. I thought my idea was original, but I guess it's not. I guess Dracula can do it.
And shares a psychic link.
See, they say that's the problem with ideas, right? You could have come up with it completely on your own and just unaware that thousands of people before you also came up with the idea. So is it copyright or is it not? That's, by the way, a libertarian, especially a good libertarian like me, I'm a perfect libertarian, okay? At least in my brain I am. Not in real life. I'm a flawed individual like everyone. But I understand the libertarian philosophy better than anyone I've ever met. Intellectual property is not property. Intellectual property is garbage. It's a farce. It's not real. It needs to be deleted from planet Earth. And I just gave you one example of why. I could have come up with a completely idea on my own, but just because somebody else thought about it before me, I can't use it? That seems wrong, doesn't it? That seems really wrong. It's because intellectual property, copyright, patents, all that kind of stuff is not actually a thing. It's wrong. It's just a way for corporations to get rich and keep rich.
With the vampires that he...
Okay. Technically, yes. Right? I don't believe in country borders. But I don't know what see, you're talking about opening a border to a country. And libertarians don't believe in countries. Okay, so technically, yes. But that's a stupid way of thinking about it. That's completely dumb. That's opening the borders to a country. We don't even believe in countries. So what does that mean? So if you were talking about a libertarian border, which is around person and property, those borders, those are the borders that libertarians believe in. We don't believe in country borders. We don't believe in countries. That would be like, do you believe in see, this is where libertarians are always so dumb. So many of them are stupid. We don't even believe in countries, so you can't, that's like saying, do you believe in fairy wings? What do you mean, do I believe in fairy wings? I don't believe in fairies, so how could I believe in fairy wings? Okay, but the reality, the smart way that a libertarian needs to think about borders in our confusing statist society right here, right now, is we want more of them, not less. More of them, more of them, more of them, more. A libertarian wants to multiply the number of borders by millions and millions and millions. There's literally a country border, a quote-unquote country border, around every person and around every piece of property. Somebody owns it, and they are the God King of their person and their property. That's a proper libertarian think. We want more borders. M-O-R-E, more. More. So, in our current reality of planet Earth that is not libertarian, how do we go from here to libertarian? Well, libertarians want more borders, so we should advocate for more of them. More. Just, and you can back up and say, does a libertarian want centralized government or decentralized government? Does it want more competition or less competition? We already know the answers to this. And how do you get to those things? More borders. More. M-O-R-E, more. So every border that exists, we want to be enforced, plus we want more. M-O-R-E. So anybody that wants to break down borders is an idiot. And if they call themselves a libertarian, tell them that Gary called you an idiot. Yes. Yep. Now, I'm against prostitution, drugs, and guns in the hands of bad people, but there should be no law against it. I can tell you, okay, let me just give you an example. I can tell you that the movie Avatar is a bad movie, and I could warn you against it. But I'm also not going to create a law that says you're not allowed to see it. There's a difference. I can be against something, but also not want it to be illegal. You are a free person to do with as you want. If you and a woman want to legally exchange sex for money, and you're both okay with that, then it should be allowed. It should not be illegal. Same thing with drugs. If you want drugs and they're willing to sell you drugs, this is a victimless crime. It should not be illegal. I'm against it, and it's going to probably ruin your life, or it might, especially down the road. And guns, why should felons not be able to protect themselves? Well, because they're going to be bad with guns. Well, if they're going to be bad with guns, then kick them out of society. How do you do that? Well, libertarians know how to do that. The government does not.
he sired. He can command them and gain access to their mind, but the process can be reversed. Dracula is noted for having been an exceptionally brave, noble and admirable man during his lifetime, but now he is a cruel, heartless and vicious predator. He is as suave and refined and sophisticated as he is cruel and evil. He is unfailingly polite to people he interacts with, though such courtesy is mostly a feigned interest. He is very proud and haughty, considering the...
Okay. No. Okay. Here's the thing about abortion. It's murder. It is absolutely murder. It is murder. Period. End of story. But the problem is if you were to create a law against it, right? If you were to create a law against it, now you have to police vaginas and cocks. Cocks and cunts. I shouldn't say that. This is YouTube. Now you have to police everybody. So I did the big think. I did the big think on this one. What does the world look like when this murder, which it is, murder, is illegal? What does the world look like? And it looks like hell. That's what it looks like. It looks like women being forced to bring to term children that they don't want. Maybe trying to kill them on their own or by purposeful accident. Coat hangers. All sorts of things. There's a lot of problems surrounding this. This is not a short conversation. There's a lot of elements to this that I'm skipping over. There's a lot of things that people have to consider. It is murder. It is murder, period. At one day or one day before birth. After birth, of course, it's murder. It's murder. But, see, this is a huge conversation, and I don't want to get into all of it. We're talking about horror movies today. I don't want to go into everything. Maybe one day I will. I've kind of gone into it before. It's very controversial, too. When you have your brain properly fixed, like I do, there's things that you need to learn first. Most of everyone, all of the planet, doesn't have the correct information in their head to properly think about this thing. I'm the only one on planet Earth that I've ever heard that understands baby, abortion, thing, all of this stuff. Fetus, children. I'm the only one. Now, it's a very terrible thing to say, and that's why I don't really talk about it much, but it's true. What I have inside of my head is correct, but it's very, people don't like to hear it. It's very controversial. But you have to get to the basic. You have to get to the basic. The basic of you have to get to the root of everything, of humanity and people and life, to understand where to go from that. Okay? There's a lot of philosophy that you need to get inside of your head before you can even start to think about abortion. You have to be thinking correctly first. And I've never heard anybody talk about the world correctly first. They talk about all sorts of things. I've heard the left and the right both talk back and forth. Ben Shapiro is supposed to be the gods defining blah, 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 blah on abortion. From the right, anyway. And he's got all of the questions answered. But he doesn't. Only I do. Or at least I'm the only one that has heard it. Or I'm the only one that has come to this. Now, there might be some other libertarians that maybe think a little bit down my road, but they're too much of a coward to say it too. It's big. It's really, 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 really big. And you have to understand what a person is first. Before you can talk about killing people, you have to define what a people is. And most people have no idea. They just think a people is a Homo sapien, and then they just move on with their life. The scientific term for a human, Homo sapien, well, a person is a Homo sapien. Well, that's wrong. So, because people haven't thought that through properly all the way, then most of their arguments about this thing are wrong. But I can forget that conversation for a moment. When it is murder, it's guaranteed. It's murder. The right wing, the conservatives that call it murder are absolutely correct. But the problem is I'm pro-choice. And I'm pro-choice because I think making it illegal will be worse for planet Earth. Could you imagine a life on planet Earth where you were forcing 14 and 16-year-old girls to bring their children to term? And by the way, if they don't, if they go get a backroom abortion, now what do you have? All of the police seeking out formerly pregnant teenage girls and putting them in what? Prison? Strapping them to a bed and feeding them through a tube and forcing them to bring their children to term? What do we do with the guys that, what do we do with the sperm part of the fetus? Do we arrest them too? When they were like, yeah, I don't want the baby either, let's go to, I know a guy and he'll do the abortion in the basement. Do you put him in prison too? What I'm saying is, practically speaking, just from, the solution is actually worse than the problem. And that's why I'm pro-choice. However, the conversation doesn't end there. I can also look at a woman, a girl, who's had an abortion and call her an irresponsible, slutty murderer, child murderer. So I also have the ability to look at her in the face and calling her a slut, an irresponsible child murderer. So that's the punishment. That should be the punishment. Unfortunately, the solution to this murder is worse than the murder itself. But that doesn't mean that they get off scot-free and then they get to run around and brag about their abortion and how it was just a clump of cells and whatever. No, I get to stare at you in the face just like Dracula's staring at me right now. I get to stare at you in the face and say, you're a disgusting, irresponsible, slutty child murderer. There you go. Now, after birth, of course not. It's an independent life breathing on its own. Now, it is still very dependent. But Now somebody else can take responsibility for that child. So I suppose if after birth, nobody on planet Earth wanted that child, everybody said no. Everybody on planet Earth, everybody on planet Earth said, no, I don't want the child, then I guess you have no choice but to kill it. Or just let it starve to death there, just walk away and let it starve to death. If the parents and everybody else on planet Earth, everybody on planet Earth didn't want the child, then, okay, well, you just leave the child. Nobody wants to care for the child, so everybody just walks away. And the child dies. It's unfortunate, but so is war. And every time the right wing, the conservatives, talk about, oh, all those children being aborted, I go, well, what about all those children that you're bombing in the Middle East? Oh, we don't talk about them. They don't count. We love children. We love children. We love children. I go, well, what about all those Iraqi children that you just killed their dad? Oh, we don't. They don't count. They don't count. They don't count. You know, I'm tired of the right wing talking about how much they love the little babies in the bellies when they're fucking nonstop war around the world. Shut up, you hypocritical fucking twat. So yeah, spare me unless you're adamantly anti-war and anti-killing in every way, don't talk to me about fucking abortion. Shut up. And these lefties, of course, they're into murder. They hate children in every way possible. They want you to abort it. They don't want you to get married and give it a good home. They don't want to talk about gun violence that kills children. They're the most anti-children of all. When they're screaming about children being separated at the border, it's just mental retardation. The left is so anti-child, it's unbelievable. But the right, your basic bitch conservative, has a lot of work to do himself. Don't fucking talk to me about abortion when you're fucking, when you're just support. Oh, you got to support our troops. Oh, yes. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service. Oh, we can't get enough of this. We can't get enough of that. Oh, I'm not going to say anything about any of the wars or any of the bombs or the bullets that go that way. What we care about is our own citizens' fetuses. Everybody else's fetuses can go fuck themselves. But our citizens' fetuses, those are the ones that matter. Fuck you. Shut up. Get a brain. Stop being such a hypocritical prick. So, I'm pro-choice. It's still murder. I'm pro-choice. But I'm also pro-free speech. And my free speech, when I find out Chicky Poo had an abortion, it'd be, wow, you're quite the irresponsible child murderer slut now, aren't you? Shame. That's it, just shame. Maybe that'll get them to fucking think about birth control a little bit more responsibly. Or something, including abstinence.
The protagonist attempts futile and reacts with scathing spite when thwarted. However, he is also cautious and becomes increasingly wary of them following their progress. He is noted for being immensely intelligent and knowledgeable, of course with centuries of experience and learning. He prepared his plot with the utmost care, devising counters of all possible troubles, adding more credence to the theory that he may have been the known tactician Vlad the Impaler. Interestingly enough, it is stated that if another vampire had tried the same plot, they would have failed. He can quickly adapt to new cultures and situations, and proves especially cunning during his skirmishes with the protagonists. He knows how to cover his tracks and to create false leads, as well as to purposefully misguide his foes to escape them. And of course he learns from his mistakes. However, immortality somehow stunned his development. Hence Van Helsing referring to his intelligence as childlike. Indeed, he will first rely on external help before figuring that he can do better on his own, and he needs to experience a situation to fully grasp it. This being a potential after effect of being undead for so long. It must be noted that the most iconic portrayals of the Count depict him as a black-haired, clean-shaven, middle-aged man, which is in stark contrast with the old man sporting a mustache of the novel. Also, many adaptations make the Count a more fleshed out, three-dimensional character. Some make him an anti-hero who laments his curse and longs for respite, and some even give him a romance with Mina, the latter being most common. In spite, of course, of the enormous popularity of the latter, one must insist on the fact that in the novel, Mina loathes the Count, despises the Count, and although she does wish to save the soul of the great man he once was, she also wants to see the vampire destroyed as much as the other protagonists. The amount she despises the Count also causes her to break down in despair when she...
Now, remember, the same goes for the guy. You know, these guys that just stick their dick in whatever will have them, and they just don't care what happens, and then she gets pregnant, and then they're like, oh, well, here's $1,000, go get an abortion. Those guys too. Those guys too. You know, when you're holding a gun and your finger is on the trigger, the difference between killing somebody and not killing somebody is a little tiny finger movement, right? All you got to do is pull the trigger. Little wee tiny, just that one little finger movement means life or death. The smallest of things. You got a gun in your hand, it's pointed at somebody's head. All you got to do is pull the trigger. Guys need to realize that their dick is not just a fun stick. And parents should be teaching them that. It is a fun stick, but it also, you know, like, it can mean life and death. You got to be careful with it, and you got to take responsibility. Well, you got to stop talking about government things, because if we lived in a libertarian world order, there's no Chinese social credit system stuff. How does a libertarian society punish people? Well, it is public shaming. Sometimes you can be frog marched out of town. They just kick you out of society. Now you're going to say, can't that go too far? There's no one answer to libertarian. Everybody wants the libertarian answer. The libertarian answer. Everybody wants the one single libertarian answer. And the reality is freedom will create many answers. Freedom is just like, I run my house different than you run your house. There's many answers. There's not one answer to most of these big questions that people want to answer. Different geographical areas might have different rules. So, you can literally look up your personal like requests. This spot might be white only. This spot might be black only. This spot might be gay only. This spot might be Muslim only. And they'll be honest and straight up with you about that. Well, you look at all of the things, and then you kind of go, well, this is what these people think that they want to live in and around. And I agree with them the most, so this is where I want to go. And this is how it's done. It's been very profitable or not very profitable. Right? It is super mega rich or it is super mega poor because of the way that they arrange their society. So obviously, well, but these are the rules. And if you break a rule, it's okay that libertarians get together and say, that person broke the rule, what did we want to do about it? And get together and collaborate on an answer. Just like today. Just like today. And also, on top of that, mistakes will be made. Mistakes will be made. Just like today. Libertarian is not utopia. Listen to me carefully. Libertarian does not equal utopia. No. No utopia. It is not N-O-T, utopia. Mistakes will still be made. All we're doing is removing one big evil element called government. That's it. There's still lots of others, including human imperfections. We're removing one big element of evil, but that doesn't mean that it completely disappears. As long as it's voluntary, sure. If it's voluntary, then it could. As long as it's not mandatory. Like, again, there's no one answer. Stop, S-T-O-P, stop thinking there is one libertarian society. Stop it. There is millions, or maybe even billions, of libertarian societies. And they're all going to be a little bit different. There's only a couple rules for libertarian. Non-aggression principle, look it up. But outside of that, the sky's the limit. And there will be different people that try different things. Some things will be more successful than others, and people will gravitate towards that, and then the bad ideas will fall away. I don't think people really care that much about others. I think we mostly fight over political power. I think we're mostly fighting over political power. And that's a complete waste of time. And that's not going to happen anymore in the libertarian world order. Tracking what my neighbors are, okay, I don't know, it just doesn't seem all that fun or interesting or worthy to me. But I would say that if they killed somebody, I would want officials to confirm that, and then that person be kicked out of the society. But I don't know, like, we're already starting to see that people are starting to go, you know, I don't care that so-and-so said racist, the N-word, or smacked their wife, 12 years ago. And you want to know something? This is me. I don't even care about what Bill Cosby did. I don't. They were of age, and they all wanted to fuck him. He just drugged them to probably shut him up so they'd stop talking so he could have a good fuck And then they woke up and then left. He shouldn't probably have done it without their consent, but sex drugs were a big thing back in those days. And it was a long time ago. If you had a problem, you should have said something then. I'm serious. I'm not kidding. You're a volunteer. Right? Are you telling me that all these girls just... And by the way, why didn't you say something all that time ago? It's just because they were trying to stir some shit. It's like maybe this is what they have on everybody. They just keep a record of all of the shit that everybody does, and as soon as somebody steps out of line, like Bill Cosby did, you got to remember why Bill Cosby went down. Why? Do you know why? I do. He was threatening to forcefully take over NBC. NBC. He was threatening to break up the Jewish hegemony over the ownership of all media. A black man was going to move in and forcefully take over NBC. So they had to ruin him. And they did. That's exactly what I think happened. Now, I don't have proof of that, of course, but that's what I think happened. It's like as soon as the news said that Bill Cosby was thinking about buying NBC, guess what? All this shit started to come out of the woodwork. You pay a bunch of slutty kids that were fucking all slut, you know, bopping up and down on everybody's dick, including Bill Cosby, and just one time, I guess they, I don't know, throw a lie in there from a long time ago and try to figure that out. No, I don't. I'd be fine living next to Bill Cosby. So I wouldn't want him gone. So that would be the society that I would choose. So there you go. So, and you could just choose it. And hey, if you chose the wrong spot to settle down, what about different strokes? Just like there's different societies now, and there's different societal norms now. There's one norm in my place, and there's one norm in your place, and there's another societal norm in another place. You could just call them that. Societal norms. And this is what we want here in this area. And if you don't like it, don't move here. Because if you break our rules, then we'll kick you out. And how are you going to kick you out? We're all going to get together and stop selling to you. So that's the real punishment. Voluntary disassociation. So you won't be able to rent, you won't be able to buy groceries, you won't be able to get electricity, you won't be able to get water. That's the punishment. And then you won't be able to use the road. Everything is private in a libertarian world order. But do people really want to be bothered kicking people out for bad reasons all the time? I don't think so. I think people just would get tired of it. And if you kick out too many people, then people are going to stop moving there, and then you fail as a city or whatever. If you keep fucking, you know, pissing people off, the word is going to get around, and nobody's going to want to live there. So a bunch of Karens live in a fucking city where they're got everybody under a magnifying glass. I just don't see it happening. Something like the social credit system is about control. I don't see, I don't know, being asked to abide by the social norms of that group as a way of controlling them. There's a line. Everything is a big spectrum of a line. And you can step over it. And the social China bullshit steps over it for sure.
She herself is infected with vampirism. She is revolted by the prospect of becoming one of his brides. As mentioned, the novel does not shy away from exploring the Count's origins. In fact, the Count claims to be descended from Attila the Hun. He inhabits a decaying castle in the Carpathian Mountains near the Borgo Pass. In his youth, he studied the black arts at the Academy of Scholomance in the Carpathian Mountains, overlooking the town of Sibayu and becoming proficient in alchemy and magic. Later, he took up a military profession, combating the Turks. This is, of course, according to Abraham Van Helsing. Using the black arts, Dracula returned from death as a vampire and lived for several centuries in his castle, with his 3 vampire wives for company. He is immensely wealthy, always carrying wads of banknotes and gold coins with him, being able to buy many luxurious estates like an afterthought, and hire or bribe anyone he likes. Bram Stoker's Dracula is arguably the most famous of all vampire depictions, and rightfully so. The changes that were made from the novel to some of the adaptations are again quite interesting, but personally I prefer the idea that Dracula is simply evil, the most repugnant and repulsive evil there is, hidden behind a veil of sophistication and a certain alluring demeanour. To me, it makes for a much more interesting character. And of course I ask you, is the Count among one of your top rated horror characters of all time? As overdone as vampires are, a remake or retelling of Bram Stoker's Dracula is certainly something I would not turn down. I also think it has the potential to breathe new life into that type of movie. As always though, please do let me know all your thoughts down below in the comment section, and if you did enjoy this video then please consider leaving it a like and subscribing to the channel for more in the future. If you want to interact with me, see what I'm up to in my daily life, then check out my Twitter and Instagram at Mr. H Reviews. As always though, I've been Mr. H, and until next time, I will catch you in the comment section.
What's this? Oh, yeah, let's finish watching this.
Housing her father's cremated remains, forcing Paul to, on a daily basis, face his despised father-in-law. Soon after, the lid of the urn mysteriously disappears and Paul begins to experience unearthly events, which, like a twisted joke, only he can see. So it sounds like it's more paranormal stuff. I'm sure there's like a deep meaning, like maybe he had a falling out and maybe Paul had something to do with the death of the father, you know? And now only he can see it because he has, you know, maybe grieving or something. I have no idea. I'm just speculating. I've never heard of this movie. It's from 2013, it looks like. Horror Pack Limited Edition number 48. Cruel Will. Okay, I'm not sure that I'll check this out. It doesn't really strike a chord with me, to be honest. Next up, ooh, we've got a double pack, and this kind of ramps
Oh my
things
god.
up.
3? You getting 3 Blu-rays? That's how cheap fucking Blu-rays are now. What do you pay? 20 bucks a month for this thing, and you've already got 3? Plus, there's going to be other stuff in this box. 20 bucks, you got in 3D Blu-rays. That's how. If you don't know, physical media is going to die completely. It's going to be completely disappeared. The amount that it drops every year is insane. If I showed you the numbers, I guess I should. Okay, so I know where to go. I had to think for a second. There, so it's at home. So here you go. So this U.S. physical or even international physical, right? So international physical, it keeps going down. So that's down 10%, down another 10%, down another 10%, down another 10%. Every year, it goes down another 10%. International physical media, and then U.S. physical media, down 10%. It's actually more. It's more like down 15%. But anyway, I'm just saying that, 9.1, 8.0, 6.8, 5.8, 4.7. It's going to disappear soon. Yeah, just as a reminder, I don't say anything without backing it up. For anybody listening right now, I don't know how many people we got. Not many, but yeah, I don't make shit up. I've always got the data. I'm really good at apologizing if I get something wrong. I am actually humble. I'm just talking about what I know about politics, and I guess Hollywood, the business of Hollywood. But anyway, and I'm usually pretty good at saying, well, I think, or I don't know. I'm sure. I'm not positive about this, but this is what I think, or just randomly guessing, and I'll tell you, I'm pulling this information out of my butt. But look, 9.1 down to 4.7. That's pretty much half of what it was, 4 years earlier. So, and if it keeps going, and there's no reason to think that it's not going to, like, physical media is going to end soon. So these people that make Blu-rays and print Blu-rays and stuff, and even sell them, right? It's going to be over soon. It's going to be over soon. And by the way, let me just show you, while we're at it, let me show you as early as I got. Let's go to 2016, because that'll go back to 2011, right? Well, geez, that's not as good as a global box office. Types of screens. Box office. I don't know what to look up. I've never looked at this one. Whoa, okay. That's weird. Let me just try something. There's only one DVD here. 5, a DVD or Blu-ray disc player. Okay. Try that again. Maybe that just was a year and they did the report a little differently. I'm always looking for more current information. So that was 2016. Their book was kind of stupid. This looks pretty bad too. I'm not even giving me the proper. Okay, so let's go to 2018. Yeah, see, this is the format that I was home. See? Okay. So US physical was 10.3 down to 5.8. So 10.3 down to 5.8, right? but it was 10.3 the year before. And I'd like to go back even further, but I guess it's not going to let me. 10.3 over here in 2014. And 14.9. 14.9 for international. 14.9. 14.9 over here. That's how much international dropped from 14 to 15. Wow, that's like 15. It dropped like 4.5. That's crazy. $4.5 billion in 1 year. Physical sales are in the toilet. Physical media is going to die soon, so I don't know. Do they have just these sitting in warehouses? Are they just desperate to maybe get, keep the physical, keep their businesses alive? The people who make these things, right? They're just desperate. They got a great big factory ready to print DVDs and Blu-rays, but nobody wants them because they're buying digital copies now. Physical has transformed into digital.
Up, we've got Priest and Legion. So we're getting 5 movies in this horror pack. So this is a double pack. I do not own either.
Yeah, that's weird. Priest and Legion. They're good movies. There was something about them that I was like, but they're good. They are good. Period. Watch them. I don't know if you've seen them, Gloin, but they're good. Priest and Legion.
Yeah,
5 movies in for a $20 horror pack mailed to your door, kind of a surprise present. I don't know. That's just telling you what the value of movies are now. And here's something weird. When you push the button on your whatever to rent a movie on your TV or your internet, whatever, just a VOD, rent it. Like after a little while, like it's expensive in the beginning, but after it goes down to normal, it's $5, right? $4.99. It's got to be the most common price. $4.99, $5. Well, guess what? It was $5 when I was a kid. Now sometimes there'd be deals and 99 cents for this rack, but for your new releases and stuff, they were $5.99, or sorry, $4.99. Yeah, sometimes things were more, but $4.99 was a normal price to rent a video from the video store for a new release. And so the prices haven't changed. And do you know what that means? If the prices haven't changed, then the prices have come down because of inflation. And believe it or not, there's other products out there that are the same. Pizza, the price has not changed for pizza in 40 years, which means they've come down. Computers, down. Computer prices have not changed. They've only come down in price. Which means, that they've come down in price. In fact, my first computer, a Commodore 64, yes, my first computer was a Commodore 64 when I was like maybe 10 or 11 years old. Was $1,600. I've never spent that kind of money on a computer. It was $800 for the keyboard, which was also the computer, and then another $800 for the monitor and disk drive. $400 each. For a disk drive, a monitor, and the computer and keyboard. There was no mice at the time. Although I did, I think later on, buy some joysticks. Joysticks. You would call them controllers in kid talk. But yeah.
I really enjoyed. Priest, I don't
See that little old lady that just went crazy? See, this is spoiling the movie, though. You shouldn't have known that the little old lady was
I think
crazy.
that I've seen, but Legion was really cool. This is definitely like over the top stuff, though. If I'm not mistaken, at least one of these is based on a graphic novel, but I think both might be, where you basically have like heaven versus hell in both cases with demons and stuff. So Priest and Legion, not bad. This is something that I actually might watch. Like, I haven't seen Priest.
Oh, and come to think of it, there could be, in libertarianism, there could be a spot where everybody gets a Yelp score. There could be a city, a geographical location where you're not allowed in unless you have a Yelp score. You have to sign up for it. It's possible. I don't know if it would be successful, but it's possible somebody might try it, and it might work. It might not. Freedom is freedom. Everything has to be voluntary. That's it. You don't get to force anybody to do anything. Nobody forces anybody to do anything. But they can refuse you service, refuse to sell things to you. There's no force involved in that. Voluntary disassociation. And I guess you could say that there's, but see, having a city set up where you have to sign up for a Yelp score, if you don't want to do that, you can leave. And that's where, you know, smaller geographical locations come in really important, right? Because it'd be easy to move from one area to another. And I can't see anybody thinking that that would be a good idea. Maybe somebody might come up with the idea, but I can't see anybody getting on board with it. I just think people couldn't be bothered. I think people just kind of want to stay put and not be bothered with shit. And for the busybodies that do want to fucking, you know, magnifying glass at, you know, everybody's life, I think those people would be just ignored.
Priest, so I might watch Priest. Or I don't think so. Like, I feel like I've seen enough clips. Legion was good, though. Okay, that's cool. I'm down with it.
No, they're both
and
good.
And last but not least, we have, The Belko Experiment. This is actually a really fun movie. And if you don't have...
Yeah, it's good. Really fun? I don't know about that. It's good. I love these types of... This is kind of my jam. This is my genre. Trapped in a room, what are you going to do? Sort of tests, puzzles to solve. This is my horror genre. My sub-horror genre, should I say.
Have this is a great pickup. This was super fun, especially if you work in like an office setting. This is great. If you like movies like Mayhem, which is actually also really good, The Belko Experiment is neat.
I haven't seen Mayhem yet. I want to see it. Wait, what's this? Yeah. I want to see Mayhem. I'm going to put it on my watch list. How do you spell Mayhem? M-A-Y-H-E-M. M-A-Y-H-E-M. M-A-Y. I forgot the Y. Is this it? Yeah. I'll tell you, this guy in The Walking Dead, he had the best, I swear to fucking God, he had the best introduction into a television series that I've ever seen. This character's introduction, how he starts talking to what's-his-face in the tank as he's about to give up and get eaten by zombies. Hey, you, in the tank. What kind of a fucking idiot retard are you? Mayhem was terrible. Oh, all action, no substance. Well, I'm going to give it a try. You and I need to watch some movies together. Have you decided what movie we're going to watch tonight together? You watch so many of them. Jesus Christ. I know about them because I hear people talking about them, but I don't really watch them. It should be, let's do one that is on YouTube for free. So we're not breaking any, like in other words, it's kind of out of the public domain or nobody cares that people are just uploading the movie to YouTube. Or maybe a free movie from Proper. I want to see Chainsaw. Okay. What, the original, right? I hope. The original? Not like 2, 3, or 4. And then there's, okay, let me see. There's the original, 2, 3, 4. And then the remake in 2003. And then, okay, we'll watch it. By the way, it's on Tubi. Do you have Tubi? Get Tubi now. Yeah, do you have this program? You can just sign up for an account real quick. Just sign up. Go to Tubi.tv. No, sorry, tubitv.com. Just type in Tubi. You'll get to it. Here. Wait, let me, there's the link. So sign up for an account, and then you can, it's a free streaming service. Actually, we can do it right now if you want. You know what I love about what they did here? Is that the only one, just the original? Chain. See, these are... Oh my God, there's only the original. Only the original. Wow. I'm kind of shocked. I would have thought that the other ones would have... Now, what do you think? The Texas Chainsaw Massacre is literally available for free, legally, on the internet. Whoever put this movie together said it's free out there. Do you think that YouTube will get me in trouble for playing it on a live stream? I don't see why. It's like commercials, and you're going to see the commercials. So the money for it is still going to, well, I guess the links. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think about playing this movie so that people on the stream? I kind of feel like they're going to get me in trouble for doing it, and they're going to shut me down. Yes, YouTube is very strict. But anyway, let me give it some more thought. Oh, we'll get to this later on. But anyway, there it is. And you know what I love about this? Well, they spelt chainsaw wrong, like it's supposed to be spelled. It's supposed to be wrong. They spelt it wrong in the movie. Yeah, that's what I think too. But it's freely available right here. It's so weird, eh? See, I'm telling you, you know, and once you start to not understand, the reason you don't understand is because it doesn't make sense. Copyright doesn't make sense. What, watch a movie? And then, but, what? Yeah, but if I don't watch it with you guys on stream, I won't watch it. I seriously won't. And by the way, I haven't seen it yet. If I don't watch it with you, I won't watch it. Because I just don't. I'd rather work. I'd rather stream, or work on the website, or work on the next show. Right? I'm a workaholic at the moment. I'm trying to get a different life going. I hear what you're saying, so people can watch it in their own time. But I'm telling you, I won't watch it. Yeah, I know. But it's the same thing with just copyright in general. Once you truly understand what's going on, you realize that it makes no sense. They tried to make copyright something that makes no sense make sense, but they couldn't do it. What if I were to watch it, but just maybe I could somehow turn off certain things? See, the monitor, the audio is coming from my webcam, but maybe just turn off the monitor? Or here's the properties of the monitor. Capture the mouse cursor, use point, vibration, color key. I don't know what this is. It really shouldn't, I don't know where the audio click on and off is. Because, okay, blood is just the image. Posters are image. Logo is image. See, webcam is there. But the webcam is where I use, it's just my, the microphone. I don't really, I thought the audio was coming from, see, the webcam, that's the, can't I just silence it? But then I wouldn't be able to watch it. I guess I could watch it on my second monitor that's not being sent to you guys. I don't know how to turn off the audio. So here's audio from the webcam, but it's just from the output audio to stream only. Output audio to the desktop. So we got master input and pro line input enable, master volume. No options there. Pro line input mix. Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what to do, to be frank. See, this is my microphone. It's coming in through the webcam. So I need that. But I don't know where the rest of the, I don't know how you guys are seeing, are actually, when I play a YouTube video, I thought that was coming from, This. Technically, it should be coming from this, but there's no audio pieces here at all. It's just like video. So I don't know. Check out Welcome to Asgard. He streams movies on YouTube. Let me wait, isn't this oh yeah, this, I know that guy. This is Odin from Odin's movie blog, and he's on Nerdrotic all the time. I watch the Friday Night Tights quite a bit. What the hell is he doing? Really?
Oh, baby.
That's it?
Not only sustain it, make him strong.
See, this is boring as hell. There's no fucking way I would do anything even remotely close to this. Like, that's just, that, you know, like, I can get a little bit boring myself, but you're here for entertainment. You're not here to look at my mug. I know, I've known that he's done this. And when he described how he did it, I was like, yeah, no thanks. Now, see, there's, see, I'm sub to this. There is a bunch of stuff that you can watch, right? Maniac from 1934, Woman on the Run, Tormented, The Invisible Avengers. There's lots of movies on YouTube, right? And there's even free ones, right? I don't see why I can't play some of these. Because they're already here. They're obviously, I don't know. They've been on YouTube for a long time. The Bat. Even Day of the Dead. Well, see, they want you to buy it or rent it. Okay, let's do a filter. Let's get longer. Two, uncut. Just looking for long movies. The making of. Filming location. This is the, most people don't even know that this movie exists. If the rules were clearly defined, then I would go for it. But you don't know how to read tea leaves. Exactly. I'm totally with you. And they do that on purpose, right? They're like, this thing that we're trying to do doesn't make any sense, but we really want to make sure that we make as much money as we can. So we got this boardroom full of experts, and they're gonna tell us how we can manipulate things so that we make as much money as possible. We'll write a bunch of words down on paper and hope. The original versus the remake. In the House. I've seen this. It's a restaurant now. The actual house. Pretty fucking fantastic. I have something interesting on my website too. That you'll be interested in. Filming locations. Check it out. It's a great website. You should or a great YouTube channel. Check them out. It's called Then and Now. He actually videos this. He goes to the locations, the filming locations, and kind of recreates the movie. It's so cool. And you're probably going to have to watch it multiple times just to really absorb it all. It's really cool. I love promoting people, by the way, on my website, promoting other things. There's new ideas, different concepts. It is a lot of politics and a lot of horror, but there's other stuff too.
Tell him your granddaddy's buried in there.
He's like literally standing in where the camera was and doing what the cameraman did. It's fucking awesome. If I were you, I would put the libertarian spin on horror movies. But the Karens and cancel culture dregs of society will come after you. YouTube will probably block you. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. See, that's the thing, is, you know, people are forced into not being libertarian, not being free, or not whatever, doing something that they don't want to do. And I understand it. Well, there's some libertarians that try to break through and just say, fuck you, I'll do what I want. But then they often end up in jail or criminal records and all the rest of it, right? Does that help? I don't know. I fucking love this YouTube channel. He went to these locations, probably had the movie in his pocket, and he was standing in the exact same spot and filming the same thing. You know, this is beautiful, right? This is beautiful. This is what YouTube should be about. It should be a supplement to Hollywood, but I guess it's a replacement. Yeah, see the mall there now? There was nothing there before, but now there's a big mall. That's it. There's the gas station. Doesn't look all that much different, eh? Look at that. Isn't that a thing of beauty? Like, if you love this film. By the way, I think what we will do, you and I, what we'll do is we'll watch it, and I'll just not film it. And we can talk over top of it. But there needs to be a lot of talk. Oh, by the way, do you want to do audio? If you want to do audio, let me know. Because then we'll just Skype you in or something. And we'll just do it. You watch it and I watch it. You're just going to have to put on headphones if you have them. I don't know if you have the ability to do any of this. But I'll be able to figure out a way to silence it and still hear it. And not let it go out. We'll just put some images. I don't know. No audio. Okay. Well, you should I thought you were on a laptop. Don't you have a laptop? Isn't there a microphone built into your computer? Maybe you just don't use it.
Everybody out.
But yeah, it's fucking boring as hell. Yeah, I know. So yeah, I said I just won't show it on YouTube, but we could do the commentary, or maybe we'll just have to pick one of the public domain movies. Maybe we'll have to stick to them, because I've already done this. By the way, I watched last week. Oh, but it was on Twitch. On Twitch, we watched a public domain movie. Maybe we'll just do the same thing here. Watch a public domain movie. There's lots of horror movies in public domain. What a thing, eh? This is fucking awesome. Even says Coca-Cola barbecue, Coca-Cola barbecue. Sign is still there.
Maybe I seen something like that up that way. Well, now look, you boys don't want to go mess around no old house. Those things is dangerous. You're liable to get hurt.
I'm telling you, the director of this movie sure liked girl ass. Not that, you know, every red-blooded man does, but I'm just saying, there's a lot of ass shots in this movie. You know what? If I had all the money, and if I were gonna do it all over again, I would create a horrorville. Like out in the country, I'd buy a bunch of land, not too far outside of a big city, probably Toronto. I like Canada, Ontario, and I would just create um, I would create a horrorville, recreate these houses, you know, the Bates Motel, cabin, just different areas of different things. And, you know, I would invite movie people to come and do their thing. Woman in the Dunes? Is that public domain? Uh, 1964. The Law of Sand. The Woman in the Dunes. Okay, at 6 o'clock we'll watch it. Oh, by the way, is it a horror movie? I guess this is it. Was this Criterion? Oh, it is. Is it English? I'm a snob when it comes time to English. I'm a real snob. Ah, no, I don't want to watch it. I'm a snob when it comes time to English. Okay, I'll do this for you. Okay, do this. I'll start to narrow it down for you. Well, I want to watch that. Finish watching that too. Okay. Do this. Go to Creature Features. Okay. It's the YouTube channel called Creature Features. And just click on videos and look for a movie. Look for a movie that you want to watch. Now, it's got to be long. It's got to be 2 hours, right? See the 2 hours time? Not short. That's nothing. It's just, that's nothing. Okay? It's got to be long. That's a movie. That is Satan's School for Girls and the guest Tyler Ham. Okay? So just go to Creature Features and find a movie that you want to see. The Giant Gila Monster. I need to finish making my coffee. The Wasp Woman. Okay? This, I have no problem, because these are on YouTube. And I know these guys are going to be okay with what I do. Well, I think so. And, yeah, we'll just top it off with this. A creature feature. Or some other movie if you want, but find one here. I'm pretty sure this is, you know, we got The Invisible Ghost, The Curse of the Swamp Creature, Grave of the Vampire, Dementia 13. There's lots. So look here. And they're all English. Yeah, I'm a snob. For me to get into a foreign film, it has to be like, oh my God, everybody has to be praising it nonstop for years before I can actually sink my teeth into it, because I'm a snob for English. I will watch them. It has to be like an 11 out of 10 movie.
Hello?
And I'll be honest with you, these are the ones that I've been using to get into old classic movies. And I just like the, I think this is I'm pretty sure that Satan's School for Girls, like, why were they able to put it on YouTube if it's not public domain? I'm just watching a YouTube video that is available to everyone.
I thought you was in a hurry. Young lady, you just take it easy there now.
You think this is a party?
Haven't you found one yet? I'm making a coffee.
Movies like Mayhem, which is actually also really good. The Belko experiment is neat because like, they're working in an office together and they have to kill each other or at least outlive because people continuously die as their whole office is on lockdown. And it's super fun, and it's funny, and it's got Michael Rooker from Walking Dead fame, and obviously Henry himself. Very cool. If you don't have this and you haven't seen it, definitely check it out. But I feel like anyone who has heard of this movie has probably seen it, because it's a very, very fun movie. Cool practical effects. Alright, so, all in all, I'm not thrilled with this much.
Oh my god. I just made the connection. Yeah, that is. They all suck. You don't like classic horror movies? Uh-oh. Really? All of them? You don't want to see any of them? By the way, you're wrong. I want to see it. The very first one I'd like to see. I'd like to see them all, to be honest. This is a double feature. Another double feature. The giant Gila monster. But they all suck. I don't know, I just want to see them. The Wasp Woman. You know, this is B movies, but from B movies from the 50s, you know? That sounds like a lot of fun. Sisters of Death. They all sound great. Nightmare in Blood. These don't appeal to you? And they're already on YouTube. Oh my god, look at them. And they're already on YouTube. The Beckoning. Rattlers. Come on, you gotta be able to pick one. Just randomly, do you want me to randomly pick it? But will you watch it no matter what? If you want me to pick it, I'll pick it. Space Trucker Bruce? Come on, that sounds fucking awesome. What are you talking about? The Screaming Skull? That's a classic. I haven't seen it yet, but I know about it. Lady Frankenstein? All of these sound, the eye creatures, Attack of the Monsters, The Invisible Ghost, the Curse of the Swamp Creature, Attack of the Giant Leeches, Bikini Planet, come on. Grave of the Vampire, Teenagers from Outer Space, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. There you go. I haven't seen it yet. And this is supposed to be the first horror movie ever made. Well, it's not, but it's the first feature-length horror movie ever made. The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari. 100 years ago, this year. Exactly 100 years old. This came out in 1920. And the year is, if you don't already know, it's 2020. How can you say that? The very first horror movie ever made is staring me right in the face. You gotta see it if you haven't seen it. I think you're being a bit weird. I don't understand where this is coming from. So, if I'm not mistaken, you go to bed by 8. So we need to, you want to get watching this by 6? Is that correct? Or were you just joking?
Months, but you know, it's not gonna appease every single person, because if John was here, he would probably love these two. So, I mean, it depends on who you are and what your tastes are. If you like paranormal stuff, you're getting Insidious, you're getting Cruel Will, even though it might, like, I'm not 100% on what that kind of is. You're getting some action movies in Priest and Legion. Why am I holding these? Like it's all fucked up. There we go. And we got Belko Experiment, which is a nice little horror comedy with an office setting from Blumhouse. So altogether we have 5 movies. So I guess that kind of makes up for the fact that like many people will already have Insidious, because I think that it's unlikely that you would own, well, you won't own Cruel Will, but I think it's unlikely that you would own a Legion and Priest together. I already have Insidious and Belko Experiment, but the other ones, you know, add to the collection. Pretty cool. What'd you guys think? What is your favorite movie of the lot? Let me know in the comments. If you want to learn more about Horror Pack, including pricing and shipping, go to horrorpack.com. Use the code BLOODBATH to sign up. For your first order, you'll save $3. And if this is your first time here, make sure you subscribe to the channel to stay up to date with everything Bloodbath and beyond.
I don't know about that. Oh, look at me. There I am. I'm not a big fan of dead meat. And the reason is it's too professional. It just doesn't seem like it's just too professional. That's it. They're good at keeping their politics out of it, but it's just too professional. It's weird. Why YouTubers are depressed, episode 1. The Long Con, featuring Boogie 2988. Come on, horror movies, where's the horror stuff? Mystery Science Theater. The Torch of Satan. See? Mystery Science Theater. 3000. These are the guys that do the thing, and yeah.
If you love MST3K, then you'll love the new...
Oh yeah, no, I wouldn't. Not interested in whatever he's got going. He's a train wreck. But, you know, I thought Mammology was going to, you know, like he could add some wisdom into why YouTubers might get depressed. Well, I think it's just being so fake all day, every day. You know, being fake. I don't know. It's just, it's a weird sort of thing. The corpse vanishes going to the city. The magic sword. See, these are Robot Holocaust. No winter. See, like, there's so many movies that you could watch. Colossus and the Headhunters. See, that's another thing too. They say, by the way, another problem with Hollywood is there's already so much there's already so many movies. You start thinking about which one should I watch, and then you end up saying none of them. The Last Man on Earth on Creature Features looks good. Do you want to watch that now? I already closed it. Do you want to watch that now? Will you watch it to the end? Have you seen it? Okay. Don't hit play yet. You copy, actually, let me do it, and then you can copy me. And, okay, so I'm not going to pause it. You're going to push play, and it goes all the way through. I haven't seen it. This is one I know I need to. Drive-In Massacre. See, I saw this movie, and it's excellent. There's lots of great stuff here, folks. You just needed to, I don't know, you're just getting in a mood or something. Just had to shake you out of it. Now, okay, so you can line up your stuff with me. But I am not, N-O-T, not going to pause the movie to talk. I might mute, but I will not pause. So just press play, and we're not going to stop it at any point, okay? Because that's just easier. It's not fair when we're watching it together for you to pause and start at the same time as me. Okay, so just line it up with me, and then you can just press play, and then keep going. Oh, wait. The remake stars with Will Smith and Charleston Heston? Oh. Okay, so this is the one, right? With Matt Allaire. Okay, on your mark, get set, go. Oh, I Am Legend. Okay, there you go. Maybe that's why they put I Am Legend in with horror, because this one is horror. Vincent, I think has Vincent Price ever done anything that wasn't horror?
Mulder, Scully, Skinner, Spender, Kirch, Doggett, and of course, the cigarette-smoking man. If you know anything about science fiction, you will no doubt recognize these characters from the hit television show The X-Files, one of the longest-running science fiction series ever on television. And tonight we have all the goods and maybe a few bads on that show. Welcome to Creature Features. This is my refined butler, Livingston. This would be my unrefined housemate, Tangella. And the mess at the center of your screen would be yours truly, Vincent Van Dole. The reason for my broaching the topic of the X-Files is because tonight we shall be joined by Matt Allaire, founder of the X-Files Lexicon, a massive website containing anything one could ever want to know about Matt's favorite show. He'll be telling us a multitude of dark secrets concerning Mulder and Scully, and I imagine a good deal more. You enjoy that show, don't you, Livingston?
No, I found it confusing and rather disturbing.
Well, I'm sure it wasn't as confusing nor as disturbing as tonight's feature, 1964's The Last Man on Earth, starring Vincent Price and a rather pleasing array of Italian actors. Our guest Matt is also an expert on this particular film and will share golden nuggets of knowledge about its creation. So join us for another astonishing episode of Creature Features. Stay tuned.
Okay. Oh my. So, yeah, these are horror hosts. They have a guest on and they watch a movie. Pretty simple stuff. I don't know why I think this, but if they're streaming their entire show and the movie to YouTube, I don't understand if they have put the movie on YouTube. Obviously, it's free for anybody to watch, right? How can it be wrong for me to watch it too? I don't know. I don't understand it. And you're right. It's just the rules are kind of random for different people or whatever. But okay, so what do I know about this movie? I hear it's a really great film. That's about it.
Need a little help? Relax and listen to some spooky, scary stories. I have ghosts and goblins, witches and demons, crazies and clowns. Check out Spooky Boo's Scary Storytime at www.scarystorytime.com.
This is your Mac. It's a good Mac. It does those things you like, the music that you love, and most importantly, the work that you do. Sadly though, sometimes it does this. Or this. Or this. But before you do this, try Tech-Tool Pro, your one-stop fix-it.
It's true. Once you realize it's just the people with the biggest lawyers, they get to do whatever they want. Once you realize that Hollywood is just one thieving, they steal their ideas from everywhere, all over the place, so often. If you watch Odin, then you must watch Nerdrotic, and then you know about him and that Star Trek guy. I forget what his name is, but they stole the idea for Star Trek off of this kid from Egypt.
Brushing for 2 minutes now can save your child from severe tooth pain later. 2 minutes, twice a day. They have the time.
And they say that's just one of many examples. Oh, look at her.
Scared? Stay tuned on North Bay Television. Coming up.
What don't you like about him? I think he's okay. I don't think he's great. I don't think he's terrible. I think his show is kind of interesting, and I'm glad he's bringing the right-wing conversation to things. But him himself, he's all right.
All the way up.
Thank you.
Through all this smokiness. So, you are an expert on the X-Files.
Indeed.
No, I think you're something above an expert. Because an X-File is like you're a double expert.
Superfan is the way what they call it.
Superfan? That sounds less than expert.
Well, I've been dubbed as a superfan. I suppose I'm a bit more than that.
I think you are. I think I'm going to a PhD in the X-Files.
Okay,
right?
thank you.
Right. So he knows everything about the X-Files. We're going to talk about the X-Files, but we're going to watch a movie too, which is The Last Man on Earth, and you know everything about this film as well.
What I like about Gary is that they're kind of popularizing, they're getting a movement of nerds that are starting to smell the stink of Hollywood, and they're calling it out. It's a political. Whether or not he's a good person, I don't really watch a lot of his content. I don't watch his live streams because I'm not that interested in comic books. I'm not that interested in what he has to say. But I am interested in people smelling the stink that's coming from Hollywood and pointing it out. Oh my, this movie really starts real quick, eh? Vincent Price. Oh, my man. My man! I love you. Thank you for all you've done for horror.
Another day to live through. Better get started.
Oh. He already knows it's there.
December 1965. Is that all it has been since I inherited the world? Only 3 years.
3 years?
Seems like 100 million.
By yourself? Could you imagine? And he's still in his own apartment? Garlic? I thought he was by himself at this point. Oh, was he smelling them just to make sure that they still stink? Is he warding people away? I don't understand. Don't tell me if you know. I just like talking. Commentary, that's the purpose of it, right? Oh, the generator? I do watch Friday Night Tights, but that's and his quick videos, but I don't watch his live streams, and I don't watch Inquisition anymore.
I own the world. An empty,
DVD Doomcock or whatever. You'd think that they'd be rotting. 3 years.
More of them for the pit. Every day there are more of them.
Oh.
They live off the weak ones and leave them for the pit.
Oh, they're still walking around like zombies, I guess. Moving around. Yeah, Doomcock is too far left for me. He doesn't have... He still talks about equality and bullshit. And they keep talking about stuff they shouldn't be talking about. And no matter what it is, they're going to give their money to it.
KOKW calling. Come in.
They can't stop watching Star Trek to save their life.
KOKW calling. I'm on international frequency. Come in.
You know, I watch this guy every Saturday morning. I'll show you sometime. Remind me about Vincent Price and Saturday morning. I'll show you something you've never seen before.
They can't bear to see their image. It repels them.
Oh.
I need more mirrors. And this garlic's lost its pungency.
Well, garlic keeps them alive. They're like vampires. And yeah, I guess they're
When eating
vampires.
was pleasurable. Now it bores me. Just fuel for survival. I'll settle for coffee and orange juice this morning. But first, there's my life to consider. I'd better replace that garlic.
Yeah, mine too.
Lots more.
I know quite a bit about it. I've never seen it, never watched it.
I can't afford the luxury of anger. Anger can make me vulnerable. It can destroy my reason, and reason's the only advantage I have over them. I've got to find where they hide during the day. Uncover every one of them. Now, where did I finish off yesterday?
Oh my.
Madison Street to 31st Avenue. 11 kills. Over 3 years. And there's more than half the city I haven't searched.
Where's your goggles?
They're perfect. Just wide enough to keep the flesh apart so their body seal can't function. And how many more of these will I have to make before they're all destroyed? They want my blood. It's their lives are mine. And I still get squeamish.
My stuff. Well,
wait. That garlic. I'd better put it back where it belongs. I can't live a heart
still here.
away from hell and forget it.
Oof. Wow, she's playing dead really well. Wow, she's excellent. He's really good too. Wow.
I'm out of gas. That means one more stop I'll have to make. I can get rid of them later. Right now, I'm out of gas.
Tumbleweeds. Very American. It's a very American thing, a tumbleweed. My goodness. Just the gas cans all lined up there like they're just... like he owns everything. Oh. Oh. The army was doing it. So he's taken over where the army left off.
Guests of the show stay at the Flamingo Conference Resort and Spa in Santa Rosa.
I'd say. So I never thought about it. You don't have to press play on yours because you can just watch mine. Unless you don't want me to... whatever. Anyway, you could be just watching me because I'm watching the video. I'm broadcasting it here. For some reason, I thought we were going to be playing them separately because I was confusing. Anyway. Yes, I've heard, of course, being a horror fan, of course I've heard of this film. I've heard of all of these films, most of them. You know, especially, you know, Vincent Price ones, especially this one. But I haven't seen it. You know, it just, 70s, 80s, 90s, what's this?
At Roxy 14, double features Thursdays at 7 p.m. Visit us on Facebook for more information.
Roxy 14. I don't know about that. Yeah, of course you are. What, like, why wouldn't you? You don't need to have this going and that going at the same time. That would be terrible. It was stupid of me to even think that. 1, 2, 3, go.
Hey, Boswick, you're watching North Bay TV. Buy my underwear.
Damn it, Janet. Oh, that's hilarious. Rocky Horror Picture Show? Fucking hilarious. Damn it, Janet.
So, you know, I'm not entirely sure. These are not zombies or vampires. What are they?
Well, they're vampires, but they don't really... They're not typical of, like... they don't sleep in coffins, and they don't bury themselves in the earth. They just hide in the indoors during the daytime.
Now, these films, they're all based on that book, I Am Legend.
Yes, Richard Matheson's book.
Oh.
Richard Matheson. So, in that book, did you ever read it?
Oh, yes, I read it several times.
Does he identify them as vampires? Or?
They're considered vampires in the book.
All right. Well, that makes sense. I mean, they stay in at night, or no, in the day.
They stay in during the day.
You know, I like this film.
It's a very good film.
I like Vincent Price, but I like this film. It's just so well done. And the
it's nicely done, and it's a little slow paced, and I don't know. It may try the patience of the MTV generation as far as the pace that people see nowadays, but it's...
Did you just say the MTV generation?
Parts, and put you where those boring parts used to be. So
Indeed. Okay.
It's not the full movie, sorry. It's the way television works. If we had like a 2.5-hour show, we could do it.
Right.
All right. Well, let's talk about X-Files. How did you get into such a thing?
I started watching the show back in '94. I was like was part of the first generation of fans that got into the show, and just faithfully followed it up until it ended in 2002. Went and did other things. In 2005, I created the X-Files lexicon. I'd been writing for the Harry Potter lexicon, and that experience started making me think that, well, you know, maybe I could do this with the X-Files, and there was nothing else out there that was like the kind of website that I set up.
So it's a fan
what
club.
attracted you to the X-Files? What was it about the show that made it?
The writing, the fact that it was very creepy. It was also very eclectic. It wasn't just a horror show or a sci-fi show. It was a little bit of everything. And I thought that was, I mean, you would have a monster of the week, and then you'd have a mythology episode, or you would have like a lighter comedic type episode.
And there was always an overarching storyline as well.
Yeah, there was always an overarching storyline, but it wasn't serialized in the way that other TV shows usually are serialized. It was like there would be connections, but there would be all these standalone episodes where you could just enjoy that episode, and you wouldn't have to be thinking about, well, what's the main
So it's
plot.
not like a soap opera.
Not really.
Right. All right, well, let's get back to this film. I want to talk some more about the X-Files when we come back, but we've got to get back to this film because it's time. And it's a good film.
Very
right?
good.
It gets better, right?
Yes.
I know. I've seen this one before. You know, most of the time I haven't seen these films. This one I've seen twice. So, all right, well, you stay with us because this is going to get better. See you soon.
How long will I have to keep up this search?
He's okay, but...
I haven't much time left. It'll be dark in an hour.
Yeah, it's got to be. The garlic is a sure sign of vampire stuff, right? The mirror. Why would he bother going around?
Now, 12 long hours before the sun will rise and drive them back to darkness.
What is this? What?
Morgan, come out. Come out.
Whoa! Really?
out! Come out!
So they all know he's there. He's just trying to find out where they hide out so he can kill them. Okay, I get it. Well, that would be fucking annoying. People hunt zombie vampire things. Zombie vampires. What? Hunting you every night?
Another day.
I don't remember
Another day to start all over again.
Yeah, I don't remember it at all. I guess it did well. I don't know about the X-Files either. It was all right. I wasn't a big watcher. Not my thing. But then again, I don't really like TV. So he only uses these things one time. He's going crazy. Well, everybody's still buried in the graveyard. So that means the dead aren't coming back to life. I don't think, anyway. Trying to get candles straight in those fucking candle holders, it's such a real-life pain in the ass. It's why I think people gave up on them. It's impossible to get them straight or keep them straight. Fucking annoying.
Birds. Birds. God, how I miss you.
Wife? Yeah, now they're straight.
The sun's already set. They'll be everywhere.
Uh-oh. What do they want to eat him? Or what? They're kind of like, I don't know.
It's Morgan. Get him.
Well, if they're vampires, they're pretty pathetic ones. Germs, keep America strong.
Portions of this program are brought to you by Micromat.
So, yeah, these are either really pathetic vampires or really smart zombies. Yeah, this is it has to be a hybrid. Has to be a hybrid, right? The rules, the wooden stake, the garlic, and the mirror is all vampire. But they're so pathetic. They're more like zombie. I don't know. Yeah, that's interesting. You know one thing? Zombies, okay? Zombies, bloody hell. I can kind of buy the zombies don't eat each other. It's just like a shark. A shark doesn't eat the other shark. They look for other food. It's just natural. They kind of, their own species, they just leave it alone for some reason. Even the dumbest of animal, for the most part, does this. So I can kind of get behind the zombie doesn't eat the zombie. But you know what I cannot get behind is the rage zombie in 28 Days Later and 28 Weeks Later. The rage zombie doesn't eat the other rage zombie. Or the crazy, the virus-infected crazy from the crazies doesn't kill the other crazies. I think they do, actually, in that. But in 28 Days Later, there was no reason for them to not tear each other apart. It drove me friggin' nuts. In 28 Days Later. Like I said, it's one thing to have, zombies not eat each other. But, oh my lord, when you got a rage monster, they literally call it the rage virus. It just means you're really angry. Of course, really angry people are going to kill everybody. They're not going to go, oh, you're really angry too? We're just going to leave each other alone. So dumb.
Some conspiratorial reason, I imagine.
The Smoking Man.
Good movie, though.
Smoking's not good. In any case, let's do letters. What do we got? Tangella? I thought you threw that away. She's not going to get rid of that thing, is she?
Unfortunately.
It's disgusting. All right. How are you, by the way? You all right? Besides this, are you going to stay out of trouble? We never know. All right. Our first letter is from Leaf. What is this, like from a tree?
Scandinavian.
This is a real name, Leaf. He didn't put a last name. He's from San Francisco, California. Leaf. Really? I didn't know that. All right, he says, Dear Creature Dudes. Does that mean she's not included in this?
I believe she's included in that, sir.
It's like the California, everyone's a dude.
Indeed.
It took me forever to get used to this. All right, he goes, I get like totally excited to see you dudes every Saturday night. He said it again. There's something totally retro, radical about your show, and I think that's super shway. What does shway mean? Cool. All right. Well, thank you. What in God's name is this word?
Namaste.
What does that mean?
It is a greeting from people who are very into meditation and yoga.
Is this like Chinese?
Indian.
No.
Hindu.
All right. He says, Namaste and keep up the good work, Leaf. Well, thank you, Leaf. Dude, we will. We'll try. But thank you for the note. All right. What do we got next? You know, at least you could brush the teeth on that thing. I take it to the dentist. I'm trying. Oh, this is a long one. This is from Kurt. He doesn't say where. We've got an email address, but it doesn't tell us where that means. He goes, hello, everyone. So that's all of us and all of you, I imagine. He says, just want to say that I loved to watch the old Creature features with Bob Wilkins. Do you suppose he actually watched it with Bob Wilkins?
I think he watched it with Bob Wilkins on it.
Oh, all right. But I must say that I think you guys have kicked it up a few notches. I look forward to Saturday night's great show. All three of you are awesome. Really enjoy everything about the show. Keep up the great job. Question for Vincent. See? What rock and roll band were you in? They're always asking this. Well, I'm not in a rock and roll band now, obviously, but it was called Prince of Darkness, and it was awful. Don't even look it up because it was dreadful. Well, you like two of the songs. Yeah, see? It's dreadful. Thank you, Kurt. We'll talk to you soon. And the last letter is from, oh my God, I can't pronounce this. I'll try. I can't do it. Ydalberto. Ydalberto, right? Why? Oh, help me.
Yalb Dalberto.
All right. What he said. And he's from Brentwood. You know, I used to live in Brentwood. But this is a different Brentwood, right?
Yes.
Brentwood, California is like, it's got its own zip code. And I was from Brentwood in Los Angeles, and it was just like a neighborhood, right?
Indeed.
It's where OJ did that there. What a dreadful time. You remember that?
I tried not to.
I mean, it wasn't, you know, I don't want to pass judgment, but there was so much chaos in the neighborhood when that happened. And it used to be such a quiet place. All right, he says, greetings, Vince. I really enjoy your show. Great film selections. That's mostly him, you know. Sometimes our guests get to choose, but he usually chooses it. Keep your program running. Great horror films every week.
Good job.
Well, that's all. Prime directive, right? Run great horror films every week. But we do show sci-fi sometimes, right? Now and then. We need to show more sci-fi.
No.
I think Wilkins showed much more sci-fi than we do. Maybe somebody out there misses it, but I don't think Yadabelto Sophia will miss it. So thank you for the note. That's it for letters. If you'd like to send us a letter, the place to send it is appearing underneath my shoe. And if you send us a letter, do please plead with Tangella to toss this thing in the trash, or bury it, or burn it, right? No? We gotta keep working on this. All right, stay with us. Some more of the movie, and then we'll be back.
It would be maddening. 3 years, yeah. By yourself doing the same thing, just trying to hunt their day sleeping spot down. What? Oh, 3 years ago.
Hey, Verge.
Yes? Oh no, my makeup, my hair.
Hey, where is everybody? All I can see
Hi, Ben.
Oh.
I can hear children, but I can't see any children.
Uncle Ben! Uncle Ben! Hey, look at how
Uncle Ben? What is he, rice?
Open them and see. Open them and
Oh,
see.
come.
Kathy.
Take a look at this.
Plague claims hundreds. In Europe's disease carried.
It's highly theoretical, Ben.
Theoretical.
Started reading too late.
Do I have to remind you that theory is a beginning of solution?
My eyes are also really bad.
Is Europe's disease carried on the wind? Is it, Ben?
Could be.
And if it is,
It isn't, Verge.
is that what you really think, or just what you'd like to think?
I cannot accept half-baked theories that sell newspapers. I'm a scientist, not an alarmist.
You're whistling past the graveyard.
Is that a commentary on my work at the lab?
We both know how hard you've worked.
I'm sorry, Ben. I just can't accept the idea of universal disease.
Uncle Ben, you promised to show us cartridge.
All right, Kathy. Who can resist that face? All right. Card tricks. Card tricks.
Robert, is it possible this germ or virus could be airborne?
Anything is possible, Verge. The best brains in the world have been running through this thing with a fine-tooth comb. The germ is visible under a microscope, but is not like any bacilli I ever known.
In what way?
It can't be destroyed by any process we've been able to uncover.
But with the whole world trying, there must be a solution.
Hey, Mommy, when are you gonna cut the cake?
Right now, our problem is to cut that cake.
Hey, Mommy! Hey, Mommy!
Coming!
The last man on Earth. God, that would suck. I don't think I could live through it. Honestly? Could you? I couldn't. I don't think I could. No, let's forget about the fighting stuff. What would you do? And why would you do it? Like, you could say you could do all these things, but I don't know. What are you going to do? Figure out a way to turn the roller coaster on and then do that? Go to the library and read all the books? I guess that's what I'd do. Go to the library and probably read all the books.
The wind wake you up?
But that's just
It always
escapism.
does.
How do you feel?
I'm all right.
Oh, don't get up, honey.
I'm not sick, Bob. I'll make
You
your
don't
breakfast.
have to.
I'll be all right. Go on and read your paper.
Oh, so it happens slowly. And somehow he's immune. I hated being sick when I was younger.
Oh, sweetheart, look, if you don't feel well, please go back to bed.
I'm just a little tired, that's all. I wish somebody would find a vaccine.
It's all we're working on at the lab, Verge. Maybe you better not send her to school today.
All right. You think you should go to work?
I have to.
Oh, Bob. Bob. I'm so frightened.
Everything's gonna be all right, sweetheart.
What year is this? Really?
Well,
The bacilli are multiplying.
that kicks the bone marrow theory in the head.
This specimen shows a higher white count than when I put it on the slide. Those
Really?
cells are still living, Dr. Mercer, off one another.
There has to be an answer. You heard that all communications are ended outside the continental limits?
Yes, I heard.
I have to actually
That leaves
type.
it in our laps. So we keep trying. Where's Cortland?
Well, he should be here by now.
You two stay on this virus theory until I decide it's exhausted.
Right.
Yes, sir?
Morgan will fill you in.
All right, sir.
64.
And what did the great man of science have to say today? More of the usual?
Oh, he's trying, Ben, just like the rest of us.
And nothing works. The streets are swarming with truckloads of bodies that they're throwing into that god-awful pit. And the dedicated Dr. Mercer goes on with his plodding, unimaginative approach.
You have a better idea?
Maybe. At least it involves imagination.
Ben, it's as simple as this. An unknown germ is being blown around the world. It's highly contagious and it's reached plague proportions.
And you don't believe some of the dead have come back?
Now let's get to work.
68. Oh.
And why are they burning the bodies? Why don't they bury them?
Because it's the best known way to control the contagion, to keep the germ from spreading.
That's what we've always believed, at any rate.
You'd prefer us to believe in vampires?
If they exist, yes. There are stories being told, Bob.
By people who are out of their minds with fear.
Maybe. But there are too many to be just coincidental. Stories about people who have died and have come back.
They're stories, Ben, stories.
And why are the infected people always so tired in the daytime? Why can't they stand the sunlight? Why are they only seen at night?
Come here. Look.
I know his nose.
Now, is this bacilli or isn't it?
It doesn't alter.
And this bacilli is found in the blood of every infected person, or isn't it?
To show me germs is not to refute these stories, Bob. Point is, if there are vampires, they exist in spite of these germs.
Come on, let's get to work.
You know, I used it. Oh, shoot. I used it for a while, but I just hated the search results. Maybe I should try it again. I hated the search results. I should, you know, get away from Google and all that, but...
On Facebook for more information.
Like I'm saying, I tried it. I hated the search results. But maybe I should try it again. But I'll tell you something. I'm starting to hate Google's search results. Google's search results are starting to suck. So that's interesting. Maybe I should give them a try again.
So, Matt, it's obvious that these are vampires because I forgot about the whole thing with the stakes. I mean, if they were zombies, it would be like a stake in the brain, right?
Indeed, yes.
That makes sense to me, I think. I don't know. Anyways, you were telling me about George Romero.
Well, yes. This film actually inspired George Romero when he was making Night of the Living Dead. So the audience sees the shots of the vampires lumbering towards Morgan's house. They'll probably will remind them of the scenes in the 68 Night of the Living Dead of the zombies attacking that house.
Coming through the door
and actually, years later, Richard Matheson and George Romero met, and George Romero jokingly put up his arms in defense and said, "I never made any money off of the movie."
That's hilarious. He didn't, sadly.
Yeah.
And it went into public domain, which is kind of nice because people like us can run it. So, back to your X-Files. You were telling me that you did the Blu-ray, some work on the Blu-ray version.
For the second X-Files movie, I Want to Believe, I did some of the
Yeah,
extras on the Blu-ray,
You're right.
the interactive timeline.
Right.
So I wrote some of the content. I had two other people from my website that were helping me at the time with it. So we did a lot of the research and made sure that all the dates and all the information that's in that timeline was correct.
Can we see this on the website?
Yes, it's if you get the Blu-ray for the second film, it's on the extras. It says interactive timeline.
Right, but if they go to your website, can they see some of this information?
Of course, yes.
Maybe we should mention the website now. So if somebody wants to look while they're watching the movie, they can look it up.
www.x-fileslexicon.com.
x-fileslexicon.com.
Yeah, which
That's
is
it.
all one word.
Easy.
No space.
All right. Well, and so you worked on this, and they must have paid you like $1 million to do this.
Not really. We got a bunch of free DVDs and CDs from Fox.
Well, that could be almost worth $1 million, right?
Close. It was a lot.
£1 million. I don't know. Well, you got to work on your favorite show, right? It is your favorite
Indeed.
show, right?
Of course, yes.
I would hope. I mean, you're an expert. I mean, it's not like you're an expert on X-Files and you watch My Little Pony.
Yeah,
Right.
I wouldn't want to write about My Little Pony.
It
So.
wouldn't be much to write about, would
It
there?
wouldn't. There wouldn't be much there.
Yeah, and I don't think they'd have a DVD extra either.
Yeah, probably not.
Nor would you have friends on the website that would probably help. It'd be like you and like somebody who just reads it.
Right.
I don't know. I'm rambling. All right, what do you say? We get back to this film, and
Okay.
then we'll see what happens.
And then you realize that they didn't pay a goddamn thing for those DVDs. They got them for free from the printer. And that's all. So they literally paid you nothing. to do all that work for him.
And until further notice, this station will continue its around-the-clock coverage of this national disaster. And now, we switch you to the state capitol, where His Excellency, the Governor, is speaking from the Executive Mansion.
Further, I have, in conjunction with the federal government, declared this state to be a disaster area. Public health is dependent on bodies of the deceased being burned. You must notify the health department immediately if you have a plague victim in your home. Under no circumstances should you gather publicly. In view of the dire emergency that exists, I intend to...
Anything new?
Huh? No, nothing new.
Hey, you're right. You're right. But I'm not. You're right. It's a long conversation, but
Mommy,
basically you're right. I know.
Mommy, I can't see.
I'm going to call the doctor.
I said no. Verge, there's nothing they can do.
We can't just let her lie there.
Well, this way she has a chance. If you call a doctor, he'll report it. Do you want that?
Mommy, help me. Mommy. Mommy, please help me.
Oh, God.
Mommy, help me.
How can you be so sure she...
Blindness is one of the symptoms. You're not to call a doctor under any
Oh, blindness.
circumstances. No one is to come into this house. Now remember that.
Mommy. Mommy. Mommy, where are you?
I've got to pick Ben Cortman up on the way to the...
Oh, no. It's...
the lab. No.
Libertarian is the only moral way to live a life. It's the only moral structure. It's the only G-O-O-D, good. There's good and bad. Libertarian is good. Everything else is bad. Slavery is bad. Slavery is bad. Even just a little bit of it. I promise you. It's the 1 + 1 = 2.
For God's sake, don't take a boy like this. You can't. You can't.
I agree. It's a waste of time. Anybody that thinks that the government is the solution is an idiot. The government is the problem. They're the ones filling the kids' heads with all this shit. In schools and stuff. Black Lives Matter, blah, blah, blah. It's just government propaganda bullshit.
It's me, Ben. We're late.
And then they go, oh no, they're burning the cities down. You want us to come in and save you? Fuck off. You created this problem.
Ben, what's the matter with you?
Nothing, and I'm going to keep it that way.
Ben, look, let's talk about this.
There's nothing to talk about. You think I'm out of my mind. You laughed at me and my theory. You might be one of them.
Ben, look, you're ill. You ought to see a doctor.
No doctors. You take care of your life, I'll take care of mine. Now get away from here. You understand? Get away from here!
Yeah, you're talking good stuff there. Most of this crap is just a distraction so they can remain on their thrones and eat friggin' caviar and drink Dom Perignon while we're all busy fucking fighting over pennies. And they pretend to be good people. It's so sick. Oh, we care about you. We care. We care. No, you don't. It's evidence. Look at the war. Look at the famine. Look at your millions of dollars, and look at this guy. He's got nothing. You really fucking care? Shut up. We know you're just an evil pig sucking up anything you can for yourself.
If you're looking
Shut
for
up.
anybody but me, forget it.
And you think you got the... You think you have the... You think you can rule over other people.
That's right.
Is there any hope from the latest reports?
No, not yet. But believe me, Morgan, we'll find an answer.
When, Doctor? We need it right now. I need it.
You're the only
We got to
one
get rid of
who
the
wasn't
government.
afraid to come here today.
They're the ones that create the other
What's
side.
going to happen, Dr. Mercer? Is everybody in the world going to die before someone finds the answer?
No, I don't think so. I don't deny there's some strange evolutionary process going on.
Yeah,
but
talking
mankind
is going to
won't be
help.
destroyed. The fact
That's what we're doing here.
that you and I are working here today is evidence of that.
All right, let's roll.
When? When?
I called a doctor. I had to.
I told you not to call anyone.
Mom, she was blind. She couldn't see. She kept reaching out her hands, groping for me. Then, all of a sudden, she was gone. And they came and I tried to stop them. They took her.
I saw a truck out there. Was that it? Was it?
I'm sorry, lady. There's nothing I can do. Let that truck through. Get out of the way. Get back, folks. Nobody's allowed out there. Please, all of you, get behind those lines. Look sharp there. Move. Move along. Make way for that truck. Make way. Hey, you, mister! Come back! Come back!
Did this truck just come in from Market Street? I said, did this truck just come in from Market Street?
Mister, I don't know.
Hey, you don't belong in here. Get out. I said get out.
I want my daughter.
Mister, a lot of daughters are in there, including my own.
Damn. What a name, Verge. It's a pretty ugly name, to be honest.
Verge. Oh.
Is it a proper name from 50 years ago? 70 years ago or whatever? I don't know. Verge. For a girl, too.
No.
Yep.
I won't let them put you there, Verge.
You'll do it yourself. Oh. You're gonna... Oh, right. Take her to the mausoleum, or... So, honestly, everything can be boiled down to no violence, no theft, and no lies. Life, just anybody that wants to get complicated with yes or no or maybes or this or that, just boil life down to thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false, I don't know, just whatever. Thou shalt not lie. There isn't an exact one, but thou shalt not lie. No theft, no violence, and no lies. That's it. And if you want to boil it down even further, but it's kind of complicated, you really have to understand the word. It can even be boiled down to one thing. No force. F-O-R-C-E. F-O-R-C-E. Force. Never force anybody to do anything. That's it. Life can be boiled down, the minimum of life. But we can't even get that right. So, but the minimum of life is no force. You want to break that open? No violence, no theft, and no lies. But, you know, it's quite simple. Once you get into a complicated conversation with somebody and you just need to simplify it for them, just go back to thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not lie. Bear false witness or covet, I don't know. I don't know which of the 10 commandments fits well with don't lie, but it's one of them. Tell the truth, don't hurt, and don't steal. Basic, really basic.
Some moms travel miles for a present.
Oh my.
But Cash's mom traveled the country for her child's life.
To St. Jude.
Yep. Cash was diagnosed in California with a rare cancer. St. Jude Children's Research Hospital tailored a special treatment just for him. Our research helps save kids everywhere.
Want to do lunch?
Well, someone is feeling a lot better.
Go to stjude.org or shop wherever you see the St. Jude logo.
Hey, we're Quiet Riot here at the House of Rock in Santa Rosa, and you're watching North Bay TV, so stay tuned.
Guests of the show stay at the Flamingo Conference Resort and Spa in Santa Rosa.
You know, I absolutely adore the scenery in this film. Matt, you were telling me they filmed this in Rome.
Yes, Rome, Italy.
Rome. Why?
That was very common. Italian directors would hire American or British actors to appear in their films, and AIP would release the film here.
This is like a spaghetti horror film.
Sort of.
I love it. It could be a Western as well, but no, it's a horror film, so... Is it technically horror?
Technically, I'd say so.
It is.
You got
What,
dead
the
bodies.
spaghetti western is an Italian
Spaghetti
western
Western is a dead
movie?
body.
I didn't know that.
Unless it's a, like, mystery.
Dead body that comes back to life is,
Oh,
you know,
all right.
a horror
It's not
film.
a mystery. We know what happened there.
Yeah.
All right, so tell me more. You're telling me there's some unusual history with this film.
Well, prior to the film being made, Hammer Studios approached Richard
Hammer.
Matheson to do a movie version of I Am Legend.
And he's the author of the
He was the
original.
author.
Right.
And that was going to be directed by Anthony Hines. And then Matheson wrote a script, and then the British censors thought the script was too horrifying and they wouldn't pass it.
You know, these British censors, usually they're fine. You can have, like, on television, and something like this, as lame, tame as this film is, they would not allow.
Well,
so that's why it ended up going to this other studio, I assume.
Probably.
And they filmed it in Rome and made it a spaghetti horror film. You know,
Sort of.
I think it adds a nice touch. So would they have filmed it in the UK? Had they?
My guess is, yeah, probably in
Right.
the classic studios that they use for a lot of the Hammer films.
So instead of sun, we would have had fog and rain.
Probably.
I think history did us right. So on this X-Files thing, you know, we had Veronica Cartwright on the show several weeks or months. What was it? Weeks? Months? It was months, right. And she was so excited to be working on the new X-Files.
Indeed.
So I've never seen the episodes that she was in. I've seen quite a few episodes, but not the ones she was in. She played whom?
Cassandra Spender.
Oh, it's quite a name.
And she had a relationship with cigarette smoking man at one point, and they
Cancer
had a
Man.
son who ended up causing a lot of problems for Mulder throughout seasons 5, 6, and 7. Cassandra Spender was supposedly abducted by aliens, and so that's the reason why the Mulder character got involved.
So with Cassandra Spender coming back, what do you think they're trying to do with that in the story?
Well, they're trying to wrap up the primary mythology and the impending plague that has been kind of an overarching idea in the series for a long time. I don't really know what Cassandra's role is going to be because she may be still dead. It could be her, it could be somebody else. There are alien bounty hunters and there are shapeshifters and all this involved in the show. So whenever somebody reappears, you never know
if it's them.
If it's them.
It could be a surprise.
Indeed.
We'll never know. Anyway, so I'm getting the signal. We got to get back to the film. We're going to talk some more about X-Files. When we come back, we're going to talk some more about this film. And I don't know. I think I'm going to talk about my shoes as well. Who knows?
All right.
Stay with us.
X-Files, not my cup of tea. It was okay, but I'm trying to think of the most influential. Oh, that'll be fun. Uh-oh.
Alive. It's alive. Wait! Don't run away! Come back here! Don't run away! Come back! Come back here! Wherever he is, I've got to find him. If I have to search every street, every house, every alley, every inch of this town, I've got to find him.
Oh my god, I guess you're kind of going crazy. This kind of reminds me of that Tom Hanks movie in the volleyball
Hey boy, where are you?
on the island. Stowaway, or what is it? I forget.
Where are you, pal? Come here.
Where he kind of going crazy. I'd go crazy too. Oh.
They're dead. They've been staked. But these are made of iron. Not wood, like mine. Someone else is alive in this world. But where are they? Where are they hiding? How many are there? Where did they come from? Why haven't I seen them? This is Robert Morgan. If somebody can hear me, answer me. For God's sake, answer me. This is KOKW calling. KOKW calling. Answer me.
Oh, very nice. So the strange, tall UFO, mushroom-shaped building in the background behind Dr. Robert Morgan is the Ristorante Il Fungo in Rome, built in 1957. It was restored in 2013-14.
So you finally decided to come back. It's all right, boy. Good boy. Oh, no. Don't worry, boy. You're going to be all right. Yes, you are.
Dirty dog.
There, now we've got you all cleaned up. You're gonna feel better. Gonna put you down here now and you can rest. Got you all cleaned up. There you go. Rest. Oh. You know they're out there, don't you? You poor, driven thing.
Wait a sec, 3 years? Oh, I guess, yeah.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Well, now you have a friend,
Nobody's gonna hurt you. Everything's gonna be all right. All right. You're going to get better. We're gonna have lots of happy times together. You'll see, everything's gonna be fine.
Dirty bum, holy mackerel. Should clean your house, Jesus.
What's the use?
What do you think that those zombies want at his house? Do they want to kill him or eat him or... Why do you think they're so inept? I don't understand these vampire zombie things. What? Did he just fucking kill the dog? What a bastard. Leave the fucking thing alone.
wait, I'm not gonna hurt you. Can't you understand? Wait! Wait! I'm not going to hurt you. Wait! 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 I couldn't be out here in the daylight if I was one of them. You know that they can't come out until sundown. Do you want to come with me or do you want to face them?
Wonder why they're immune. I wonder if we're going to get that answer. Just a genetic lottery? Oh my. Need another arm. Oh, they all need. There comes the zombies. You know, all of these commentary things that people are kind of doing, it's kind of like, well, it's commentary, and it's kind of like the old horror host. Now, you guys, you know, like the non-horror doesn't have it. My world is full of it. Horror hosts, Joe Bob Briggs, Elvira, Morticia, so many of them. The list is long. And even this one, like, they still have them today. Horror hosts. Just, but for some reason it's just with horror. I don't know why us horror folk like the sort of talking in between the movie, maybe talking about the movie, or I don't know why it works with horror and not other stuff. But I don't know, we horror fans seem to really like it. I'm just for the record, by the way, I'm like 90% horror, 9% big blockbuster movies, like the big normal, you know, top movies, and then 1% other. I'm not joking. That's how I describe myself. 90% horror, 9% big blockbusters, and then 1% other.
Extremely terrifying. Just the scariest undead subhuman thing on TV, and I really mean that. But I am worried that you could give my kids nightmares if they see you, so I'm gonna have to block you. So that's it. Oh, and tell the zombies they're blocked too.
It's morphin' time! 0 to 1, pick! Hi, I'm Catherine Sutherland from Power Rangers, and you're watching North Bay TV. Stay tuned. Go, go, Power Rangers!
Portions of this program are brought to you by Micromat, making products that keep your Macintosh running at its best.
Whoa, that's deep. Assimilate legacy humans. That's deep. Holy crap. Might be a little bit over my head, too.
You feeling better?
Yes,
Would you like a cup of coffee?
thank you.
Well, he cleaned up the
You
place.
seem very well organized here.
Yeah.
My name is Ruth Collins. I was married. I lost my husband. You are alone? You were married.
Yes.
Children?
A daughter.
What are you doing? Please stop, please. Stop it, please. You're making me sick.
Why do you turn
Please.
away?
Please.
Why do you turn away? You are infected.
No.
Infected systems are allergic to garlic.
You think I'm one of them?
You will be.
You've made up your mind just because
You can't change the facts by talking.
Facts. What facts? That I got sick? I've had a sensitive stomach all my life. I saw my husband killed, torn to pieces right in front of our house. I've been wandering ever since. Hiding at night, not eating more than scraps. Sick with mourning, sick with fear, unable to sleep. Then you shout at me. You chased me across a field, hit me, dragged me to this house. And to top it all, when I get sick because you shove a piece of reeking garlic in my face, you tell me I'm infected.
Oh.
Where are
Let
you
me
going?
go.
You can't go out there. It's almost sunset.
I'm gay. So I actually, I can appreciate the beauty of a woman, but to be honest with you, my politics says I'd rather see a woman that is modest. The slutty doesn't do anything for me. It just kind of, I think women are selling themselves short. I don't know. It's women are so it's in such a weird spot. I'd rather, I don't know, I just want them. I'd rather them be conservative.
You know, you should eat.
I can't. You seem used to them.
Oh, as much as anybody could be. I'm not frightened of them anymore, if that's what you mean. Oh, I protect myself against them, but only because there's so many. Individually, they're weak, mentally incompetent, like animals after a long famine. If they weren't, they surely would have found a way of breaking in here a long time ago.
Come out, Morgan.
Hear that? That's Ben Cortman. He was my friend.
Your friend?
He was like a kid brother. If I could find him and destroy him.
But you said he was your friend.
When I find him, I'll drive a stake through him, just like all the others.
But you lived through all this. Do you know why?
Perhaps I was chosen. That's a laugh. Or perhaps it's because a long time ago when I worked in Panama, I was bitten in my sleep by a bat. My theory is that the bat had previously acquired the vampire germ. By the time it entered my blood, it had been strained and weakened by the bat system. As a result, I have immunity. Well, it's only a guess, but it's all I have to go on.
You don't think that I'm immune, do you?
It's a simple matter to find out whether you are or not.
What will you do if I am infected? Cure me? You don't have to answer. I know as well as you do. It's incurable.
There might be a way. If not of killing the germ, at least of containing it, keeping it from spreading. If I had the equipment, the time.
Which you don't.
Is Facebook even good for anything anymore? I quit Facebook years ago, and it's like all of my posts were just being shadow banned. By the way, that's one of the reasons why I have my website, is because I'm just tired of frickin' being censored. I'm tired of frickin' people, you know, like these companies saying that what I have to say is no good, and them censoring me. So, anyway, who's prettier? Well, Debbie's pretty, but she's like, look at my tits, look at my tits, look at my tits. I don't really, I don't know. 2012, that's a long time. Now, I'll be honest, I wasn't really using it much. Like, I used it a bit in the beginning. I forget when I started. But I used it for a little while, and then I quit, and then I went back, and then I quit, and then I went back, and then I quit. I think I went back to start a business, but that was around the time that your Facebook pages meant nothing unless you gave them a bunch of money. They start this thing called Facebook pages for businesses, and then you get all these people to sign up for it. And then they say, oh yeah, we're not going to show your posts to the people who followed your page unless you pay us. And I'm like, fuck you. It's one thing showing ads in the middle of things, but it's quite another thing to fucking create something, make something popular, and then they say, oh, well, now you got to pay us. Now that this idea is popular, give us money. Fuck you.
What are we watching?
The Last Man on Earth.
The Last Man on Earth. I've been intrigued with this fetching young woman.
That is Franca Battoia.
She's Italian.
Italian, yes.
Yeah. Italian, you know, I'm part Italian. Small part. And, yeah, Italian women are so lovely. I don't know. It must be in the food or the water. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of Italian women are... Mario Bava was great at photographing.
Mario whom?
Mario Bava. He's another genre director.
Bava?
Yeah, Bava. B-A-V-A.
Oh, what a
and
wonderful name.
Filmed, photographed women. He made them look beautiful. It was wonderful to see.
Well, I bet she looks good without the photographer as well. Anyways,
Indeed.
Enough about that. Let's talk about The X-Files. So, you know, you've probably seen every episode like 10,000 times, right? What's your favorite?
I love everything that Darren Morgan wrote. He wrote the Jose Chung from Outer Space, which is one of my all-time favorites.
The Jose what?
Jose Chung from Outer Space.
Jose Chung from Outer Space. I have no idea what that means.
Okay, well, it's Jose Chung is a character who is like, he's an author who's kind of like, well, not quite Truman Capote, but he's somebody that's like really respected, and he writes a book about alien abduction.
Right.
And the episode is basically like a satire on the alien abduction phenomenon. And
So it's almost comedic.
yes,
Maybe, right?
Darren Morgan wrote a lot of comedic episodes.
Well, that doesn't seem like it'd be a good fit for X-Files, but it sounds like it was.
It did work,
Really?
and that's what makes the show so great. Is it was so
Do they
eclectic.
have like slapstick between?
Not quite like Laurel and Hardy type slapstick, but I mean, it was clever, funny.
A nice departure from. It's actually a rather depressing show.
It can be.
It seldom ends well.
Most of the time, no. Sometimes, yes. Actually, the show Millennium that Chris Carter created actually is even a bleaker show, I would say.
I saw that. That had Lance Henriksen.
Yes.
Right. That was right after, shortly after he had the whole fame with Terminator.
Indeed.
Whatever happened? Is he still with us?
He's still with us. I've got people that talk to him all the time. So
you mean Alien?
He's out there plugging away.
Well, we should have him on the show, maybe one day.
Hopefully.
It'd be nice.
Come on, Lance
Asking about
Hendrickson is
Terminator and
Alien, not
Millennium,
Terminator.
right?
Yes.
Millennium. I like that show. They canceled it, right?
It lasted 3 seasons.
No. Is that enough? I don't think so.
Not
We won't last 3 seasons, but for that show like
well,
that?
actually, with Millennium, there's been letter writing campaigns and petitions to try to get, another season or a movie or something else to happen with
Well,
that.
I'll write a letter. They won't read it, but I'll write one. All right, well, let's get back to The Last Man on Earth
Firefly.
with Mr. Vincent Price. And I think we're going to be wrapping this up.
Firefly,
So let's
Firefly.
see the rest of the film. You stay with us.
Firefly, 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 Firefly. If there's one show that I would love, I don't know why my eyeballs hit that show, but they did, and I fucking loved it. It's not horror. That's rare. Crazy rare for me. I guess I like some other stuff, but Firefly, Firefly, Firefly. Oh, wow. And she's taking drugs to keep her under control?
You are one of them.
I was. And without that injection, I'll be one again.
What do you mean? You found a solution?
That's right. Exactly as you said it could be. I take that for it.
What is it?
Defibrinated blood plus vaccine. The blood feeds the germ. The vaccine keeps it isolated and prevents it from multiplying. We've had it for some time now.
We?
There are quite a number of us.
And I thought you were alone. I was going to cure you. Does that amuse you?
No.
Now, I want the truth. I want all of it. Why are you here?
To find out if you know any more than we do. You know far less. We're alive. Infected, yes, but alive. We're going to reorganize society. Do away with all those wretched creatures who are neither alive nor dead. Start everything all over again.
Does she have a rotten tooth?
You can't join us. You're a monster to them. Why do you think I ran when I saw you? Even though I was assigned to spy on you. Because I was so terrified of what I'd heard about you. You're a legend in the city. Moving by day instead of night. Leaving as evidence of your existence bloodless corpses. Many of the people you destroyed were still alive. Many of them were loved ones of the people in my group.
I didn't know.
Is there any way you can get out of here?
What do you mean?
They're coming after you tonight. That's why I was sent here. To prevent you from resisting them. I'm supposed to keep you here. Until they come.
Why not? Why not just kill him?
Yes.
Your new society sounds charming.
The beginning of any society is never charming or gentle.
And you pretended to be shocked at my violence. Well, what are you waiting for? Why don't you go on and use it? Get it over with. Use it. Get it over with.
Now you know. What are you going to do?
Well, it's a good thing that the same blood type.
What are you doing?
It's already done.
What?
Look. Look. You see? It worked, Ruth. The antibodies in my blood worked. My blood has saved you, Ruth. Do you know what this means?
It means you're going to die at the end of the movie.
Others. We won't be alone. We'll never be alone again.
You are sure?
Wait.
They're going to kill you. You're going to open the door and they're going to shoot you. Just like in Night of the Living Dead. You're going to survive to the end and find the answer, and then boom.
Where are you
I've got
going?
to get out of here. Tell them you're not a
You
threat
can't
to us.
go out there. You
Save all
wouldn't
of
get
us.
10 feet.
When they come here, there won't be time for questions and answers. They'll come to kill. For God's sake, Robert, let me go. Oh, Robert, please.
Ruth, look, tomorrow.
Please. Oh, Robert.
Tomorrow, Ruth. Tomorrow will be
No.
all right.
Robert, no.
Oh. Oh, no garlic. They're gonna kill him. And her, probably.
Robert.
Yes, Ruth.
What if this doesn't last?
But it will. I've already checked it under the microscope. Wait, I'll show you. I'll prove it to you. I'll check it again.
Oh, break the window. Or the mirror. They're in trouble now. Oh. One more segment.
As men tied to the earth, we dream of visiting the stars.
So what's your, like, I'm almost all horror. What's your number one genre of film? I bet you it's drama, because you're a real movie freak. So you probably like the Oscar stuff. Drama.
This is your Mac. It's a good Mac. It does those things you like, the music that you love, and most importantly, the work that you do. Sadly though, sometimes it does this. Or this. Or this. But before you do this, try Tech Tool Pro, your one-stop fix-it tool to locate the source of this, so that this still remains your things that you love, music that you enjoy, and important work that you do machine. Tech Tool Pro, the most advanced Macintosh repair utility ever.
Hey, it's Spooky Boo. Trouble sleeping at night? Need a little help? Relax and listen to some spooky, scary stories. I have ghosts and goblins, witches and demons, crazies and clowns. Check out Spooky Boo's Scary Story Time at www.scarystorytime.com.
Do you need caffeine just to start your day? Are you dragging in the afternoons, craving sweets? Ever feel like your stomach is the bottomless pit? You're not alone, and there's nothing wrong with you. You're just eating the wrong foods. If you seek radiant health, increased stamina, or weight loss, you need to be including more raw fruits and vegetables in your diet. So let Sonoma County's own certified raw food educator, Natalie Norman, teach you how. Visit natalienorman.com for delicious, easy recipes, meal plans, kitchen tools, and support. Get started living your happiest, healthiest life today.
But the white savior, is that like the white knight? It's not, does that, the white in what you're talking about, directly refer to race? Because when I hear white savior movie, it's a white man going to Africa and saving the day. A white man going to India and saving the day. A white man, moving into the thingy thing and saving the day. White man. Look at Tim Robbins saving Morgan Freeman in Shawshank. Oh. So you literally mean a white man. Well, that seems kind of racist to me.
Hi, this is Janine and Tiffany. We're in Oakland at the Kraken Con. You're watching North Bay TV. Stay tuned.
Ruth, just take a look at this. This'll prove it to you. Ruth, there's no change. I've double-checked.
Robert!
Ruth. Ruth!
Robert!
Ruth, get away from her! Ruth, are you all right? Are you all right?
Run, Robert! Robert, run! Robert, run! They've come to kill you, Robert.
There he is.
Wait! You don't understand! Wait!
See?
Get him! Get him! Wait! Round the block! Move! Move! This way! Hey, over here! This way! Cover outside! Stand back.
There he is, in the church. Over there.
Oh, he shot. Oh, in the arm. He's gonna die.
Freaks! All of you. All of you freaks! Mutations!
Hold it!
You're freaks. I'm a man. The last man.
Robert.
They were afraid of me. They were afraid of me. They were afraid of me.
They didn't know.
Well, hurry up and suck out his friggin' blood. Quick!
Don't cry. There's nothing to cry about. We're all safe now. All safe.
Killed the fucking Cure. Fucking
And so
pricks.
ends The Last Man on Earth. Paul Vincent Price. You know, he actually was the last man on Earth in this case, wasn't he?
Indeed.
Because they all had the disease.
And you have to feel sorry for the dog, too.
I always felt sorry for dogs. I don't like it when they do bad things to animals in films. I could see humans get their heads chopped off and arms lopped off, but when they hurt a pet, not good. Not good at all. Anyways, what's in the future for Mr. Madelaire?
I'm going to still be writing for Den of Geek.
And that's this?
This is this. I wrote
So I thought it was a website. It's an actual magazine.
Well, actually, these magazines were created for New York and San Diego Comic-Con. Hopefully, they're going to eventually do a print edition that you'll find in the newsstands.
This is beautiful.
But
I would read this every day.
But they're working on.
It's got what's his name? Bruce.
Bruce Campbell. Yep.
Bruce Campbell. He looks young.
Ash versus Evil Dead is a great show.
What a beautiful.
No, it's not.
Magazine. Well, Den of Geek, you must print this more often. So you wrote in here for X-Files.
Yes, I wrote. I did a bunch of interviews that they compiled.
A bunch.
Yeah, that page right there.
This one.
That page right there.
This is all you.
That's all me. I did those 5 interviews.
You had lunch with these two.
No, I haven't had lunch with Jillian and David. I've
Well,
spoken
shame
to them.
on them. John and Jillian. No, what's his name?
David and Jillian.
David and Jillian. You have to have lunch with Matt. He might tell you something about the show that you don't know. Well, this is
Gillian
absolutely gorgeous.
Anderson
This magazine's wonderful,
made
and you're part
music,
of
and I
this.
bought her album.
Yes.
What a great deal. No, I should read more of these.
It was just
and they cover
weird.
all kinds of things, and they even have margarita ads, which you don't see too often in sci-fi horror
for sci-fi,
type
yep,
magazines.
indeed.
This is very well done. So normally Den of Geek is
A website. It's been around for a very long time, very big.
And geeks who like dens, like Den of Geek.
Yes.
So it's just Den of Geek?
Den of Geek, yes.
Den of Geek. Den of Geek. Easy.
There's a US and UK version of it.
Fantastic. Anything else you've got coming up? Maybe Christmas?
Christmas? Well, I'm working on a couple of films
Christmas.
that I'm trying to get off the ground. And
This is a big deal. Like, you're writing them or filming them?
Yeah, I'm writing about like 3 half-hour films that will be debuting on the internet. And we're going to try to get the funding through Kickstarter.
Well, you should debut them here.
I'll think about it.
What kind of films are they?
First one's a horror film. Second one is like a...
Yeah. You don't need the internet. This is television. People put internet in the office and they put television in the living room. And living room is the place to watch horror films, right? Right?
Right.
Maybe. I don't know. All right, Matt. Well, you know, you've been an amazing guest. I've never known so much about the X-Files before. And I'm going to start watching again because I stopped at like season 4. I just couldn't keep up. But I'm going to start watching it now that I've been inspired
go ahead
by
and
your
binge
work.
watch. New season will be coming up next year. 10 episodes, season 11.
10 episodes is not a season. It's
Well,
a tease.
It's nowadays a lot of shows are cut down to where they do 13 episodes with most television.
I
so
don't like that. You know, this is, what is this, our 48th episode? 48 episodes in 1 year. It's our 1 year anniversary. We've done 48 episodes, and here you've got these professionals.
It's one a
who
week.
can only do 10.
Yeah, the Twilight Zone did like 37
A month
episodes
off.
per season.
See?
So
That's the original with Rod Serling.
Brad Sterling, yep.
All right. All right, we got to go. Thank you again, Mr. Matt Allaire.
Thank
We
you.
want to have you again, perhaps to talk about one of your films or the next X-Files. But till then, you folks, you have a nice rest of the weekend. Do something fun or just do something boring. Watch the show if you want to do something boring. It's a great way to waste your time. That's it. We'll see you next time. So, Matt, I was thinking, since you're an expert at doing these chronologies, what if you were to do a chronology of all our Creature Feature episodes?
Well, maybe after 10 seasons and a couple of alien abductions.
Okay. Look at Clint Eastwood saving Asian family in Gran Torino. We gotta talk about this thing. Hold on. When you see, now, I guess the cameras are great, and the set is pretty darn good, and there's some special effects going on in between. But I mean, the content there, the host and the guest both, not very good, right? Not very good at all. You're like, no wonder, YouTube is taking off, because we're doing just as good as that, and sometimes better. But anyway, let's talk about your taste in movies. There's something scary about what you're talking about. Are you talking about a white race, R-A-C-E, white race, European white people, moving in and saving the day for other races? Or are you talking about white as in metaphorically white, and like the white knight? White knighting has nothing to do with the white as in color, race, white people. Are you saying, yes, I like it when white people move into non-white things and save the day? Is that it? You like it when white people move into to non-white places and save the day? Just yes or no. Oh, you might not be here. Okay. Anyway, I hope you're quicker or something. I'll give you a couple minutes to answer, because I'm gonna call it quits. But I'll wait to see if you come back. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking over my head. You're talking about something so incredibly specific. Okay, what I'm going to tell you is this. I'm going to tell you something, so I hope you got your thinking cap on. What you said, okay, white savior movies. I'm going to say it again. white savior movies is a bad word. B-A-D. White savior movies is a bad word. It's a bad phrase. They created that term to, it's a derogatory thing. It is a bad thing. The world, you know that planet out there? The world, for a while, okay, now, I don't necessarily agree. White person going to Africa and saving the village. I'm like, okay. But the world, you know that planet out there, has called, they created a word for that, what I just explained. White guy goes to Africa and saves the day is considered a white savior movie. They call it that as a derogatory, negative, bad thing. It's like white people think of themselves as so high and mighty that they move into the situation and save the day. It's considered like white, what is it called? White superiority, or white superiority, white, what do they call them? Not white nationalists, but white supremacists. White supremacists. White people are so good and perfect that they move into the thing and then they save the day. That's considered a bad thing. That movie is considered a negative, bad movie, because it's like white people are so high and mighty and they're so blah 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 that they just move into the black space and save the day. It's like they think so highly of themselves, and they're so, it's just so, and it's cliche. Like a white person moving into the space and saving the day. So when you say that, what you just said, you're literally saying, like, I like Nazi movies. Now, I don't necessarily agree. I think a lot of times white people do saving, and they should do saving, and it's kind of a good thing. I think sometimes white people need to, whatever. It's complicated. It's neither here nor there, but I'm pretty sure the term white savior movie is a derogatory, negative, bad thing. I'm going to look it up. So you might want to describe your taste, your favorite taste in movies as something else. White savior movie. Oh. How white savior movies hurt Hollywood. The white savior trope explained. White savior, the movie. I am correct. The world out there, outside of your head, says that what you just said, you praise, you put up top, something that should not be put up top. No, I don't know if I agree with this. I think it's complicated, and I think it's a really interesting conversation to have. But, okay, what I would say is this. By the way, I'd like to have this conversation with you, if you're up. Maybe not today, I don't know. But maybe just keep it on the down low when you describe your favorite type of movie. You're going to have to find a different way of explaining it. to the world out there. It's like, yeah, I like snuff films. Wait a second. Wait a second. Did you just say out loud, my favorite genre of film is snuff films? Yeah, I really like snuff. Oh, well, that's something that you should keep to yourself. You know, it's just something that when you say out loud to other people, not me, by the way, not me. I don't know. The jury is still out with me. But I've heard that term, that phrase before. Okay, I've heard that phrase before. But it was always like a bad thing. And I'm like, okay, I can kind of understand where they are coming from. I can understand where they are coming from. They are thinking, well, a white person goes into the non-white space and saves the day. But isn't that kind of a good thing? Does the race of the person really matter? Like, to me, it's a complicated complicated conversation. Even if the white, the successful white person in Europe or whatever is constantly going around the world and trying to save it. Right now, right this very now, N-O-W, this moment in time, now, there are thousands of white people traveling the world and trying to save people. Listen to me again. I'm going to say it again. There are thousands, if not millions, of white people traveling the world and trying to help people. Now, some of them are doing good, some of them aren't, some of them are neutral, whatever. It doesn't, blah, 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 blah. It's complicated, right? Sometimes charity is worse, than doing nothing. Whatever. I'm not going to get into I don't want to get into that. But it's true. There are a lot of white people. There are churches that will travel Africa and try to bring, Africans to Jesus. There are, what's his face? Drunk 3PO. He goes to El Salvador and builds a school. There are white people, because you're a person of wealth. If you are a person of wealth, why would you not go to other spaces? Like, if a white person wanted to help black people in America, is that a bad thing? I don't think so. And what does it matter if a black person was dishing out food in a mostly white person soup kitchen? Is that a bad thing? What is that, a black savior? Now I can kind of see the leftists and the people out there thinking that, oh, what a trope. The white people are going around the world. They think that they're the saviors of the universe, and they're going around and just helping everybody. It's just such a cliche. It's a movie trope. And they call it bad, right? But I don't know. Is it? I remember on television growing up, Feed the Children. Right? Feed the children. Feed the children. How about USA for Africa? A majority white country. They're looking for money. Money. Give me money. And then we're going to feed the children over there in Africa. Look at how starving they are. Just give us money and then we're going to, and who do you go to for that, for the money? For the money. You go to the people that have it. And guess what? That's usually mostly white people. Because white people are wealthier than not. It's just, there's Europe, and then Asia, and then Africa, right? 1, 2, 3. First world, second world, third world. So I don't necessarily believe in this. I'll think for myself, thank you very much. And the chances of mainstream media telling me what I can and cannot think. You know what I think that they don't like about it? Now, if I'm actually going to be genuine and just think for myself, I haven't really given this a lot of thought. I know very little about this, to be honest with you. But my first inclination is it's racist against white people. If a white person wants to help the world, and then there's a movie about a white person helping the world, helping other races, people of other races, needy people of other races, why is that a bad thing? Why is that a bad thing? I think it's just because white people are being portrayed as good, loving, and sort of positive. They're having positive, good interactions with other, and fine. If this black person doesn't need help from the white person, then they can say no. No thanks, we don't need it. But when you open your eyeballs and you look around the world, you can say, well, it certainly looks like they could use some of our help. And guess what? They have the ability to say no or refuse it. But do they choose not to or whatever? So, not with me. With me, I don't care. This doesn't sound like anything at all, much to me. But I have heard that phrase before. And I want to just we got something from the tape, whatever the fuck that is. I just want to take a look at what they are thinking.
Tonight I saved your ass, so show a little appreciation maybe.
In June 2020, while all eyes were on the movement for Black Lives following the police killings of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and others,
this particular historical conjuncture holds possibilities for change that we've never before experienced in this country.
The Help, a story about a white woman writing a book to confront racism, became one of the most streamed movies on Netflix, even reaching #1 in the U.S.
You is kind, you is smart, you is important.
The 2011 film's resurgence in popularity was met with a strong backlash because The Help is widely considered a white savior narrative. In other words, a story about people of color that centers on the benevolent actions of a white character.
Any civil rights movie, there's two heroes. There's the black hero and the white person that's equally as important.
Looking at the white savior character on screen over the decades, we can see a common profile. They're a strong-willed, often optimistic non-traditionalist who courageously risks being ostracized by their more prejudiced community in order to help a person of color.
Believe it or not, there are real racists in this town. If the wrong person caught you with anything like that, oh, you'd be in serious trouble.
They frequently star in a period piece where this character appears ahead of the curve and
By the way, if I'm gonna just say right now, I don't really understand, like a person helping another person or one group that is obviously doing better than another group helping them out. It just, from 1 + 1 = 2, my brain just breaks. It's like, why would this be a bad thing? Oh, because it's pushing the stereotype of, hey, aren't you the same assholes that push white privilege? Aren't you the same jerkweeds that keep going on and on and on about white privilege? Doesn't white privilege mean that white people are in some way, shape, or form above others? You're the one that keeps pushing that. So in this white savior movie, these people with privilege that you say have privilege, which means they're up, up, up. They are UP up in some way or all the ways. Right? So they have this excess money or this excess success. You say that, lefty, not me. You say it. You say white people are up. But in these movies, these white people go to help others, and that's a problem. This, okay, it's coming from the left. This idea is coming from the left, so it's probably completely and utter bullshit. I have a feeling you're fine. It's just you might want to change the words for the world out there. I have a feeling you're fine because I personally, I'm trying to figure out what a white savior movie is doing wrong. I'm really trying to work it out in my head, and I'm not going to be able to do it right now, but I'll be able to get started now. Why is this, what, it's a stereotype? You mean the fucking stereotype, the trope, that you guys say every fucking other sentence? White privilege, white privilege, white privilege, white privilege. But if somebody were to use their white privilege in a movie to help non-whites, then that's a problem? God damn it. The left is so goddamn stupid and confusing, it's off the chart. It's off the fucking chart. I don't understand. Anyway, let's continue.
And stands in contrast to blatantly racist peers in their era.
You really think you can keep 700 Union soldiers without proper shoes because you think it's funny?
The white savior tends to be the main focus of their story. So while movies featuring this character may eloquently advocate for unity and fairness, they...
Oh my god. So, this is hilarious. So if you're good to white people in your movie, you're a white savior. So you're not allowed to do that. This is crazy. This is crazy talk. I think you're fine. The road that these dummies are going down, it's the road of insanity. It's the road of leftism that is mentally retarded, and it's not to be understood or not to be taken seriously. This is insane. So if a white person is good to a non-white person, that's not okay for a movie anymore? Is that it? Wow. That's interesting, eh? White people, if a white person is good and helpful in some way to a non-white, then that's called white savior? Okay, these people are fucking turd nuggets. These are loser, idiot, fucking empty-headed. Unbelievable. And I'm sure their fucking racial gender studies college mega degrees are just gonna, it's just gonna twist their brain, and you twist the brain and you twist the brain and you twist the brain so goddamn much you didn't know where you started, you have no idea what you're talking about, and everything coming out of your mouth is just pure and utter nonsense because you're an idiot. That's what it sounds like to me. Let me read your comments. Okay, you're right. No, don't back off, please, with me. Just stand tall. I can disagree, and we can even disagree hard, but just, you know, be yourself. You are twisting my views. I like the trope when people help other people. Okay, just generally. So don't, but I didn't understand why you added white in there. Lawrence of Arabia is not a white savior movie, but a movie helping other people movie. Okay, so are you disassociating yourself from this, or are you saying that you said the wrong thing? Are you distancing? Because I'm starting to think that, you know, like this white savior bullshit, I think you should be proud of white savior movies. Liking white savior movies. Why not? I don't understand. What are you rephrasing yourself? Yeah, oh, don't get, hey, I'm with you on that. But, okay, so I'm just learning. I know nothing about white savior tropes, okay? But this is absurd, and you like it, and I think you should say it, but be careful who you say it to. But this is absurd, isn't it? If white people help black people or non-white people in a movie, they call it a white savior movie and it's racist? Let's finish listening.
They can also end up sidelining the black and POC characters.
But you cannot.
And by the way, anybody that says POC is a degenerate scum. At least she's saying black and not African American. African American people who say that are scum as well.
Hold Carl Lee Haley responsible for my shortcomings.
Perhaps most jarringly, the white savior features in feel-good movies with happy endings,
Just thought our kids could play together.
which almost comfort viewers with a false sense that the ongoing, complex problem of racism is essentially solved by the end of a 2-hour movie.
Come on. Oh my God, can you imagine this? So if you want to show races coming together, working together, and being good together, that's now a problem. Oh my God, this is going to be hilarious. Wait until the Oscars get a hold of this. So you can't show white people helping black people and, you know, and getting together and enjoying each other or something. You can't show that. Because, okay, let's find out why. Absurd.
Some room, get this man a plate.
As well-intentioned as many of them may be, the sheer ubiquity of these narratives, which are overwhelmingly created by white writers and directors,
Jewish, you mean, but whatever.
and frequently recognized by awards, detracts from other stories grounded in black perspectives and their first-hand experience of racism.
I'd like to write something from the point of view.
Wow. So these white people making this white video telling other Jews and white people that they can't help out black people in movies. I can guarantee you the person who wrote this script, the person at the take, I can guarantee you they're all fucking white. Racial gender studies, mental retards. This is sick. This is really fucking sick. I feel that the white savior trope is basically telling white people that they deserve an award for treating other people like human beings. Well, maybe you should go to Africa and then say, well, I can't help out because I'm white and I don't want to be seen as somebody looking for an award for treating black people, you know, with humanity. Go to Africa, dumbass. Go to fucking Africa and just go, well, yeah, there's a bunch of hungry, starving people here, a bunch of war and slavery and all sorts of shit going on. But, oh my God, this is hilarious. When was this done? This was just done recently. Oh my God, July 1st. So white people can't help. We're privileged. They keep telling us that we have privilege, but we can't help out other races. Because that's the white savior person looking for an award for treating other people like human beings. Wow. Wow. That's a level of insanity that I never... Jesus, fuck. Please do the exotic Asian woman trope. No. If you've got this kind of take... Anyway, let's watch some more.
You're the help.
So what makes this trope so persistent?
Okay, let's read what you got to say. Lawrence of Arabia is not a white, right. It's just people helping people. It is not nonsense. Yeah, it is by design. Yeah, I agree. It's not nonsense. It is by design. They want to sow discord and to usher, but they're not even, like, it doesn't even, do they even think about the words that they say before they say them? Do they understand what they're saying? So I think what the problem that they have is white people look good in these movies. White people are good people. That's the real problem that they have with them. White people are equal good in these films. White people equal good, and they can't have that. So they got to figure out some way to make it not okay. Can you imagine that? You're not even allowed to get along with, like, I'm glad. Let Hollywood kill itself. Let Hollywood eat itself alive and chew itself up, eat its own tail. Leftist Hollywood, this is what you created. All of these white savior movies are going to be canceled, deleted off of streaming services, warnings in front of them. You're all going to be canceled. All of your money is going to be deleted. Good. I'm glad, leftist Hollywood, that you're fucking deleting yourself. Good for fucking you. These are the monsters that you created. The fucking take. And this dumb bitch talking. Bloody hell. Unbelievable.
Here's our take.
You know, see, this is the thing, is you try to hear these dummies out, and it's insane.
On the dangers of the white savior trope and how we can shift our narratives and conversations to become more anti-racist ourselves.
It's not enough in 2020 to be not racist. Not racist meaning...
Yeah, I keep hearing that over and over again from you dumbwits. You empty-headed loser fucktards. We have to work. We have to fight. It's not that it's just like, do what you want. I don't care. I just don't care. That's not good enough anymore. You have to get in the fight. This is his dumbass. Fucking idiot.
I am passive when it comes to racism. If you see it, you have to speak on it and call it out.
And you're gonna define racism for me? Are you empty-headed loser retard? I'll take the advice that I get from black conservatives. I'll listen to the black conservatives. Why don't you talk to the black conservatives? I'll tell you what. You convince Brendan Tatum of anything in your stupid little retarded head. Okay? You convince him of something, and I'll listen to him. How about that? You're not going to force me to do anything, you loser. You fucking twit. This is why I can't listen to fucking lefty fucking media. It's so retarded. It's not enough to just be not racist. See, you're just repeating that. You're a fucking NPC. Some dumbass wrote it in a fucking college book, and now everybody's fucking repeating it. Do you even know what it means, you empty-headed loser? It's not enough to be not racist. You have to actually be anti-racist. You have to fight for us. You either fight for us, or you're a bad person. Shut up. Go get hit in the head a few more times, you dumbass.
If you're new here, be sure to subscribe and hit the bell to be notified.
And I love it, right? I love this. The Help is on this list. Wasn't that the great big movie that, oh, the Oscars were like, oh, we're so woke. Oh, my goodness, we're so woke. We're so woke. We're so down with the we're so woke. We're so woke. We're so woke. We're so good. We're just such good lefties over here in Hollywood. Oh, we're all just so fucking fantastic. Look at this movie, The Help. Oh, my God, aren't we getting along with black people just so great over here in this movie? Look at how fantastic we are. Can you pat ourselves in the... Didn't it win the Oscar? Didn't it? I'm pretty sure it won the Oscar. And now they're fucking canceling it. This is beautiful, but this is leftism, right? Because leftism changes so fucking goddamn all the time. You can never be woke, because what's woke today will not be woke tomorrow. There'll be a different woke tomorrow. It won't be woke enough. Or somebody will say something stupid like, it's not enough to not be racist. You have to actually actively be anti-racist. So you either have to fight against racism or you're a bad person. Oh, shut up, you dumbass. This is the same guy that'll probably, somebody will tell him something about white privilege and he'll talk about it. Right? Oh, fuck, I hate these losers.
About all of our new videos.
No thanks.
The white savior complex in Western history can be traced as far back as the beginning of European imperialism, which was largely justified by the idea that white people were civilizing indigenous populations who were amoral by nature.
Savage. They're Europeans from 15,000 years ago. I'm going to say it again. Native Americans were Europeans from 15,000 years ago. That's the science. S-C-I-E-N-C-E. Science. You know what that is? Shut up. Just listen. So, yes, they were extraordinarily savage. Thinking that the white man came over to North America and saw former white men just hugging, having butt sex, and singing Kumbaya, and living in a communist utopia is absurd. Is absurd. They were savage. They were a European from 15,000 years ago. When we were savage. Maybe they evolved about 1,000 years, so maybe 14,000 years. The idea that the Native American was just, God's gift to Mother Nature and Earth, and they were all just loving each other, singing, having butt sex, is stupid. How the West was won, okay. Now, all violence is bad. But to think that the white man came and made things worse, you're fucking wrong. Everywhere the white man goes, they leave it better. I hate to break it to you, but you got your facts turned around. Have you ever heard of South Africa? Have you ever heard of any place in Africa where the white man goes? 99% of the time, he leaves it better. Because they have this white savior complex and they go to help out. Because white people don't like to see starving children dying in the street. Shit like that. Right? What about all these fucking black neighborhoods with their fucking hands out? Hey, white man, give us more, give us more, give us more, give us more. More welfare, more school, more this, more that, more. Are you fucking kidding me? What, is the white man going to say no because they don't want to be Okay, from now on, guys, this dumbass chick reading this fucking script from Retardville says you're no longer allowed to give welfare anymore. Don't give the black man anything. No more handouts. No more free stuff. No, it's got to end. It's got to end because we don't want to look like a white savior. White people can't give anything to black people anymore because we don't want to look like white saviors. You can't help out black people anymore. Hey, all those white people in Antifa, you got to stop marching with Black Lives Matter because you don't want to look like a white savior. You can't help out black people. Come on, guys. You're being naughty. Don't you know the new commie rules? You can't be a white savior.
Think we'll meet some savages?
If we do, we shall be sure to give them a proper English greeting.
The popularity of this trope on film really took off during the 1950s and 60s during the rise of the American Civil Rights Movement. While calls for change were being led in the streets by black activists,
For we shall be victorious in our quest.
the mainstream films produced in this era explored how white men related to these tensions. And this reflected the prevailing assumption among studios that white audiences would not be able to relate to stories about race unless they could see them through the eyes of a white person.
If you shouldn't be defending him, then why are you doing it?
For a number of reasons. The main one is that if I didn't, I couldn't hold my head up in town.
In the 1962 film adaptation of Harper Lee's To Kill a Mockingbird, Southern white lawyer Atticus Finch attempts to save a falsely accused black man from conviction in the 30s.
I've been appointed to defend Tom Robinson. Now that he's been charged, that's what I intend to do.
And while Atticus is unsuccessful, his bravery makes him a hero to the black community and a role model to his daughter.
Miss Jean Louise, stand up. Your father's passing.
As admirable as much of their writing and ideas were for the time, staples of American...
You know, I've never seen that movie. I forget what it's even called. They should be putting the fucking titles of these movies at the bottom. Oh my god, this is insane. This is... good. This is the propaganda, the left, the Hollywood is never going to be able to catch up to the woke left. Never. So they're going to either have to change their tune or disappear. You want a lot of people, you want to be mainstream movie? Well, you better be able to get your movie written, done, and in the theaters within a month. Because next month, the rules are going to change, and then you're going to be racist for some reason. Oh, this is insanity.
Film and literature like To Kill a Mockingbird helped to establish a norm of stories about black history being told through the lens of noble white protagonists. In the late 80s through the 2000s, acclaimed movies like Mississippi Burning, Glory, and Amistad all articulated inspirational messages of freedom and equality.
The natural state of man.
Equality, that's the wonder word of communist, equality. Equality is shit. Shut up about equality. Equality is mathematics. 1 + 1 = 2. Stop talking about humans and equality. Shut up. You're an idiot.
Mankind is instead, and I know this is a controversial idea, is freedom.
There you go. Well, freedom. We'll do freedom. Freedom, that's a good one. That's a good word to use in, about, and around people. Equality is the word of communists. Shut up.
They did so while foregrounding the experiences and hardships of white main characters.
Don't you have the whole world to change?
That's right, and I'm changing.
Well, Africa could, if it wanted to make a whole bunch of black savior movies, but they just, can't stop starving to death. Hey, all the black people with all this money, right? Why don't they just make some movies of their own? No? Okay. No, they're not going to do that. They're not going to put their own... Well, yeah, they are. They are. It's just nobody wants to go see it. Nobody wants to see their racial retarded fucking films, really? Just like you, The Take? Oh my god.
2011's The Help, which explores racial tensions between black domestic workers and their white employers during the civil rights movement, chooses as a protagonist not the maids, but the young white woman who wants to write a book about them.
I'd really like to interview you, Aileen. I know it's scary.
The volume and popularity of white savior films to this day shows how committed our culture remains to centering white characters in stories about civil rights, black history, and racism. These movies, usually made by white writers and directors, continue to receive top awards over films depicting the same themes made by black filmmakers.
Oh! Boom! So it's the fact that, they keep putting Jews and white people together, It's weird, but anyway. So, white people made a movie, and black people made the same movie, and the world should have paid more attention to the black-made exact same movie as the white one. I've seen these racial retarded black-made movies. If you're a black person that's making movies, fine. But if you're a black person making racially retarded movies, I'm not interested in anybody's racially retarded movies. Thank you very much. You can be a racial retard over there by yourself. I'm not going to take part. I haven't seen either of these films, by the way. This one, again, looked like the reverse of Driving Miss Daisy, and I had no interest in seeing that movie again, winning an Oscar, whatever. And whatever this is, why do I need a black person to make the same fucking movie? Shut up.
I mean, every time.
Oh, you got me going now.
Somebody's driving somebody, I lose.
So the most fundamental issue is that white creators continue to dominate a conversation where it's vital.
Yeah. Spike Lee is gonna cry a river about how racist the fucking country is. How racist he is, collecting his golden statue, and driving in a limousine, walking down a red carpet, and then going to his mansion. He's gonna keep yipping and yapping about how racist all these white people are in this country. Asshole. Now, I want to say something. To especially black women. Black men, I don't care. I think you're doing fine with your hair. But black women, I want you to pay attention to this. And I want to get back to this. These fucking wigs and hair bullshit that you've been sewing into your fucking head and ripping your fucking natural hair out, it's retarded. Stop fucking up your hair. This is a big deal. Stop fucking up your hair. This is beautiful. It doesn't have to be this big. It can be different. You can style it different. Do whatever you want. Just stop with the weave and stop with the wigs. This is a huge part. Stop covering this up. You want to make the world a better place for black people? This is one thing that you can do. Stop with the stupid hair. Stop it. And by the way, don't dye it either. This, maybe a little bit, but very microscopically little. Not like this at all. That's too much. Everybody else here, all these women, do that. It doesn't have to be exactly. You can have different styles and different whatevers. But, and I know that these are all wigs. Because these women, these black women, have probably already ruined their fucking head. Because their mothers put weave and wigs on their kids' hair and ripped their fucking hair out so their hair doesn't grow anymore. So there's nothing left on your head. So every time you take off your hair hat, you've got a fucking stinky head. And you know, average Joe, black woman, doesn't know a goddamn thing about how to look good. All she knows how to do is look like the fucking stripper in the rap video. So she ends up putting the dumbest goddamn fucking bullshit blue, yellow, green fucking, 10-foot long fucking retard hair on their head. Stop it. Let your hair be your hair. Start with your children. Stop fucking with their hair. Leave them alone. This is far more beautiful, and it has far more dignity, far more respect than fucking constant covering up and weaving and deaking and ducking underneath stupid fucking hair hats. Fuck off with the weaves and the wigs. Fuck off. You want some advice? There you go. This is the right way to do it. The way you're doing it these days is wrong. This is correct. What you're doing today is incorrect. Again, this is probably all wigs, because all these women have probably already fucked up their head of hair, so they have to wear a wig, because they've been yanking and pulling out the hair at the roots their entire life. Stop it. Let your natural beauty fly. Stop covering it up. And like I said, 99% of you put the dumbest bullshit on your head. It's unbelievable. Looks fucking retarded. There's some advice for you. You want to improve the black community? Stop with the fucking covering up your hair, your women's hair. And by the way, while we're at it, stop dressing like a fucking, like you live in a rap video. Look to Africa. You want to know how to dress? Look to the African women. There you go. African women.
That black voices are featured most of all.
You know, if I was a Negro, I'd probably think the same way they do. If you were a Negro, nobody'd give a damn what you thought.
Meanwhile, these movies can frequently lack three-dimensionality.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Unbelievable.
In their portraits of black and POC characters.
I love me some fried chicken.
While the white protagonists often get love stories and complex character development, the non-white characters tend to be reduced to their negative experiences.
Never had one before.
What, a room to yourself?
A bed.
Black and POC characters also risk being portrayed as passive in their own stories.
Did you fire her?
In The Help, it is Skeeter's revelation that her childhood maid has been fired that leads her to want to expose racism on behalf of the other black maids in her community, while in reality, black people were eager to tell their own stories and had been doing so since before the abolition of slavery. So this simplified narrative centered on a white woman suggests that without Skeeter's bravery, these women would never have encountered the ongoing black struggle for equality.
My boy Treelaw always said we're gonna have a writer in the family one day. I guess it's gonna be me.
Focusing primarily on the experiences of white characters also elevates their brushes with racism almost to the point where they're equated with actually being victimized by racism.
I just want to live my life and not feel bad about it.
Well, I'm not trying to make you feel bad.
Of course, it's important to note that the white savior trope is not limited to stories about Americans or black people.
Shungmani tu tanko o bochimi yelo. Nitaku napishnielo.
The British film Lawrence of Arabia, released the same year as To Kill a Mockingbird, similarly centers a white male protagonist in a story of Arabic people's struggle for independence.
You know,
They hope to gain their freedom.
in a weird way, this is a good thing, because these are leftists canceling the left-wing propaganda arm called Hollywood. They're kind of canceling themselves. But leftist destruction knows no bounds.
To Bentley. I'm going to give it to them.
In Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, Indiana is the only person capable of finding the missing children and a sacred stolen stone of an Indian village.
You could have kept it.
What for? They'd just put it in a museum. It'd be another rock collecting dust.
In Gran Torino, Clint Eastwood's Walt Kowalski becomes the savior of the Asian family who lives next door, while his unapologetic racism
What the hell did I have to move into this neighborhood for?
is dismissed as a forgivable personality quirk or even played for laughs.
How you doing, Martin, you crazy Italian prick? You see, kid? Now that's how guys talk to one another. They do?
Even in movies based on true stories, filmmakers often engage in significant historical omissions or rewrites in order to frame the material around a heroic arc for a white character. 2007's Freedom Writers recast the Latina Erin Gruwell as a white woman.
White people always wanting their respect like they deserve it for free.
Shit.
More recently, 2016's Hidden Figures invents a scene in which a fictional white boss, who's a composite of real NASA executives, courageously tears down a woman's bathroom sign.
Here at NASA, we all pay the same color.
When the film's director,
Yeah,
Theodore
hold
Melfi,
on,
justified this addition
you're
by
being
saying
recorded.
there needs to be white people doing the right thing, his words
Hold
revealed
on.
that the assumption underlying earlier civil rights movies, that white audiences can only relate to movies with white characters, is still very much alive today. Some of the people white savior films are
with you in a
based
minute.
on have even criticized them for being misleading or oversimplified. Abilene Cooper, a black woman who worked for the family of the author of The Help, is suing the author for using and distorting her likeness without her permission in a way she says is embarrassing. And the real-life family of Dr. Don Shirley has condemned Green Book's portrayal of him as completely estranged from both his family and black culture.
Who is this? Who? On the radio. Little Richard.
To a degree that the movie even suggests he requires the help of his white driver to connect with his blackness at all.
I live on the streets. You sit on a throne. So yeah, my world is way more blacker than yours.
Most fundamentally, Green Book reduces Shirley's life to supporting material for a narrative about a racist driver, when the life story of this queer black composer would by all accounts have made for a remarkable and more unusual movie on its own.
He holds doctorates in psychology, in music, and in the liturgical arts. And he has performed at the White House twice in the past 14 months.
Who are these kids? Rejects from hell?
One of the most central problems with white savior narratives is that while we know racism to be deeply systemic, these movies often explore it solely on the individual level.
You threaten my son. You threaten me.
In 1957's 12 Angry Men, as one white juror tries to convince his...
You still here? What do you think of all this? What do you think of all this?
...appears to act fairly in the case of a young man of color accused of murder.
Boy, oh boy, there's always one.
The film's focus is on each of the white men trying to confront his own personal prejudice.
You want to see this boy die because you personally want it, not because of the facts.
In The Help, most of the racism we see takes the form of prejudiced remarks between white individuals.
All that talking there today, I'm sorry you had to hear that.
The problem with the individual focus of the white savior trope is perhaps best illustrated in two particular subgenres of this story.
So white people working through stuff in their head, even in the way that I guess they kind of want, is not okay. White people working through stuff in their head, even if they end up at a good spot, the process of a white person working this stuff out in their head, to them, is wrong. This is absurdity.
The White Savior sports movie and the White Savior education movie.
All the poems you taught us say you can't give in. You can't give up. Well, we ain't giving you up.
A number of iconic sports movies feature white coaches rehabilitating black sports teams to lead them to victory.
What kind of statement are you trying to make by playing so many colors?
Sir, I'm a basketball coach. I don't make statements.
Likewise, in the White Savior...
You know, see, the problem is Hollywood is not going to have an answer to this. Hollywood cannot, just say, yeah, fuck you. We're done with your bullshit. We tried to play nice, now shut up. We're going to do our own fucking thing, and that's it. They can't do it. They're all like perfect little lefties, and it's going to eat them alive. It's quite funny if you ask me. I think leftists are trying to change the narrative by canceling great movies to favor all black film, new form of segregation. Oh, well, the segregation topic keeps coming. No, see, the thing is they're all dumb. It's just mental retardation, but in libraries. It's like people are writing books upon books upon books and going course after course after course about racial retardation. And then they summarize it to a couple of slogans, and then the dumb kids just keep repeating it over and over and over again. This communist leftist propaganda machine is out of control. See, that's the difference. That's the main difference between the left and the right. The right makes sense. They try to put things in order and try to, do the 1 + 1 = 2. Well, the left is just against the 1 + 1 = 2. But how do you convince people to go down that road of 1 + 1 does not equal 2. Well, you have to be insane. You have to write volumes and volumes and twist and turn and not make sense, and you just kind of say shit and you pull shit out your ass. Do you remember when, some people are saying math is racist? Shit like that. Math, M-A-T-H, 1 + 1 = 2 is racist. Yeah, it's the white colonial patriarchy, blah, 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 blah. It's just this endless string of nonsense. There is nothing wrong with a white person. You would think that, the left would... See, I'm going to say it right now. The person who made this video... Now, this could be just a script reader. She might be just reading. She might be a professional voice person. But the person who wrote it, who put this thing together, put this idea together, is a white savior. Think about it. This is a white person who came up with this nonsense of if white people try to save black people, then that's racist. Well, isn't this video a white person trying to improve lives for black people from her perspective? Isn't she exactly what she's blaming these movies of? She's the white savior. You can tell. I'm almost 100% certain that she's white. But again, she might be just an actor. And she might not be white. It's possible. But she sounds white. But anyway, isn't that, maybe that's why she's hidden. They didn't show her in the video. But isn't this video a white savior video? Isn't this, pointing out white savior stuff? Isn't just by nature she's being a white savior? Oh my God, ludicrous! See, you brought this topic up, and I didn't know much about it. I heard about it, and I heard it was bad, but I've never thought it through. I was like, yeah, I can kind of see, the movie about the white person moving into the non-white space. I can see it kind of being, something. But, of course, it came from the left. So, of course, it's stupid. And then when you actually think it all through, don't you want white people to help? No? You just want complete separations, right? Okay, so no more white to non-white anything. No more foreign aid to Africa. No more, white Christians traveling around, non-white places trying to bring them all to Jesus, or none of that. No more white lefties going around their neighborhood collecting all the old clothes and then shipping them off to frickin' El Salvador to, give them free clothing and the kids free shoes or something. No more of that. That's considered white savior. And that's a bad thing, is it? Okay. Well, that's interesting because that kind of sounds like the Nazi, right? The Nazi is kind of saying we should just be isolationists and we should just separate and not get together and just you do you and we do us. It's absurd.
Narrative featuring teachers and education.
Actually, I chose Wilson because of the integration program. I think what's happening here is really exciting, don't you?
An energetic white teacher is frequently inspired to clean up a black school or change the lives of students for the better, often against the advice of more prejudiced or cynical members of the community.
Don't you think that finishing high school will be valuable to their future?
That's not in their future.
Both of these subgenres can depict compelling and inspirational Black and POC characters, and they might feature real racial violence and trauma experienced by their Black characters. Still, they rarely spend much time investigating the underlying systemic structures that lead to these...
Oh, systemic systems of systematic systems, eh? Those things? Name one system that's racist. And by the way, the most racist systems comes from the left. First of all, they're anti-white, all this bullshit. But there's all their, forget about the affirmative action and white privilege and putting everybody in boxes and making everybody super hyper racially sensitive and completely go racially retarded in completely all the directions. Forget about that for a minute. I forget what I was going to say, but I forgot what I was going to
Characters
say.
being disenfranchised, underserved, and victimized in the first place.
The league never wanted you to play this game, but you showed up.
There are a lot of people who live in your neighborhood who choose not to get on that bus. What do they choose to do? They choose to go out and sell drugs. They choose to go out and kill people.
And the result is...
There you go. Yeah, don't do that. It's not okay for a white person to say, don't do drugs, don't kill each other. White people can't say that anymore because that's considered a white savior. Even if they're like, we love you black people and we really want you to do better, but, if you want, we can't do it for you. Maybe here's some suggestions. No more crime, no more violence, no more murder, slow down on the drugs and alcohol. No, you can't do that because that's racist. It's fucking hilarious.
Is that audiences usually aren't presented with concrete ideas for structural change, but instead are left with vague messages of unity and kindness. We're made to feel that
vague messages of unity and kindness. Well, that's a pretty good, that's a pretty good spot, right? Vague, just be good, be nice, like each other. That sounds like a pretty good message to me. Just be nice, help one another. So the only person that can help a rundown black neighborhood is another black person? Is that it? If a white person comes in and does it, that's the problem? But if a black person came to do it, then that's fine. So, is what this is white people can't help? Is that the message of white savior movies are bad? White people can't help non-whites? Is that I think if you were to summarize it, that's kind of what she's saying here. Because it's condescending or it's stereotypical. It's oh my God. This is so dumb. But the problem is look it has 400,000 views and most people like it. But I guess this is one of those retarded YouTube channels that just spreads retardation. They're just insane people being insane. And so, I don't know what the breaking point is, folks. It's like they're literally canceling the Oscar winner from last year. They're canceling all the movies from last year and the year before and the year before. When did The Help win? Is that not the most recent? 2011. Really, 2011. They're canceling a movie from 2011. Bloody hell. No, we're not going to let it get to that. The retards just speak up a lot. They're just really loud. There's so many of us that are not falling for this bullshit. And a lot of people that were falling for the bullshit are starting to see the CHOP and the Chaz and the frickin' New York City and the protests and the Seattle and the Portland and all the rest of it. They're starting to go, ugh, this isn't going so good. I think they're starting to wake up to their stupid equality bullshit. Equality is your problem. Equality is a bad word, and it's. I think they're starting to learn it. I don't know. I'm seeing an awful lot of black people just say goodbye to the insanity. The insanity of the left, because the Antifa, that hardcore literal communists, are really trying to mix with them, and it's starting to get out of control. You know, like how many people have died from these riots? Violent crime is going through the roof. Police officers can't do a goddamn thing, or else they're going to be canceled. And riots are going to happen again. One white person steps out of line even a little bit. I get it, George Floyd was more than a little bit. But one white person steps out of line even a little bit, America explodes. So that means that no white person wants to do anything. And here, they're canceling fucking Hollywood. This is Hollywood's favorite type of film. Racial unity, getting together. Black and white working together and it winning. It being a good thing at the end. And now they're canceling it. And I think that the leftist, or the college graduate leftist, is they just don't like seeing white people in a positive light. I think that's what their real problem is. They don't want to see white people in a positive light. I think that's at the heart of what their problem is. And they're just trying to figure out a way, figure out words to say to get it to go away.
That complicated, deeply entrenched problems can be fixed by an individual who simply cares enough.
There are no victims in this classroom.
Why do you care anyway? You just here for the money?
Because I make a choice to care. And honey, the money ain't that good.
The
I love that. You know, like you could probably watch that movie again and get a lot of it. I remember coming out of that film. What was it? What's her name? What's this movie called?
Who
Not
simply
this one.
cares enough.
This one. I can't even remember her name. What's her name? I loved this movie. I thought it was great. But now I guess because, you know, now it's racist. Because a white person did good things for black people, and that's bad now. Dangerous Minds, there it is. I love that movie. But it's a white savior movie and it's got to be canceled.
There are no victims in this classroom.
That's hilarious. There are no victims in this classroom. Yeah, tell that to the left of today.
Why do you care anyway? You just here for the money?
Because I make a choice to care. And honey, the money ain't that good.
The hyper-focus on racism at the individual level also creates the illusion of good and bad white people who either choose to be racist or choose not to be.
Is this some sort of white guilt thing?
This oversimplified framing...
Oh my god, because all white people are racist. Ah! That's hilarious. That's what she's getting at here. These movies that show racist white people and not racist white people, that's now a problem because all white people are racist. Oh, right, I forgot about that. That little gem of a nugget from the left. All white people are racist. So it's just an oversimplification. It's just like sometimes white people can choose to be racist and sometimes they choose not to be racist, when in all reality, they're always racist. They're always racist. That's hilarious.
Offers an easy scapegoat for white audiences, while handing them an admirable, non-racist white figure they can relate to.
I don't need y'all to approve my choices, all right? But I do ask that you respect them.
Another key feature of the white savior narrative is that it tends to be set in the past. This allows viewers to comfortably look back on how far we've come from this period setting when prejudice was more egregious and overt.
They carry different decisions.
Because the racism of today is exactly the same as the racism of 100 years ago and 500 years ago. Oh my god. It's been so long since I've watched a leftist video. It's been so long. I remember watching Sargon of Akkad and a bunch of different either right wingers or centrist or whatever watching these leftist videos and tearing them apart. People don't do that anymore. Like, I guess some people might be doing it, but anyway, I kind of moved away from that. I don't even want to. I don't know. It just gets kind of depressing and stupid. It's hilarious that the most woke people in the world are getting canceled. Hollywood. Absurd.
And it avoids making white viewers feel excessively implicated in the ongoing racism of the society they're still a part of.
Oh, the ongoing racism, right? Okay. Because you're just gonna find racism everywhere, even if it doesn't exist. See all the fake hate crimes. See all the hate hoaxes. See Jussie Smollett. You're gonna Smollett it if you can't find any, right? You're just gonna invent it. White savior movie. White people being good to black people is racist. It's hilarious.
Aren't you the machine?
You saying I'm the machine?
Yeah, you white, you part of the school.
Writer Teju Cole, who coined the term white savior industrial complex to describe white-centered intervention in the African continent, describes white saviorism as a big emotional moment that validates privilege.
I will admit that there are some stupid white lefties that want to go to Africa and save it. And there's a lot of examples where charity actually makes things worse. I think, okay, I'll give you an example. One of the best examples, I was watching, one of the best examples is, for example, old clothing. Gathering up all of your old clothing. A lot of people do it. A lot of these white Karen, 40-year-old just want to save Africa, and they're going to do it in their spare time, or they're Christian ladies or whatever. And they're just going to collect all of the clothing donations and send them off to Africa. Well, what you don't realize, actually some African countries have cut it off completely because it's completely damaging to the local economy. You're destroying industry. You're destroying businesses. Businesses can't compete with free, and you keep giving them free stuff. Now they got, you just put them all out of business. It's complicated. Giving things is complicated, and there's more to it than just simply handing out frickin'. Look at what welfare does to people in, now in the West. It's devastating to families and to individuals and stuff, communities. If handouts were so great, then yes, it's complicated. But in these instances, things work out. It's a movie. It's kind of fiction. Just things work out in the end. Yes, sometimes giving to anybody can be a bad thing. You give a bum $20 and then he buys some crack or heroin and then he overdoses. You were just trying to do a good thing or alleviate yourself or something. But you're right. Those type of videos tearing apart the Young Turks videos are gone from YouTube. Hard Bastard and Atheism is Unstoppable used to do them. Yeah, I used to watch them. I used to watch quite a few of those leftist video takedowns. I guess I'm doing one right now, but I kind of understand. Like, they don't think that we understand where they're coming from. We thoroughly understand. Sometimes all the movies, but woke changes so goddamn often. Do you remember in 2017, the Women's March, and they put on the pink pussy hats? The pink pussy hat march. Women's March. So you remember this? Remember all those pink pussy hats? They all were knitting away with their friggin' pink hats. Pink pussy hats. They were like their vagina. They knitted their vagina and then stuck it on their head. So they were all putting their vaginas on their head. Right? The pink pussy hat march. They called it a women's march, but it was really just an anti-Trump march. Well, now look at this. The very next year, come on. Come on, hurry up. I hate this. My mouse only works sometimes. Anyway. The very next year, I've already been there. The pink pussy hat, the very next year. So it was in 2017. So in 2018, they had to say goodbye to the pink pussy hats. They had to say goodbye to them because they're racist and transphobic. They're racist because not all pussies are pink, and they're transphobic because not all women have vaginas. Some have penises. It's hilarious. In 1 year, they went from this great big huge movement marching for their rights. It was just women being anti-Trump. That's all it was. Disguised as a women's march. It was just an anti-Trump rally. It's always the same with these guys. But in 1 year, they created this. They created this. And the very next year, they couldn't do it again because it was racist and transphobic. That is how fast the left switches their ideas. 1 year, pink pussy hats are great, and it's empowering women and doing all the right things and just making the world a better place to live. And the very next year, it's like, no, sorry, not woke enough.
In other words, the myth of the white savior is that in showing compassion to a non-white person, white people can absolve themselves of their privilege.
Oh, so they're absolving, they're atoning for their privilege by helping out. So what exactly, by the way, if you were to ask them, they won't be able to give you an answer. If you ask this dumb bitch what she would like white people to do with their white privilege, she'll have no fucking clue. She herself will say some vague bullshit. I'm going to say, no, I'm going to need you to be specific. Tell me exactly what you think I should do. Exactly, 100%, exactly what you think I should do and how I should live my life. Tell me exactly. It's not. Because it's not about creating normality. It's not about any of it. It's just about creating chaos and making everybody's head explode with stupidity. And so nobody knows which way is up. And it's getting out of hand. See the fires in America. Not that Trump is any better, but...
Let's get the fuck out of here.
In the end, while the white savior is positioned as relatively selfless, the resolution almost certainly involves them being rewarded with some sort of personal fulfillment.
When I'm helping these kids make sense of their lives, everything about my life makes sense to me.
Oh my. Can you imagine? Didn't she win point of personal privilege? Point of personal privilege. You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Man, I haven't been through a leftist video in a long time. Can you imagine canceling Hillary Swank? Doesn't she play the most wokest of the woke in Hollywood? She played a boy, you know, what is it? I think not trans. Boys Don't Cry. It was a great film, by the way. Fucking fantastic. But I mean, now they're going to cancel everybody. I swear to fucking God. They're going to cancel the whole fucking thing. Maybe, I don't know, whatever. I don't know how much further the left can go. You know, like, I'm bracing for when Trump wins the next election. I think the left is good. Their heads are going to explode. And then, you know, that's going to be right around the time that the Derek Chauvin trial will end or something. I don't know why they keep hiding your stuff. Can I, like, report, put user in timeout, hide user, add moderator? I don't like moderation. I was just trying to pre-approve your chats because Hillary Swank was the head liberal in Blumhouse, The Hunt. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. But yeah, she's like the wokest of the woke, and here they're trying to cancel her. Unbelievable. I don't know how these people can stand themselves. Do they really think that this is going to lead to communism? They're just going to create so much chaos and destruction that they're just going to, you know, like, you know, just everything is going to fall apart, and then the communists can move in and just take over? Is that it? What are they doing? This level of indoctrination into stupid is really fucking out of control. But the weird thing is they're canceling one of their main outlets. They're canceling themselves. They're canceling Hollywood, which has been the far left propaganda arm of the communists for forever. And here, no, now they got to be canceled. I find it crazy. It's kind of good though. I don't know.
This trend in white savior films echoes the magical Negro trope, which has long been criticized for treating black characters like counselors in the white character's journey to self-actualization.
Oh, so when a black person helps a white person, that's also racist? Okay, come on, please explain, Lucy. Explain to me this one, Lucy.
There's only one shot that's in perfect harmony with the field. One shot that's his.
Crucially.
Oh, Will Smith is racist, y'all. Will Smith has been in racist movies. He just doesn't know it yet.
Many white savior narratives wrap up with a heartwarming resolution.
Merry Christmas.
While the world may still not be perfect.
Oh my God, racial unity at the end of a movie is racist. Oh my God, a heartwarming, a good ending to your story where the racists enjoy each other's company and love one another and everything is good. That's bad. It's hilarious.
At the end, the implicit message is...
I'm telling you, I coined the phrase racial retards. And maybe I should get a patent on that or something, even though I don't believe in them. Racial retardation. That's what this is.
That progress at large is possible and on its way because of what we've seen these individuals are capable of.
Honey, you're changing that boy's life.
No. He's changed.
Can you imagine somebody in Hollywood trying to write a movie about racial anything? It's going to be impossible. They're not going to be able to do anything. You can't. There's just, what do you do? I guess it's just a bunch of bad white people and black people overcoming it. I guess maybe that'll be okay. Bad white people and black people defeating the bad white people. I guess that's the only way to do racial stuff in a woke enough way at the moment. You never know. That could get canceled too. Well, it was men that did the fixing. That so it's sexist. So we need black women to fix the problem, all the problems.
Change your mind.
By contrast, in movies about racism made by black filmmakers, the emotional takeaway is frequently the opposite. Audiences leave feeling challenged, confused, and even confronted.
Watching this is painful, but it's necessary. This needs to be watched.
I'll tell you, I've watched some of these racially retarded movies, and no thanks, I'm out. So I don't know who your fucking audience is. It's like a small group of black people and a couple of woke white people. But these movies are shit. And I'm done listening to your fucking dumbass narrative. The biggest problem with black people in America is other black people in America. It's called crime, violence, murder. I'm not saying that white people aren't a problem at all, but by far, the biggest problem with black people in America are other black people in America. And if you're just going to make movie after movie after movie after a movie about white people being bad to black people, I'm out. If it was once in a while, okay, that's realistic. And that's a decent way of thinking about things. But it's non-stop. It's just like, black people victim, white people bad. Black people victim, white people bad. Black people victim, white people bad. And just put it on repeat over and over and over. And that's all. It's like you guys have taken the black experience. It's a 1,000-piece puzzle. It's a great big 1,000-piece puzzle. And you picked out one piece of that puzzle, white on black racism today, or you try to bring it in from yesteryear, or what have you, and you focus in on that, and you forget about all of the 999 other pieces to the puzzle. It's like you're all super mega focused in on that one piece of the puzzle, which it is a piece of the puzzle. It does exist. It is real. It is there. But you forget about the rest of the puzzle. So you don't paint a picture. You don't paint a picture at all. I've seen these, and I'm getting tired of them. I'm way over them. I'm done. I'm out. I checked out long time ago. I'm done with this racial retardation. There's so little racism in America that you guys have to keep making it up. They're called fake hate crimes. Hate crime hoaxes. See Jussie Smollett. But there's thousands of other examples. There's a whole website dedicated to it. I listen to a podcast every Sunday, and they have an entire section of their podcast that goes over all of the hate hoaxes of the week. The hate hoaxes of the week. And while we're just you can go to just fake hate crime website, but let's just take a look at how many black people got killed in Chicago. Let's see how Chicago is doing for their murder. And we can check out the race too. So a person is shot every 2 hours and 22 minutes, and a person is murdered every 12 hours. So there's a murder twice a day in Chicago. So last weekend, there was 14 killed and 55 wounded in a weekend. Do I have to tell you the race? Do I? Because I will. Let's get down to the race. Here we go. Now, of all of the Okay, so there's unfortunately, they don't have really good statistics here. But of the ones that they have caught red-handed, right? They know that this person killed that person. 24 were black, 7 were Hispanic, and 2 were white. 3 were from police, and 5 was in self-defense. So, white people killed 2 people, whereas black people killed 24. In case you were wondering, that's 12 times as many. Black people are killing 12 times as many people in Chicago than white people. Now, what's the Chicago demographics? Oh, good Lord. Just give me an overview. So there's more, it's 45% white and 33% black. 13% from some other race, so unknown. 5.5% Asian. 2.7% from 2 or more races, and 0.5% native. So there's more there's more white people. There's, let's say, 12%. Oh, wait. Oh, there's only 31% non-Hispanic whites. Okay, so the ratio of black to white people in Chicago is about the same. Is approximately the same. Yet black people are killing 12 times as many people. You know that Chicago has more crime than all of Canada? All of Canada, the second largest landmass in the world. Chicago has more crime than all of Canada. And Chicago was looking good there for a little while, until this summer. Chicago was improving. But 14 dead and 55 wounded, you can pretty much guarantee they're all black. Oh, and just out of the dead ones, you know the race of the dead. 77% are black, 16% are Hispanic, 4.5% are white. So as far as dead people, we know what's going on. It's black people killing black people. It's not a secret. You're not fooling anybody. So what are white people supposed to do? Nothing? If we do nothing, then you call us racist. If we do something, then we're white saviors. It's kind of like when white people move out of the neighborhood, it's called white flight, and that's bad. When white people move into the neighborhood, it's called gentrification, and that's bad. You guys are idiots. Shut up. Fix yourself. Become right-wing. Stop using the word equality.
And when Spike Lee's Black Klansman ends by cutting from its civil rights era story to 2017 footage of the Charlottesville white supremacist rally and Donald Trump, Lee reminds...
Oh my goodness, again with this thing. Let's remember that these Nazis had a permit and they were peacefully protesting the taking down of statues. And then one of the automobiles got mobbed by the Antifa leftist protesters. They started beating on the automobile, and then he stepped on the gas and then ran into a crowd of protesters. You don't get to beat an automobile and not pay the price. The person is going to want to flee. Yes, they're Nazis and they're wrong in their mentality, and I don't like them either. But they had a permit, and they were peacefully protesting the taking down of statues, which now it's just like the left has said, fuck that, we're just going to take them all down whenever we feel like it. We're going to vandalize them and rip them all down whenever the hell we feel like it. There's a big difference between the two, right? Some Nazis got together with some tiki torches to protest, peacefully, legally protest the taking down of statues. Versus, and you want to bring that up? You want to bring that situation up in the world that we're in today? Are you kidding me? I'm no fucking Nazi, but I can see the difference. You're kidding me. You're still going to bring that up?
Reminds viewers that the fight is very much still ongoing. These films force us to reckon with the reality that racism is not some distant past, but
racism in America doesn't even hit the top 10 of the problem with black people, or the doesn't even hit the it might not even hit the top 100. I mean, it depends how you divide things up. This is why you have to make it up. You have to invent it. This is why Jussie Smollett had to invent his little racial bullshit. And by the way, if you think I'm being racist, feel free to listen to any black conservative. If you'd rather these exact same words come out of the mouth of a black person, feel free. There's a new movie out, actually. There's a new movie out that you should maybe go watch. It's called Uncle Tom. Larry Elder. Oh, well, let's do just the trailer.
Obama tore this country down. No one stood up to him. Nobody. Because he was black. You need to wake up.
Whoa.
My parents didn't teach me that I was a victim.
They can turn back voting rights. Didn't nobody donate to us the right to vote?
You was your house nigga. I didn't call you a nigga.
Oh, okay. That's a big difference.
You're Uncle Tom.
And Uncle Tom is somebody who has sold out by embracing the white man.
Uncle Tom.
Bedouin.
Bootlicker.
Black white supremacist.
Chucking and jiving.
House Negro.
Coon.
Uncle Tom.
Coon.
I have a Coon Award over there. Coon of the Year Award. Most black people don't believe that other blacks can be independent, free thinkers.
I believe the legacy and the ancestry of black Americans is being insulted every single day. I will not pretend to be a victim in this country. I know that that makes many people on the left uncomfortable.
Racist. Racial. Racist.
Racism.
1,000 cuts of racism.
The liberal will try to control a black person through the concept of racism because they know that we are very proud, emotional people.
I never felt that because I was
proud, emotional people. I like that. Proud, emotional. Yeah, I like that. I like it. I like it a lot.
I was black or I was poor or a woman that I couldn't do something.
I grew up being told of my disadvantages, that this country is unfair to black people.
The ideology is implanted into you subconsciously to believe these things.
It's like a cancerous plague in the mind of black Americans.
We're brainwashed to think, well, is it because I'm black?
America's not ours, or we got shipped here. No, our blood is on this soil. We own this too.
There should be a pride that we have in the fact that this country was built by many great black men and women.
Hey, you know, pretty much every black conservative there is, I listen to. I'm subscribed to them all. 90% of the time when I'm getting my news commentary, it's from a black person. And I'm not joking. Because there's something about their delivery. It's something about their emotion. I don't know about the pride thing, but that's interesting. I don't quite understand what Kanye West was talking about there with the pride thing. But the emotional part, yes. And I enjoy it. I really like it. I really like their freaking boisterous, out there, freaking in your face, I'm just going to say what I think type of personality. The sort of, it can get out of control. I get it. It's like the loud the angry black woman. It can kind of get annoying. But if they're saying the right things, I like it. And black conservatives say the right things. So, I guess emotional part, I kind of agree with. I've always tried to understand why I like my news commentary from kind of a loud black person, as long as they're saying the right thing. I've just tried to put words to it. I've tried to understand why I prefer sort of black conservatives to white ones. And I'm not going to settle on it. Kanye West just said this in this particular moment. Black people are proud and emotional. Okay, maybe those are the words, and maybe that's why I like it. But I just say, they speak from I would say courageous and bold, and just they talk from the hip. They tell you exactly what they're thinking. I like it. I don't know what it is. I just always have. Now, Candace Owens, to be honest with you, I have a problem with where she got started, and I can't get that out of my head. Her life started doxing people, starting a doxing website, and I can't get that out of my head. Yes, I like what she says now, and if I just look at the content, but there's something about her that I don't like. But, Brandon Tatum, Anthony Brian Logan, Larry Elder, Jesse Lee Peterson, Sheriff Joe, David Clark. I thought it was Joe Clark. Anyway, he doesn't have his own thing. Talks other things. But anyway. Can you hold on a sec? Actually, I'll let you watch this.
Trying to say that this country does not specialize in racism and bigotry.
So long as black people continue to have their psyche filled by that nonsense, we won't have an awakening.
You done? Okay. Okay. And when I'm in the comment section of Black Conservative, and Eric July, when I'm in the comment section, I see a lot of, black avatars trashing, calling them these names. And I'm like, it just saddens me. Just more of the same, right? Now, the right-wing politicians aren't going to fucking do anything. They're not going to save anybody. But, at least a right-wing life is the correct way to live a life. So, anyway, let's get back to this friggin'
but a pernicious reality that continues to be part of all of our lives.
So many aspects of the old Jim Crow are suddenly legal again once you've been branded a felon.
Oh my. So felons don't have the same rights as other people? It's kind of like people in prison don't have the same rights as people that are not in prison. Oh, what a revelation. Oh, that's so stunning and brave of you to finally point that out. You mean people in prison and people out of prison have different rights? Yeah. Oh my goodness, that's very stunning and brave of you to point out. Well, you don't. Gee, honestly, here is some good advice for everybody on the left, especially the white ones. Here is the world's greatest advice, and we're on movies. We're talking movies, so you can get it from Morgan Freeman.
Black History Month you find
ridiculous.
Why?
You're going to relegate my history to a month?
Oh, come on.
What do you do with yours? Which month is White History Month? No, well, come on, tell me.
Well, I'm Jewish.
Okay, which month is Jewish History Month?
There isn't one.
Oh, why not?
Yeah.
Do you want one?
No.
I don't either. I don't want a Black History Month. Black history is American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism until...
Stop talking about it.
There you go. I'm going to rewind that for the stupid people. Morgan Freeman just told you what to do. It's a black man. It's a wise old black man. He's going to fucking tell you what to do right now.
History.
How are we going to get rid of racism?
What a stupid question. It's already gone. Look at you're a Jew and a black man are millionaires sitting there talking about fucking the weather.
Black history is American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism until...
Stop talking about it.
One more time.
American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism until...
Stop talking about it.
Stop talking about it. Just one more time. Just for the really slow, stupid people.
American history.
How are we going to get rid of racism until...
Stop talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man. I know you as Mike Wallace. You know me as Morgan Freeman. You
Come on, white liberals. You Karens of the world, the ones that look like this, but are not movie stars. You're just trying to figure out all of the problems in the world from your angry, lesbian, blue-haired dyke professor. Shut up! You will make the world a better place by shutting up. And by the way, if you think I'm being nasty, I'll put Morgan Freeman on repeat for you. Stop talking about it. 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 And by the way, stop talking about everything because you're being an emotionally illogical, irrational retard. Shut up.
Tellingly, the hallmarks of the white savior narrative, a central white character, interracial reconciliation, or an employer-employee relationship that blossoms into a friendship,
White women always want to be friends with their maid.
rarely feature in...
White people always want to be friends with their maid. Isn't that better than not being friends? You just want a professional relationship? You know, one of the things that I really liked about Sandra Bullock in that Crash movie, by the way, I don't care how much you call Crash racist or stupid or bad or what, I don't care. I fucking love that movie. Fucking love it. Now, it's just that movie destroys me every single time I watch it. It's fucking beautiful. Now, when Sandra Bullock, at the end of the movie, or near the end or whatever, she put her arms around her maid and hugged her and started crying and said, "You're the only friend I have." That's real. Why is that a problem? You know? That moment was like, God damn it. I pushed everybody in my life away, and all I've got left is money and a maid. You're the only friend I have. Well, I have a husband too, but I have a husband, but you're the only friend, and you're my maid. I have to pay you to be here, and it's sad, and you happen to be Hispanic.
In the work of Black and POC filmmakers. On the contrary, it's striking that in films made by Black...
I love that part of that movie. It showed that Sandra Bullock was being honest, and there was something super incredibly real at the time. As stupid or crazy or good or bad, it doesn't matter. She was being honest. I thought it was fantastic. I love that moment.
Black creators, white characters are very often on the sidelines. In Spike Lee's Malcolm X, they're either grotesque villains, distractions, or simply irrelevant.
I wanted to ask you, what can a white person like myself, who isn't prejudiced, what can I do to help you and further your cause?
Nothing.
While many class...
Oh. You know, when I look at, I don't know.
White savior narratives frame the divide as being between racist and not racist. In the words of Angela Y. Davis, in a racist society, it is not enough to be non-racist. We must be anti-racist.
Oh, God, here's this again. The stupid NFL guy, you know, is pushed to the end of the video, too. I'll tell you what. Don't tell me what to do. You can tell me certain things to not do, as long as they're moral, right? You can tell me to not hurt, no violence, no theft, and no lies. Those three things, you can tell me to not do those things constantly, and I will agree with you. Those are the 1, 2, 3. Bam, bam, bam. Violence, theft, lies. Or, if you prefer, peace, I don't know. Prosperity, just don't, you know, I don't know what the opposite of theft is. Non-theft. And truth, if you want the positive versions of those three words. But this is insane. You don't tell me that I have to... See, this is speech police, this is thought police, this is... I have to speak up and I have to speak out. Do you have any idea what you consider racist these days? You idiot retards. And your definition of racist is mental retardation. So what you're saying is you're forcing me into your retarded view, you know, racism activism? Are you kidding me? I don't think so. Count me out.
We are all witnesses.
Well, every time you guys speak out, it's all dumb. Anytime any of us try to have a conversation with any of you, it fucking ends in a fucking train wreck because you're dumb. And all these ideas are dumb. You're just a bunch of dumb kids that think that need a world to save. Well, go save yourself. Stop being an idiot and leave the fucking rest of us alone.
To this injustice, and we will not stop until the world sees it too.
When it comes to creating or watching film and TV, being anti-racist means seeking out narratives that challenge us, instead of ones that make us feel comfortable. It means actively looking to confront our own bias, understand.
Oh my God. The rules of movie making are going to be so insane. It's going to, well, it's going to be insanity. Completely insane.
And ways that we're involved in racist systems and hold ourselves and others accountable.
There are many educated Caucasian folk who are talking to each other about it. They need to continue to do that so that we can.
Oh, well, thank you for your wisdom. Oh my God. Oprah's friend. I like calling her Oprah's friend instead of by her name, because let's be honest, that's all she is Oprah's friend. And it's too bad that Oprah has fallen so hard. She's so insanely retarded. You know, but whatever.
We can save our energy for survival and thriving.
On insecure.
Survival and thriving, huh? Is that what you're doing? In the white world, in the poor white world, where you're millionaires here. How would you be doing if you were over in Africa? How many, there's not many, see, there's fewer white people over there. You would think that they'd be doing even better over there. But, oh, oops. Oops. That's not the way it is it? You're better off to live next to a white person. Yeah, I know her name. I won't use it. She's Oprah's friend. She's another racial retard. And it's too bad about Oprah falling off the cliff, like the rest of the left. Falling off the mental retardation cliff. The richest black, I don't know if she's the richest black person in America. She might be. But she's certainly the richest black woman. And here's something interesting about Oprah. Is I went down the list of all the richest women in the world. All of the richest women on planet Earth. All of them. Okay. And then it was like, okay, I'm just going to tell you where their wealth came from. Husband, husband, husband. Daddy, 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 husband, daddy, daddy, husband, 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 daddy, daddy, husband, husband, daddy. And then Oprah. And I'm not joking. I'm not joking. There's richer females out there, but none of them did it on their own. None of them. Oprah is the only one. And that has to be respected no matter what you think of her. I despise her politics. I despise them. However, the truth is the truth. It's daddy, 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 husband, husband, daddy, daddy, husband, husband, daddy, daddy, husband, 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 daddy, and then Oprah. You watch the black conservatives on YouTube named Magnificent? Yeah, I watch him. I'll show you. He's, I think, the nicest. But Anthony Brian Logan is pretty good, too. See, I'm subbed. He's got to be the nicest, softest spoken. I like him. I like him a lot. Brandon Tatum is on fire. I like Anthony Brian Logan for a level head. But there's others that pop in and out. There's others that pop in and out. But yeah. Yeah, this is just insanity, this is.
Cure. Frida, Issa's coworker at her all-white nonprofit, embodies the transition from being non-racist to anti-racist. When we meet Frida, she is...
Yeah, I'm going to tell you that you can fuck off. Because I know you're just an empty-headed dumb bitch. You're probably just reading this. You're just some wannabe voice actor that, you know, made $500 reading out this script. But whatever. Yeah, I'm not gonna play your game because you can't even tell me what the rules of the game are, and the rules keep changing, and you're dumb, and nothing makes sense. So you can count me out when it comes time to playing your game, okay? I'm not going to be playing your game. I'm not on your side. You're not going to be telling me what I can and cannot do because I will not be listening. You're an idiot. Shut up and go make me a bigot sandwich.
Is well-meaning, but can be patronizing in her attempts to help black children.
And these poor children need our guidance more than anything.
However, over time we see her make a concerted effort to become more aware of how she and her organization carry implicit biases that hinder their work.
But we're not about to waste time on white people, no offense.
No. We've given white people enough time.
Oh, so there you go. So you have to be openly just shitty to white people. That's what this is all about. Just be shitty to white people. See, it's weird how, back in the day, the leftists just said black people were subhuman. They're just subhuman. So just cancel them. Do the slavery, cancel them. Just treat them like shit. And now they're trying to disguise their hatred of white people because they decided to switch who they hate. I don't know. They used to hate black people, now they hate white people. It's interesting because what I want to see is all the white people from the Democratic Party to disappear. That's what I would like. Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all of them. They all need to disappear. Pocahontas, all of them, right? But whatever. Hopefully that'll be the next stage, is they'll eat themselves, and they'll have to all get out. They'll all be voted out of office. But it's weird how they're disguising their hatred of white people, their overt, obvious bigotry of white people as being a nice guy. It's really weird how they try to disguise their hatred of white people with, I'm the good guy. We're the good guys. We're the non-racists. Don't be racist, sexist, or homophobic. But they are exactly racist, sexist, and homophobic, but they try to disguise it like, oh, we're the good guys. We're good guys. It's mental fuckery. But it's working. A lot of people fall for it.
The 2018 film Blindspotting and the series Dear White People highlight how even well-intentioned white people can endanger their black friends if they're not cognizant of their privilege.
Joel, I called the cops the other night. I thought it would keep things from getting too out of control. I thought I was doing the right thing.
These stories force their
these dumb white people just don't know what to do. It's like they shouldn't even try. They have to just go away. I don't know. Just wait for your current marching orders and just hope that it fits the current narrative of whatever the left is saying at that moment. Just cross your fingers and pray that it's all good.
Their white characters to face that they cannot disavow their whiteness.
I didn't mean to.
Are you sure?
They can't disavow their whiteness. Well, just out of curiosity, how do you disavow your blackness? Just out of curiosity. Oh, that's probably all those Uncle Toms and sellouts that you're talking about.
In Little Fires Everywhere, Reese Witherspoon's Elena Richardson starts out the story fashioning herself as a white savior who's self-satisfied after she does a favor for Mia Warren, a single black mother who appears to be in need.
What did Lexi tell me? You're renting to a homeless woman for practically nothing? I mean, who does that?
But when Mia not only fails to show gratitude...
That's awfully nice hair for a homeless person.
But also brings challenging chaos into this wealthy white woman's life, Elena is increasingly forced to confront her deep-seated biases and privilege.
I think hard work and sacrifice is a hardship as well.
And because the audience at times can empathize with her, her story pushes viewers to look critically at themselves.
A good mother makes good choices.
You didn't make good choices. You had good choices. Options that being rich and white and entitled gave you.
Well, why don't you, okay, like, we can, the Nazis will be happy to describe this, you know. It's sad when the Nazis have to knock sense into the stupid. Why are black people poor? I don't know, maybe because they keep killing and crime and lazy and welfare and handouts and crime and drugs and alcohol and, you know, do I need to go on? Just ask a Nazi why a black person grows up in the ghetto. Why you don't know who your father is. You know? I can go on. I could go on and on and on. But you're just playing stupid, right? Are you this stupid or are you just playing stupid? I know this is a movie, but this, you know, comes out of a lot of leftist faces, right? Are you just playing dumb? Do you expect us to not know that if you're running around killing each other at record numbers and robbing each other and tearing each other down and beating the shit out of the kid that gets an A on his test for acting white? Are you fucking kidding me? Do I need to show you photographs of necklacing? Do I need to show you what black people do to other black people? What is it? Close to 100% of black women get raped? Do I have to talk to you about the pedophilia and, you know, how about the fighting? We got a whole website dedicated to it. It's called World Star. And all that is white man's fault? I know, you'll try to pin it on us. The reason why white people have such good lives is because of privilege. Well, where did that privilege come from? Well, they stole it from black people. Okay, just give me an example. Slavery and hundreds of years ago. How many people get inheritance from their parents? How many white people get inheritance from their parents? Almost none. Maybe 1%, maybe 5%. Most of them start at ground zero and have to work their way up just like everybody else. But they do less crime. They don't kill each other. They're not raping and robbing each other and fucking pushing the stores, all the businesses out of the area because they're fucking being robbed too much. Are you fucking kidding me? Poor woe is me. It's not my fault. It's always the white man's fault. It's always the white man. It's always the white man's fault. Everything, all of my problems, the reason why I had sex with 5 different guys and had 5 children from 5 random guys, and 4 of them are in prison, and the other one's dead from an overdose, is because of the white man. The white man did that to me. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up.
Another complex series starring an anti-heroine, Mrs. America, cleverly subverts the white savior trope to depict a self-righteous protagonist on a mission who's not very relatable and who, far from saving anyone, causes tangible setbacks to the rights of women, the LGBTQ community, and people of color.
Now, if we pull this off, Houston will...
And by the way, I'm gay. Don't ever speak for me, Lefty. Do not, you know how you call the black conservatives Uncle Toms or whatever? I don't know if you got, I think you do. Actually, I know what it is. Self-hating gay. I'm a gay homophobe or something, a gay racist, gay sexist, whatever. Whatever you want to call it. Do not speak for me. All of the words that come out of your mouth, I disagree with. You're not speaking for me, so there's one, and then you can count the rest of them if you want. One down. You don't speak for me. Shut up. There's only 2 genders. Blah, blah, blah. I can go on and on and on. Shut up. Don't speak for me.
Will be the death knell of the women's liberation movement. Let's blow it up.
All these narratives represent a step forward from the reductive, racist versus not racist binary from white savior films of the past.
It's almost like you're stealing the identity from people who fought hard for against colonial structures.
Oh my God. Do you even know what that means? Do ya? Do ya? From colonial structures? You know, a racist person, somebody that you call a super mega racist, went to Africa and was in a pretty nice area, and then he traveled a little bit, and then he was in a shithole. Like literally, a short period of travel, and there was nice, and then there was a shithole. Same people, different country, and this racist person that you call super mega racist and a banned off of YouTube asked a local, I believe a college student, a local college student, and said, why is this place so nice and this place so terrible? Well, sorry, why is that place so nice and this place so terrible? And the local black person said, well, we never had the advantage of being colonized by the French. So when you start talking down colonization, maybe you better get the opinions of some of those Africans that really enjoyed it. The ones where things got built, infrastructure, railroads, buildings, and now they're all falling apart because the colonizers left because it was racist. It's funny that, eh? You call it colonization, and then the locals are like, oh, it was so much better. You know, it was so much better when the French were here. And now it's all falling apart, and it's all garbage, and there's nothing left. Because we just sat and watched it all crumble apart. Because they didn't have the knowledge, skills, want, whatever. And this happens quite a bit. So why don't you rethink your colonization and get some African input on your stupid leftist, Western leftist ideas? Because I have a feeling that there might be a whole hell of a lot of Africans that think very differently. Oh, if a white person wants to come in and clean up the water and build some roads and some railroads and start some businesses and get some food production going, I bet you they'd be quite happy about that. But anyway, you just keep telling the white people to leave, and I'm sure things will be fine.
So in a way, it's almost like you are the colonists.
Meanwhile, as more black...
Oh, colonizers. And by the way, black men, aren't you kind of, you know, don't you have the resources to go back? Don't you want to get off of the native... Don't you woke black people just want... Why do you keep moving to America? Now that you know and you got a couple pennies to rub together, why don't you go back? There's a whole continent that you actually, you know... I don't think anybody's going to say that it's not yours. But this is native land. Don't you want to get off of native land? Don't you want to go back to the motherland or whatever? No? Okay, I didn't think so.
Black and POC filmmakers have gained a platform to reach large audiences. Films like Black Panther, Get Out, and Sorry to Bother You have been able to show black people grappling with how best to exist in a racist society.
Oh my! So this is what this is. I think this is it's a lot simpler. It's just you got to portray white people as shitty, and it's got to be made by black people. The movie's got to be made by black people because Black Panther is stupid. It's a dumb movie. No, I don't know. What was the other one that you said? Oh, Get Out. It was pretty stupid too. Oh no! So that's it. That's what this is about. So you're just twisting words. You're just trying to say just black. Oh, the only people that can do black are black. The only people that can talk about black people are black people. Okay, then we'll just stop. All of us white people will just delete black people from all of the everything. Oh no, that would be racist. We need representation. So what are we going to do? Are you saying, oh, what do you, like, aren't you kind of, you're saying that you have to be in our movies, right? But we can't talk about you. You can't be in our movies, but you have to be in our movies. It's weird how the left does this, right? We have to have a bunch of black tick boxes ticked for this movie, but you can't have white people talking about them. So aren't you just saying black people need to make all the movies? Is that it? Why don't you just come out and say that? Black people need to make all the movies. Okay, that's interesting. And please tell me again, who's the racist? Who's the bigot here? I'm forgetting.
Sometimes clashing with each other in their views on this complex question.
Like, and it's hilarious that you don't find this racist. Wakanda, the most advanced society on Earth, decides the king by who's the strongest. Like, they're using, like, I mean, there's literally dozens of obvious kind of racist ways of looking at this film. Technically, by your definition. I mean, like, literally, you're showing the scene in the movie where one black man is challenging another black man, which, by the way, only insiders can, you know, run for president or fight for king status. King, that's it. And they're going to literally have a fight, a fist fight, a fight to the death. You don't think that is a little bit racist? Really? Aren't these people supposed to be geniuses now? Because the magic fell out of... By the way, that's another one too. The magic fell out of the sky and made this black area of Africa super mega awesome. Oh yeah, by the way, a wall. I mean, it's insane. I think just dumb black or dumb leftists say, "Oh, there's black people in a movie and a black person made it, so that means it's good." And by the way, that's racist. If you can't look a black man in the face and be honest with him and say, "Yeah, that was really good," or "Yeah, that was really shit." What? See, this is part of the white liberal talks down to black people. That they did a study, and it's true. A right-winger talks to a black person as an equal, whereas a white person talks to a black person as a lesser than, as kind of a victim, you know, a child. But I'm the racist. I mean, there's so many elements of this, you know, like, there's so many elements. It's like the Black Panther, whatever his real name is, T'Challa, is an isolationist. And what's his name? This guy. I don't know. This guy that we're looking at right now. I forget his character name. But anyway, he wants to be racist worldwide. He wants to give his magic to all the black people around the world. Whereas T'Challa just wants the black people in his vicinity to get it. The or the sky magic. So one is for the nation, which is kind of like a Nazi, and this one is kind of like, I don't know, a racist, I don't know, globalist, a global racist, because he only cares about black people, right? Wakanda gets orders from the CIA. Then is the CIA trustworthy? I don't know exactly what you mean there, but I mean, there's many ways to look at this. I don't think governments are trustworthy at all, but I still. Oh, and I don't remember the details of the movie. I don't. I really don't. And you don't have to rehash them. Don't worry about it. But yeah, like this movie, you could look at it from many different angles, and you go, whoa. They have the most advanced country in the world is still fighting with spears, and they're fighting to the death to see who's king. Might makes right. Wow, that's kind of weird. Wouldn't you want the smartest person up there? If you were to have a leader, wouldn't you want the smartest person to be there? And how come you're not, all these starving neighboring countries, how come you're not helping them out? Are you helping them out? And then the rhino, and it's just more dumb, right? I don't know if there's going to be an end to this. I don't think Hollywood is going to be able to create content anymore. I really don't, because by the time you write it and you start to shoot it, the rules have changed. I showed you about the pink pussy hats, right? And it's never ending. Just when you think you figured out, how to be properly woke, they change the rules.
It's about 2 billion.
And can you imagine when you write down all of these rules and then you try to make a story about it?
People all over the world that looks like us, but their lives are a lot harder.
Crucially, Black and POC filmmakers increasingly have the opportunity to tell stories that include the challenges of racism, but are not just about that. Movies and shows about people of color must reflect a diversity of individuals and stories, in which confronting prejudice
All the white people have to be bad.
is one part of a complex lived experience.
Like the white population, we are diverse within ourselves. There is not a monolithic Black experience.
Well, it's certainly, Susanna McClough and Deborah Minoff. There you go. I told you they sounded white. Wow. Wow. I haven't done that in a long time. Made it, watched a lefty video, propaganda video. And the only, I think maybe YouTube, it's possible that YouTube, I don't know. I just don't care. I mean, Hollywood is not smart enough to be able to read all of the rules and follow them and create a decent story. It's not possible. What about, it's not possible, but look at what I said. 2 dumb, empty-headed white bitches created this. Right? Empty-headed, loser, stupid graduate, disgusting pigs. Liberal white women. And So aren't they the actual white saviors? Aren't they trying to save black people right here by making this video? Are these the white saviors that they just got finished talking about? Aren't they trying to improve? So the Wakanda is an all-female army, which is dumb. Protecting T'Challa, unless this magic does some things that I don't know about. Protecting T'Challa. I think it was just their way of trying to be feminist. I don't know if it's even, I don't know. But it's still dumb. I don't care about the comic books. And the uniform was inspired by African slave catchers. Well, that's a thing, eh? By the way, if you ever want to see what black people do to black people in Africa, I can show you the nastiest videos. Murder, mayhem, torture. I mean, stuff that would make your mind melt. It's so gross and disgusting. I can't show it on YouTube. But the internet is full of videos. Just type in to Google necklacing. Necklace, you know, the thing around your neck. Look up necklacing. Fucking blow your head apart. So this video is white savior bad, except us. We're the good white saviors. My name is Deborah Minoff, and my name is Susanna McLeod. And we're recent graduates from the University of Retard. And here, let me tell you what we've learned. We learned how other people being white saviors are bad, but we're good. We're the good white saviors. How do these people live with themselves? Do you think that they're really this stupid? Women, I'm telling you. Women, I'm telling you. Most of these extremely dumb ideas, this type of shit, it's coming from women. It takes a woman to be this dumb. Yeah, I'm being sexist and I don't care. Oh, my Lord. And all just because you said you liked white savior movies. Look at what you did to me. Star Trek Lower Decks failure. Fans canceled over another Kurtzman Trek disaster. I've been streaming all day. I don't think, if you have something that you would like to close out on, like a video or a conversation or a little something, you got to remember, it took me an hour to go through that 20-minute video. A little something, then we could go through a little something. Otherwise, I think I'm going to have to sign out. Thanks for hanging in there all day, by the way. Is there something that you wanted to sort of cover before I sign out? This guy is hilarious. I just posted a video from him. Check this out. Wait.
all white people are evil because of the transatlantic slave trade. The Africans that sold us to the white man are also evil. And if they are evil, then so are the Jewish people that supplied the slave ships. What I say? You gon' learn today. What? You do not criticize the Jewish community. But 75% of Jewish households own slaves in the South. That is the most anti-Semitic shit I've heard all day. And I just got off the phone with Ilhan Omar. But these are facts. F your facts. I will deplatform you. Remove all your videos. Suspend your GoFundMe. Decline your bank card. Unless you apologize right now. I'm sorry. Yes. Now stay in your place and put all the blame back on the white man right now. White people are evil. It needs to be stopped. White people have funded both sides of every war since Napoleon. Even Jeffrey Epstein was white. I will deplatform you.
I'm telling you, they're fucking waking up. The level of stupid that the left has gotten to. I think by the way, you can put links in the chat, you know. If I Were the Devil. This one? Paul Harvey. If I Were the Devil. Good audio. Paul Harvey, Freedom to Change, 1965, best version. We Were Warned. Freedom to Change, Paul Harvey, short film. Which one? Or you can just put a link. I'm going to click on the first one. If I Were the Devil. No, I guess good audio.
If I were the devil. If I were the devil. If I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have 1/3 of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree. Thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. To the young, I would whisper that the Bible is a myth. I would convince them that man created God instead of the other way around. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. And the old I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I would encourage schools to refine young intellects, but neglect to discipline emotions, just let those run wild. until before you knew it, you'd have to have drug-sniffing dogs and metal detectors at every schoolhouse door. Within a decade, I'd have prisons overflowing. I'd have judges promoting pornography. Soon I could evict God from the courthouse, then from the schoolhouse, and then from the houses of Congress. And in his own churches, I would substitute psychology for religion and deify science. I would lure priests and pastors into misusing boys and girls and church money. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. If I were the devil, I'd take from those who have and give to those who wanted until I had killed the incentive of the ambitious. And what'll you bet? I couldn't get whole states to promote gambling as the way to get rich. I would caution against extremes in hard work, in patriotism, in moral conduct. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be. And thus I could undress you in public, and I could lure you into bed with diseases for which there is no cure. In other words, if I were the devil, I'd just keep right on doing what he's doing. Paul Harvey. Good day.
Okay, so amen, I guess. I'd like to draw your personal attention to this Sunday. Hopefully I will be able to get to an episode of An Atheist in Church. Each day different things happen, and I try to do a long live show, and I try to get to this first episode of the day, but it's tough. Yesterday I was getting somewhere, but I didn't complete it. Today there was jackhammering outside in the morning. Tomorrow maybe I'll get to this one. You might not like this one. It's gay erotic fiction. But then we have, different things. But anyway, on Sunday is An Atheist in Church. It's time to put our petty differences aside and rekindle our friendship. So I'm going to be talking about this, about atheist or Christian lessons, or anyway. It's an atheist is going to go to church and then talk about the experience. And we're going to try to bring the two things together. And that's just one of the many things. As far as what that guy said, I'm just tired of atheists shitting on Christians. I'm just really done. I'm tired of it. I think Christians do not deserve the shit that they're getting and stuff. But as far as the world, okay, I think the stupidity of the world is starting to fizzle out, believe it or not. I'm seeing too many people just seeing the absurdity of what's going on and just saying, no thanks. I understand where you're coming from about, like what he was saying about the world is going to hell in a handbasket, basically. But the reality is that life is getting better. We still have problems. We still have problems. But the world is getting better. There's no need to be black-pilled. The world is getting better. Life is improving for everyone. Now, yeah, I'm sure it was a long time ago. And I understand where people's pessimism come from. I understand. But I don't think it's warranted. I think people are seeing the craziness and calling it out. I think the left is really trying desperately I think the right is getting tired of their own politicians because they're useless, nothing, turd bucket retards. I think people are just starting to wake up. You know, telling everybody to stay home and destroying small businesses and telling people that they can't have a party. You telling kids that they can't have drinks and go to bars and hang out. Oh, that's not gonna end well. Politicians are just overstepping their bounds at every step. And then they understep their bounds when they need to step up, sitting around and doing nothing. I think the craziness is, I think this year is like there's a turnaround. And by the way, the government is broke. They're just printing money to cross their fingers and hope things work out. They're totally, like, money doesn't make sense anymore. Money is not a thing. It's just imagination. It's a fantasy. Money is a fantasy. It's a fantasy that still works for now, but it's certainly not a thing. A thing is something that you can measure and account for, and it's a real thing. It's not a thing anymore. Now it's just something that presidents print out and hand out to their banker buddies whenever they feel like it. It's just something that they give to rich people to keep them rich. And then they force us all to use that one currency. That's what money is. How many trillions of dollars has President Trump printed out? I think it was like we're up to 13 trillion. He don't care. As long as he gets reelected and people like him, then that's all he gives a fuck about. He's in it for himself. He just wants to look good. Cap off a life with being president. Look at me, I'm president. That's all he cares about. And Joe Biden was chosen to lose. Another white guy, by the way. Another straight white guy. These Democrats just love the gay black female so much. There's just none of them as far as the eye can see. Things are going to be fine. Things are looking up. When you look at the numbers, the statistics, things are improving. We got more work to do. Libertarianism is the answer. I'm suing the government. This is about solutions. Me doing all this stuff it's not to just complain. Like tonight was supposed to have fun with horror movies and we got sidetracked. We watched a movie and it was fine. It was good. But this is about solutions. Solutions to problems. And we're getting there. And we'll keep going. I think Hollywood is, the propaganda arm of the left is eating itself. These colleges, these far-left colleges are destroying themselves. These far-left businesses are destroying themselves. Wherever the far-left goes, it just dies. It kills whatever it touches. Seattle is probably going to be Detroit soon. The incoming lawsuits, unless Donald Trump gives them a printer so that they can print out some more money and hand it out to those who got fucked over by the mayor and Donald Trump. They both did nothing. Minneapolis doesn't look like it's, like anything. I don't know. What do we do? Just keep printing out money for people? Just make it up. Is that what money is now? It's just something that government prints out and hands out to their buddies. It used to be a medium of exchange for goods and services. Now it's just something that the government prints out. So there could be a big adjustment. Like, you got to remember, the whole world did slavery. The whole world. We were burning witches at the stake only a couple hundred years ago. 100 years ago, it was World War I. 80 years ago, wait, is it 80? Yeah, 80 years ago, it was World War II. Things are improving. Now, this coronavirus hoax bullshit and, you know, some other things are, I think it's their last cry for control. I think it's their last attempt. Because nothing they say makes sense. Now, unfortunately, women have a vote, and they're kind of holding us back because that level of emotional stupidity is kind of keeping this thing moving, chugging along. But, you know, a woman needs a man to get it done. She can yip and yip and yap and yap, but at the end of the day, she's still going to need a man to implement the thing. And I think men are just getting fucking tired of it. I think everybody's tired of it. Me Too is being canceled. Cancel culture is being canceled. Do you remember just a couple years ago, the feminists were talking about rape there was a rapist under every rock on the campus, and that got destroyed. Feminism is dead. Anita Sarkeesian is dead. Hollywood is canceling itself. I think, you know, I really do think that what we're going through right now with the coronavirus and stuff, it's their last attempt at trying to, hey, we're the boss up here. We're the ones. We're the moral ones. We're the good guys. And I think it's failing. Yeah, I think that there's a lot of leftist shills out there. And I also think that there's a lot of right-wing shills. They're just going to shill for Trump no matter what he does. And I think that's a problem too. That you refuse to call out the bullshit that is President Trump. That's a problem. But overall, things are improving. Life is getting better for most people. The extreme stupidity is just on display for the world to see. You know, Jussie Smollett, the Covington Catholic kids, the Women's March. You know, it's just level, you know, just recently with the George Floyd riots. The world is getting tired of it. Yes, these things are happening, but it's milder. It's a pretty goddamn mild case. I don't think Bill Gates is going to win with his fucking population control vaccine. I don't think he's going to win. I think he's going to lose. So, I think that there's a lot of reason for optimism. I think that it's okay to highlight the problems and despair a little bit, but overall, most people are just sick and tired of the bullshit. You know, this experiment with no kids and no families and just career over family and I think it failed. It needed one generation to wash all the way through. And I don't see, you know, I don't know, I could be wrong. Maybe the kids are just going to continue down the road of stupid. But I don't think so. I think things are going to start to turn around. I think the left canceling Hollywood is a good start, to be frank. I think it's a great thing. Sometimes I step back and I look at, okay, what's the result of this thing? Do I like the result? And if I say yes, then I go, well, then I'm just going to leave it alone. I think it's a good thing. Sometimes these things that crazy people do actually end up having a positive result. You know? There is, by the way, yin and yang is true. You can say all you want about Black Lives Matter and how BLM and Antifa were tearing America apart and how terrible it was. But guess what? How many people woke up to the fact that BLM and Antifa are retarded? Lots of people woke up to the retardation that is BLM and Antifa. Look at Chaz Shop. Look at all the fucking murders. The media can only do so much. We're in the middle of a coronavirus, and then it's okay to protest if your politics are right. Everybody's seeing the stupidity. There's not. I just think that these people are really loud. The really stupid, dumb ones out there doing this shit, they're a very small percentage. I even think black people en masse are waking up and going, you know something? I never had a bad thing happen to me from a white person. Like, they really are calling out the white leftist. Black people are like, you know, maybe Malcolm X was right. Maybe Malcolm X was right about the frickin', why is this not clicking? Anyway. I think this one.
American History TV's Real America brings you archival films that help tell the story.
Shut up.
Mr. Shabazz, a question. Minister Malcolm, the thing that I thought might be good for starting it off is to talk about one of the most pervasive beliefs in the general society about the Nation of Islam, and that is that it is an organization dedicated to the use of violent means to attain its goals.
Well, the Muslims who have accepted the religion of Islam and follow the religious guidance of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad have never bombed any churches, have never murdered any little girls, as was done in Birmingham, have never lynched anybody, have never at any time been guilty of initiating any aggressive acts of violence during the entire 33 years or more that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has been teaching us. The charge of violence
Stop!
against us
Shut up!
stems from the
I said
guilt
shut up. When I say pause, I don't know why
White
my
liberals
computer's...
who have posed as our friends, white liberals who have been eager to point out what the white man in the South has been doing to us, while they themselves here in the North are doing the same thing. They have been making a great fuss over the South, only to blind us to what is happening here in the North. And now that the eyes of America's 20 million blacks can easily see that this white fox...
There's good quotes. I'm not going to keep going. There's good quotes about the white liberal. Maybe I'll try one more.
There are many whites who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberals. That white person that you see calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox, and a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to, but the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you see his teeth, you think he's smiling. You take him for a friend.
But Malcolm X got what was coming. He got what...
Okay, I don't know what this extra part is. I'm going to repeat that. I think a lot of black people are starting to pay attention to this today, these days. The white liberal. Like those fucking two bitches, dumbass, empty-headed, albeit pretty, attractive, empty-headed retards that we just got finished listening to. Don't be a white savior. The white savior is bad. unless we're doing it. Only her and I can do it. Everybody else has got to stop doing it. Okay? We're going to do it, but everybody else needs to stop doing it.
There are many whites who are trying to solve the problem, but you never see them going under the label of liberals. That white person that you see calling himself a liberal is the most dangerous thing in the entire Western Hemisphere. He's the most deceitful. He's like a fox. And a fox is always more dangerous in the forest than the wolf. You can see the wolf coming. You know what he's up to. But the fox will fool you. He comes at you with his mouth shaped in such a way that even though you see his teeth, you think he's smiling. You take him for a friend.
I don't know what this thing is. There you go. So, I don't know what to say. If you're interested in me religious talk, again, we're really off topic. I really want to zoom in on these individual topics and not just be a general live streamer. We went off into politics. I want to stay on horror movies. Monday night, I want to stay close to these topics. Tomorrow, for example, live stream is about food. I really want to stay close. So to anybody listening to this later on or something like that, I apologize for going off topic and whatever. I try to keep politics. I want to keep these, chat can be politics. This can be whatever. This is the day of miscellaneous, Mondays. Tuesdays, horror. Live streams. And then food. And then travel. And then the horror movie we're making. And then a game show. And then playing horror video games. And then reminiscing about computers and just classical, older stuff. Whatever it happens to be. Movies, music, anything. Tools, automobiles, just retro stuff. Anything retro. So, I apologize for getting too far into politics. But again, I am a political junkie, and I love talking about politics. But I do want to limit myself. There's got to be more. This is not, I don't want, because politics just seems to devolve into complaining, which identifying problems and pointing them out is important. It is a necessary thing to do, but it can't be the only thing we do. I also want to be part of the solution, which is this, all of this stuff is my miniature Hollywood. There's going to be movies, an actual movie making. We're going to make it together. Don't worry, no experience necessary. Talking about horror movies, playing horror video games, some news, a little bit of news, some sexy stuff, some political solutions, game show, and then we go to church on Sunday. So this is kind of like a week's, my Hollywood. This is something that I can contribute to the solution. Solutions, folks. We can't just get stuck in the complaining all the time. We gotta move forward. We gotta propose solutions and be part of the solution. And honestly, replacing Hollywood, now that we just got finished watching that one video, now I know it's just one video, but it does look like Hollywood is canceling itself, or the far left is canceling Hollywood. So people are going to need a replacement, and here we go. This is a great thing, decentralize this thing. Maybe you have to go here, maybe you have to go there, you have to go to different websites or flip and flop around to different people, different bits of entertainment, but decentralization, that's the libertarian philosophy. We want fewer bottlenecks, more voices, bigger platforms, less people in control. Or sorry, more people in control. Instead of bottlenecks of media, we want completely open, And I don't know how they're going to be able to put the internet back in a bottle. But I think people are seeing through the coronavirus bullshit. All the Karens are being called out for the retards that they are. These white liberal fucking Antifa, mentally retarded gender studies graduates. They're just getting kicked to the curb. Everything they touch is failing. Sure, they're being propped up, but they're being propped up by what? Things that are going to fail soon. Like they're being propped up by Hollywood, but now you're seeing that they got to fucking cancel Hollywood. All the stuff that has been done to this point is pretty much wrong. You think that they're going after statues? No. They're going after fucking Oscar-winning movies from 9 years ago. You thought that they were just going to have a problem with Gone with the Wind from 1939? No, 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 no. The Oscar-winning racial feel-good movie of 2011 is getting canceled by these two white liberals. And Trump, your Republican politicians aren't going to save you. Your right-wing self, you as an individual, that will save you. But your politicians are not going to, they're just as bad as the left-wing politicians. Sometimes they're even worse. Do I need to go over George Bush's record? Do I need to remind you of the shit that he put America through? And look at what Trump is doing with the fake coronavirus bullshit and the endless printing of money to all of his buddies, shutting down small businesses, taking ownership of those businesses through loans. This is communism like the world has never seen. And all the Trump shows are like, yeah, Trump 2020, Trump 2020. The Democrats have handed him the election. On purpose, by the way. They want, W-A-N-T, want Trump to win. They're just pretending to, to not want Trump to win. It's all pretend. They absolutely want Trump to win. He's doing great for the communist left. Shutting down small businesses, forcing them to close, getting everybody on welfare, purchasing stocks. These loans are coming out as stocks. So we just got to resist. We got to wake up. And I'm sure it'll happen. I'm not worried. I see police being, unfairly demonized, and they're like, you know something? I'm just going to be a good person, period. I'm seeing police saying no to unfair laws, which is great to see. I'm seeing the masses speak up. And as much as Black Lives Matter, we're like, oh, white people are bad, 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 bad. Well, they were standing next to a white person while they were saying that. So they kind of know it's not true. They literally have a white person standing right next to them. The Antifa, yes, it's a communist, but it's still a white person. Right? So they know it's not true. Black people do have a right to complain, but we got to channel that, and we got to go in the right direction. Anyway, I'm getting off topic again. I'm going to close out here. Thanks. This is Season 1, Episode 2 of Horror Movie Fanatics. I guess if politics is a horror show for you, then you had a good time. We enjoyed the movie The Last Man on Earth with one of the greatest contributors to horror ever created, Vincent Price. I was thinking about, while I was watching the movie, who is more important to horror, Stephen King or Vincent Price? And I do have to pick Stephen King. But I would say Vincent Price, it's guaranteed in the top 10, and he might be number 2. But I still think Stephen King might be the biggest contributor to horror. But anyway, And yeah, so we had fun. I got to know Gloin quite a bit better. One of the only chatters in the chat, but hopefully you will comment down below. Enjoy the show at your leisure. And yeah, tune in tomorrow. Hopefully the jackhammering will stop and I'll be able to create the very first episode of 101, which is gay erotic fiction. So if you're sensitive, you might want to skip that one. And tomorrow's live stream is Eat Me, where we talk about food from around the world, cooking, eating, food, ingredients, everything about food. So yeah, thanks for joining me. I love you. I'm not just saying that. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.